Imagine Roman Britain at night, roads quiet, forts confident, an empire certain it had conquered the island. Tonight my sleep buddies were telling the story of Boudica, the warrior queen who came closer than anyone to breaking Rome's grip on Britain. Following betrayal, humiliation and loss, Boudica rallied her tribes, set fire to Roman cities, and awakened an empire that had previously considered itself untouchable. For a brief moment, Rome feared it might lose Britain entirely. So as you settle in, picture torchlight flickering across the countryside, the distant sound of marching feet, and a rebellion powerful enough to make Rome pause. If you would like, leaving a like and commenting where you're tuning in from and what time it is always helps. This is the story of how Boudica nearly defeated Rome in Britain. You find yourself in the landscape of Roman Britain during the middle years of the 1st century, when stone roads cross green valleys and settlements rest between older paths and newer walls. Daily life continues here beneath layers of authority and custom, where farms stretch across familiar ground and people move through routines shaped by both old traditions and recent rule. You wake in a world where two ways of living overlap across the same fields and villages. The sun rises over land that has been worked for generations, but now Roman roads cut straight lines through the curves of older tracks. The day begins, much as it always has, with the same tasks and seasons, though new patterns have woven themselves into the fabric of ordinary time. In the towns, stone buildings stand beside timber structures. You smell bread baking in the early morning, the yeast and warmth drifting through narrow streets, where people already move with purpose. Vendors arrange goods on tables beneath simple awnings. Pottery, tools, fabric and food appear in familiar displays. The marketplace fills gradually as the morning progresses, voices mixing in several languages as people greet neighbours and negotiate prices. The rhythm of market day follows established patterns. You watch as a farmer brings grain in measured amounts, the sacks carefully counted and noted. A potter displays bowls and storage vessels, each one shaped by hands that have repeated the same motions for years. People examine goods closely, feeling the weight of a knife or testing the weave of cloth before making decisions. Transactions happen through gesture and practiced understanding as much as through words. Outside the town walls, the countryside spreads in patches of cultivation and pasture. Fields follow the natural contours of the land, divided by low stone walls and hedgerows. You walk along a track worn smooth by countless feet and cartwheels, passing farms where families have lived for many generations. Smoke rises from roof vents, steady and unremarkable, marking where people prepare meals and warm their homes. The Roman presence shows itself in certain details. Milestones mark distances along the main roads, their carved numbers indicating how far you have travelled or how far remains to go. Tax collectors make their rounds according to schedules that repeat throughout the year, their visits anticipated if not always welcomed. Soldiers pass through occasionally, their leather and metal distinct among the wool and linen worn by most people. Yet much of daily life proceeds according to older rhythms. Cattle graze in pastures that have supported herds for as long as anyone remembers. Sheep are moved between summer and winter grazing grounds following routes established generations before any Roman arrived. Grain is sown and harvested according to weather and season, the timing adjusted by years of accumulated knowledge about this particular soil and climate. In the villages, round houses still shelter most families. You enter through a low doorway into a single circular room where the central fire provides light and warmth. Sleeping platforms line the walls, covered with layers of fleece and fabric. Tools hang from posts and beams. Storage jars rest against the curved wall, holding grain and preserved foods. The space smells of wood smoke, wool, and earth. Women prepare food using methods passed down through their mothers and grandmothers. Grain is ground into flour using stone querns, the circular motion repeated until the texture becomes fine enough for bread or porridge. Vegetables simmer in pots suspended over the fire. Herbs dry in bunches hung from the rafters. The work continues steadily throughout the day. hands moving through familiar motions while conversations flow around the tasks. Men work in the fields or tend livestock, their days governed by what each season requires. In spring, you plough and sow. In summer, you maintain boundaries and watch over growing crops. Autumn brings the harvest, when entire families work from dawn until dusk gathering what has grown. Winter means repairing tools, mending buildings, and caring for animals sheltered near the house. Children learn by watching and helping. A young girl sits beside her mother, learning to spin wool into thread. Her fingers fumble at first, then gradually find the rhythm. A boy follows his father to check on sheep, learning to read the signs that indicate health or illness in the flock. Knowledge transfers through demonstration and practice, with skills building slowly through repetition. The towns show more evidence of Roman planning. Streets meet at right angles, creating a grid that feels different from the organic growth of older settlements. Public buildings occupy central locations. You might find a bathhouse where people gather for cleanliness and conversation, the warm rooms providing comfort during colder months. Administrative buildings house officials who manage the territory's records and regulations. Water flows through carefully constructed channels. Aqueducts carry water from sources outside the town, the steady flow maintained by regular inspection and repair. Public fountains provide access for those without private supplies. Drainage systems remove waste. The channels are covered by stone slabs that you walk over without much thought. In both town and countryside, people wear practical clothing suited to their work and the climate. Most people dress in simple tunics, the fabric woven from wool or linen. Cloaks provide additional warmth and protection from rain. Leather shoes or boots protect feet from rough ground and cold. Those with more resources might add dyed fabrics or metal pins and brooches, but most clothing serves function rather than display. Food reflects what the land provides and what can be preserved through the year. Bread forms the foundation of most meals, accompanied by porridge, stews, and preserved vegetables. Meat appears regularly, but not at every meal, with pork, mutton, and beef all part of the diet. Fish comes from rivers and the coast. Milk becomes cheese that stores well through winter. Beer provides a drink safer than uncertain water sources. The day's rhythm includes several rest periods. People pause in the middle of the day when the sun reaches its height, eating a simple meal and resting briefly before returning to work. In towns, the bathhouse might draw people in the afternoon, offering a break from labour and a chance for unhurried conversation. Evenings bring the main meal, when families gather and the day's efforts wind down toward rest. Religious practice weaves through daily life in quiet ways. Small shrines mark crossroads and springs. People make offerings of grain or small objects, maintaining relationships with forces they understand as woven into the land itself. The Roman presence has added new gods and temples, but many people continue older observances alongside newer forms, seeing no contradiction in honouring both. Trade connects communities across distances. Merchants travel the Roman roads, carrying goods between towns and large cities. Pottery from one region appears in markets far from where it was made. Metal goods travel even farther, following trade routes that extend beyond Britain entirely. Salt, a necessity for preserving food, comes from coastal salt works and mines, and is distributed through networks of exchange. Craftspeople maintain their workshops in towns and larger villages. A blacksmith shapes iron into tools and fittings, the hammer's ring marking the passage of hours. A carpenter selects wood and shapes it into everything from simple spoons to complex cartwheels. A weaver works at a loom, threads crossing in patterns that create both utility and beauty. Each craft requires years to master, and skilled workers pass their knowledge to apprentices who will eventually continue the tradition. Legal matters follow Roman structures in towns, while villages often maintain older systems of resolving disputes. Magistrates hear cases and render judgments according to Roman law. Contracts are written and witnessed. Property boundaries are recorded in official documents. Yet in the countryside, many agreements still happen through witnessed oaths and community knowledge, recorded in memory rather than on tablets. The seasons govern more than agriculture. Winter brings less outdoor work, but more time for indoor crafts and repairs. Spring requires intense labour as planting begins and animals bear young. Summer means constant attention to growing crops and maintaining infrastructure. Autumn focuses on gathering and preserving, preparing for the months when fresh food will be scarce. Communication travels along the roads and through established networks. Official messages move quickly via the Roman postal system, with riders carrying documents between administrative centres. Informal news spreads more slowly but just as reliably, carried by merchants and travellers who share information as naturally as they share meals at taverns along the way. Children play games that teach skills they will need as adults. They practice throwing and accuracy with small stones and targets. They race and climb, building strength and coordination. Girls play with simple dolls, acting out domestic scenes. Boys create miniature farms and forts, arranging sticks and stones into familiar patterns. The rhythm of a day in Roman Britain combines continuity and change. You rise with the sun because that is when light allows work to begin. You follow patterns established over lifetimes because they match the requirements of season and land. Yet you also encounter new structures, new authorities, and new expectations that have been added to what came before. The combination creates a daily life that feels both familiar and adapted, traditional and modified, settled into patterns that seem likely to continue indefinitely. The Roman presence in Britain operates through systems designed to function with regular precision. Officials work through established procedures, maintaining records and collecting revenues according to schedules that repeat throughout the year. The machinery of administration requires constant attention, with each official responsible for specific tasks that connect to larger networks of governance. Tax collection follows a calendar known to everyone. Collectors arrive in districts at expected times, carrying tablets and scrolls that list what each household and farm owes. The amounts have been calculated based on land holdings and production capacity. You gather what is required and present it for counting and recording. Grain fills measured baskets, livestock is counted, and a portion is designated for collection. In some cases, currency changes hands, the coins representing value in a more portable form. The process involves careful documentation. Each transaction is noted, the details recorded in wax tablets that will later be transferred to more permanent records. Officials check measurements and verify counts. Witnesses observe to ensure fairness in the process. The system depends on accuracy and accountability, with multiple levels of review designed to catch errors or dishonesty. Roads require constant maintenance to remain usable. Crews work along major routes, repairing surfaces damaged by weather and traffic. You might see workers replacing stones that have shifted, filling holes that have formed, or clearing drainage ditches to prevent water damage. The work follows inspection schedules, with officials noting problems and assigning crews to address them. Milestones serve practical purposes beyond marking distance. They indicate jurisdiction and responsibility, showing which authorities maintain which sections of road. The stones themselves require occasional repair or replacement, their carved letters refreshed when weather wears them smooth. Maps and itineraries list the distances between settlements, allowing travellers to plan journeys with reasonable accuracy. Military installations dot the landscape, though many function more as administrative centres than active battlegrounds. Forts house soldiers who rotate through assignments, spending time in Britain as part of longer military careers that may take them across the empire. The forts operate on strict schedules with guard rotations, meal times and training periods all following established patterns. Supply chains keep these installations functioning. Food arrives from designated sources, with local farmers providing grain, meat, and other provisions as part of their tax obligations. Equipment comes from workshops that specialise in military goods. Everything from weapons to cooking pots travels along supply routes managed by officials who track inventory and anticipate needs. Legal administration requires officials who understand Roman law and can apply it to the variety of situations that arise. Magistrates hear disputes about property boundaries, broken contracts, and injuries. They reference legal codes and precedents, applying principles developed over centuries to specific circumstances. Decisions are recorded and can be appealed through higher authorities if parties remain unsatisfied. Contracts structure many relationships in Roman Britain. Land leases, service agreements, and business partnerships all exist in written form, witnessed and sealed to prevent later disagreement. The documents specify terms carefully, noting what each party promises and what happens if promises are broken. Officials maintain archives of these contracts, available for consultation when disputes arise. Census taking happens periodically, requiring officials to count people, animals, and property throughout their assigned territories. Teams of census takers travel from settlement to settlement, recording names, ages, occupations, and holdings. The information serves multiple purposes, from tax assessment to military recruitment planning. The process takes months to complete, with results compiled and forwarded to higher administrative levels. Public buildings require regular upkeep. The bathhouse needs fresh water brought in and wastewater removed. Heating systems must be maintained, with fires tended and channels kept clear. The forum and basilica, where official business is conducted, require cleaning and occasional repairs. Skilled workers receive payment from public funds to perform these tasks. Currency circulates through the economy, supplementing the older systems of barter and exchange. Coins come in various denominations, allowing for precise payment and easier trade across distances. Money lenders operate in larger towns, extending credit and managing debt according to regulated interest rates. The presence of standardized currency makes certain transactions simpler, though many rural areas still rely heavily on direct exchange. Written records accumulate steadily. Administrative buildings house scrolls and tablets documenting everything from tax receipts to legal judgments to construction projects. Clerks copy important documents to create backups and summaries. The archives represent decades of accumulated information about the territory's management and development. Postal systems enable communication across long distances. Designated stations along major roads provide fresh horses for official couriers. Messages travel faster than ordinary travellers because couriers ride continuously, stopping only to change mounts. The system allows administrators to send and receive reports, orders, and questions without travelling themselves. Weights and measures follow standardised systems, making trade more straightforward. Official sets of weights are maintained in markets, available for checking the accuracy of scales used by merchants. Length measurements use established units, allowing construction projects and land surveys to reference consistent standards. Inspectors verify that merchants use proper measures, imposing penalties when they find deliberate inaccuracies. Harbour facilities in coastal towns manage trade arriving by sea. Docks allow ships to load and unload cargo. Warehouses store goods awaiting distribution inland. Customs officials assess duties on imported items. The work requires coordination between merchants, ship crews, and administrative staff, all following procedures designed to keep goods moving while collecting appropriate revenues. Education in larger towns includes schools where children learn to read and write. The curriculum emphasises practical skills, teaching the Latin necessary for administrative work and trade. Students practice writing on wax tablets, learning letter forms and basic arithmetic. Those destined for official positions receive more advanced training in law and rhetoric. Public entertainment serves administrative purposes as well as providing leisure. Festivals mark important dates in the official calendar, celebrating emperors and military victories. Games and performances gather people together, creating opportunities to announce policies and reinforce social hierarchies. The events require planning and resources, with officials coordinating logistics and funding. Border control involves monitoring movement along the territory's edges. Officials at major crossing points record travellers and check cargo. They watch for goods that should be taxed and for people whose presence might indicate security concerns. The system is porous by modern standards but maintains awareness of general movement patterns. Building codes govern construction in towns, specifying minimum standards for safety and functionality. Regulations address fire risk, structural stability, and waste management. Inspectors review major construction projects, ensuring compliance before buildings are occupied. The rules reflect accumulated experience with urban life and the problems that arise when too many people live close together. Health regulations address public sanitation and disease prevention. Requirements for waste disposal reduce contamination of water supplies. Quarantine procedures exist for ships arriving from places known to have illness. While understanding of disease remains limited, practical measures based on observation provide some protection against epidemic spread. Market regulation prevents certain forms of fraud and manipulation. Officials set maximum prices for essential goods during shortages, preventing exploitation. They monitor quality, checking that food is safe and that products match their descriptions. Licensed traders must follow rules to maintain their permission to operate in official market spaces. Labour systems include both free workers and enslaved people. Free labourers negotiate terms for their work, receiving payment in currency or goods. Enslaved people work under compulsion, their labour directed by those who own them. The institution exists as part of the Roman economic system, unremarked upon by most as simply how certain work gets done. Veteran settlement programs place former soldiers in rural areas, providing them with land in exchange for their military service. These colonies strengthen Roman presence in the countryside and provide a source of loyal, trained men who can be called upon if needed. The veterans bring their families and establish farms, becoming part of the permanent population. Water management extends beyond aqueducts to include drainage systems and flood control. Engineers design channels that direct water away from settlements during heavy rains. Wetlands are sometimes drained to create additional farmland. Wells are dug with attention to location and depth, seeking reliable sources while avoiding contamination. The administrative year follows a cycle of reports and reviews. Officials submit accounts to their superiors, documenting revenue collected, expenses paid, and projects completed. Auditors examine these records, checking calculations and investigating discrepancies. The system creates accountability, though it also generates enormous amounts of paperwork. Justice administration includes prisons where people await trial or serve sentences. Conditions vary based on status and the nature of the offence. The facilities require guards, food supplies, and maintenance. Processing prisoners generates more documentation, tracking who is held, why, and for how long. All of this administrative work continues day after day, creating the structure within which daily life occurs. Officials rise and attend to their duties. Records accumulate, systems function. The work is rarely dramatic but always necessary, maintaining the framework of order that allows everything else to proceed. Beyond the Roman towns and administrative centres, the Iceni and other tribal communities maintain ways of living that reach back through countless generations. Their relationship with the land follows patterns established long before any Roman arrived, shaped by the seasons and the particular characteristics of the territory they call home. The Iceni hold lands in what is now East Anglia, where rivers wind through relatively flat terrain, and forests provide resources alongside the open fields. Settlements spread across this landscape, each community connected to others through kinship and custom, rather than through written law or centralised administration. Authority flows from recognition and respect rather than from an appointed position. Land belongs to families and clans in ways that involve both individual use and collective responsibility. You inherit rights to specific fields and pastures, but these rights come with obligations to kin and community. Boundaries are known through long use and collective memory, rather than through surveyed lines on official maps. Disputes about land are resolved through discussion among elders who remember how divisions were made and why. Leadership among the Iceni involves both inherited status and demonstrated capability. A chieftain's position passes through family lines, but maintaining respect requires wisdom in judgment and generosity to followers. Leaders are expected to feed their people, provide protection, and settle disputes fairly. They wear torques and fine clothing that mark their status, but these items represent accumulated obligation as much as privilege. Women hold significant roles in Iceni society. They can own property, inherit wealth, and in some cases lead their communities. Marriage involves negotiation between families, with dowries and bride prices exchanged to formalise alliances. Women manage households, make decisions about resources, and participate in religious observances. Their knowledge of herbs, healing, and cloth production makes them essential to community survival. Extended families live in close proximity, often within the same settlement. A roundhouse might shelter parents, unmarried children, and sometimes grandparents. Nearby houses hold married children and their families. This proximity allows for shared labour and mutual support. Children are raised by many hands, learning from aunts and uncles as well as from parents. Craftsmanship reaches high levels of skill in metalwork and textile production. Smiths create tools, weapons, and jewellery using techniques refined over generations. The Iceni are known for their metalwork, producing items that combine function with decoration. Patterns flow across surfaces, connecting the practical object to deeper meanings about identity and belonging. Weaving produces fabrics in various weights and patterns. Women work at looms, creating cloth for clothing, blankets, and wall hangings. Dyes made from local plants provide colour. The most skilled weavers produce complex patterns that require careful planning and precise execution. These textiles serve as markers of status and as valuable trade goods. Horses hold particular importance in Iceni culture. They are bred carefully, with attention to traits that make them valuable for riding and pulling chariots. Knowledge about horse care passes from experienced handlers to younger learners. Horses represent wealth and status, with ownership of fine animals indicating both resources and judgment. Religious practice centres on locations in the landscape that hold sacred meaning. Groves, springs, and certain hills serve as places where the boundary between ordinary and sacred feels particularly thin. Offerings are left at these places, maintaining relationships with forces understood to inhabit and influence the world. Druids serve as religious specialists, though their role includes much more than ceremony. The Druidic tradition encompasses law, history, poetry, and medicine, alongside religious knowledge. Druids train for many years, memorizing vast amounts of information that they preserve and transmit orally. They serve as judges in disputes, applying traditional law. They preserve stories that explain how things came to be and what obligations people carry. They observe natural signs and advise on appropriate timing for important actions. Seasonal festivals mark turning points in the agricultural year and in the natural world. These gatherings bring communities together for celebration, ceremony, and the conduct of important business. Marriages are often formalised during these times. Alliances are confirmed. Disputes are brought for judgment. The festivals combine practical social functions with spiritual observance. Warfare exists but follows rules different from Roman military practice. Warriors fight for honour and status as much as for territory or resources. Raids between neighbouring groups test courage and provide opportunities for young men to establish reputations. Combat includes individual challenges and displays of prowess. Bravery in battle brings lasting renown, celebrated in songs and stories. Warriors wear distinctive gear that marks their status. Torques circle their necks. Shields carry patterns unique to families or groups. Spears and swords are cared for with attention that reflects both practical need and spiritual significance. A warrior's weapons may have names and histories passed down through generations. Feasting provides crucial social structure. Leaders demonstrate generosity by hosting elaborate meals where meat, beer, and bread are shared freely. Seating arrangements reflect status. with honoured guests placed near the host. Bards perform during these feasts, reciting poetry that praises warriors, recounts famous deeds, and maintains collective memory of important events. Food production follows seasonal rhythms that everyone knows intimately. Spring means preparing fields and sowing grain. Summer requires tending crops and gathering wild plants that supplement cultivated foods. Autumn brings harvest, and the preservation work that will sustain the community through winter. Winter means living on stored foods while caring for animals sheltered near settlements. Preservation techniques make seasonal abundance available throughout the year. Grain is stored in pits lined with clay, where it remains dry and protected from pests. Meat is salted or smoked. Vegetables are dried. Milk becomes cheese that ages and improves in storage. These techniques require knowledge and careful work, but they allow people to eat reliably even when fresh food is scarce. Hunting provides meat and other resources from wild animals. Deer, boar, and smaller game are pursued using dogs, spears, and knowledge of animal behaviour. Hunting happens within understood territories, with rights to certain areas recognised through custom. Success requires patience and skill, qualities developed over many seasons of practice. Fishing takes advantage of rivers and coastal waters. Weirs and traps capture fish during their seasonal movements. Lines and nets bring in other catches. The work requires understanding of fish behaviour and water conditions. Dried and smoked fish add variety to the diet and can be stored for later use. Children learn through participation in daily tasks. A child watches herding before being trusted with animals. They practice with small tools before handling full-sized implements. Skills build gradually through repeated exposure and increasing responsibility. Knowledge transfers through demonstration and correction, rather than through formal instruction. Stories serve educational purposes alongside their entertainment value. Tales about ancestors teach proper behaviour through example. Accounts of past mistakes warn against specific errors. Genealogies establish connections between living people and important figures from earlier generations. The stories are told and retold, adapting to each telling while maintaining core elements. Healing combines practical knowledge of plants and injuries with ritual elements, meant to address spiritual dimensions of illness. Healers know which plants reduce fever, ease pain, or promote healing of wounds. They set broken bones and treat various ailments using remedies refined through long experience. Treatment also includes prayers and offerings, acknowledging that illness may have causes beyond the physical. Trade connects Iceni communities to other groups near and far. Metalwork travels to distant markets. Grain and livestock are exchanged for goods not produced locally. Salt, essential for preservation, comes from coastal sources. Luxury items like amber or wine arrive through trade networks that extend across the known world. Kinship obligations structure mutual support. You're expected to help relatives in need, to host travelling family members, and to contribute to important family events. These obligations are reciprocal, creating networks of mutual aid that function as social safety nets. Failure to meet kinship obligations damages reputation and social standing. Marriage creates alliances between families and clans. Negotiations involve careful consideration of what each side brings and what obligations the union creates. Children from the marriage connect both families, creating new kinship ties. Divorce is possible but complicated, requiring negotiation and sometimes formal judgment about property division and child custody. The built environment reflects social organisation and practical needs. Roundhouses provide efficient shelter, while requiring minimal materials. Their circular shape offers no corners where heat can be lost. Central fires warm the space and provide light. The design has been refined over centuries to match climate and available materials. Boundaries between communities are marked but permeable. Recognisable landmarks indicate where one group's territory ends and another's begins. Movement across boundaries happens regularly for trade, marriage, and seasonal gathering. Conflicts over territory are resolved through negotiation, or, in some cases, through displays of force that establish relative strength without necessarily causing extensive harm. Livestock ownership provides wealth that can be moved and increased. Cattle, sheep and pigs represent stored value that grows over time as animals reproduce. Herds require constant care but provide meat, milk, leather and wool. The size and quality of someone's livestock indicate their prosperity and management skills. Time is measured through natural cycles rather than counted units. The day progresses from dawn through midday to dusk. Months follow the moon's phases. Years are marked by seasonal festivals and significant events. This system connects time to observable phenomena rather than to abstract numerical sequences. All of these customs and practices create a way of living that feels complete unto itself. The Iceni maintain their identity through language, custom and connection to specific places. They interact with Roman authority where necessary, but preserve internal structures that govern most of daily life. The overlap between Roman systems and tribal traditions creates layers of rule and relationship that coexist, sometimes easily, and sometimes with friction. Even in times of transition and adjustment, rest remains essential to life's continuation. Bodies and minds require periodic renewal, and every culture develops patterns that allow for recovery from work's demands. In Roman Britain, rest takes many forms, woven into daily schedules and seasonal cycles. The day structure naturally includes pauses. Work begins at dawn when light allows tasks to be seen clearly. By midday, the sun's intensity suggests a break from labour. People eat a simple meal and rest briefly, sitting in shade during warmer months or near fires when the weather turns cold. Conversation flows quietly during these pauses, voices low and unhurried. Evenings bring a longer period of reduced activity. As light fades, outdoor work becomes impractical, and people move toward shelter. Meals are prepared and eaten with family or household members. The pace slows naturally as darkness removes the ability to do precision work or travel safely. People settle into indoor spaces warmed by fires and lit by oil lamps or rush lights. In roundhouses, the central fire becomes the focus of evening time. Flames provide warmth and light while also serving practical purposes, keeping pots warm and making the space visible. People sit around the fire on low stools or benches, engaged in tasks that require less light than daytime work. Wool might be spun or fibre prepared for weaving. Tools might be repaired or sharpened. Small tasks continue, but the atmosphere differs from daylight hours. Stories emerge during these evening gatherings. Someone might recount events from the day or remember incidents from years past. Older family members share memories that become part of collective knowledge. The telling happens without performance or drama, simply one voice among others, speaking and being heard. The stories blend with the crackling of the fire and the small sounds of people working with their hands. Children settle into sleep before adults, their earlier bedtimes reflecting their lesser stamina. Parents guide them to sleeping platforms covered with fleece and fabric. The children curl beneath coverings, warmed by the fire's residual heat and by shared body warmth when siblings sleep together. Their breathing gradually deepens and slows, marking their passage into rest. Sleep arrangements vary by status and setting. In Roman-style houses, separate sleeping rooms allow for more privacy. Beds are raised on frames with mattresses of straw or wool. Blankets and furs provide warmth. In simpler dwellings, platforms along the walls serve as sleeping surfaces. Everyone sleeps fully clothed except for outer garments set aside for morning. Night brings a different quality to settlements. Most people sleep, but some remain awake for necessary tasks. In towns, night watchmen walk established routes, their presence maintaining order during dark hours. Their footsteps echo against stone walls, regular and predictable. They carry lanterns that cast small pools of light, checking doors and watching for fire risk or other problems. In military forts, guard rotations continue through the night. Sentries stand watch in designated positions, alert but not tense. The hours pass slowly, measured by the changing positions of stars overhead. Relief comes at set intervals, one guard replacing another in a rotation that ensures rest for all, while maintaining constant vigilance. Rural settlements typically lack formal watch systems, but maintain awareness nonetheless. Dogs sleep lightly, responding to unusual sounds with barks that alert human occupants. Livestock sometimes stir in their pens, their movements audible to those sleeping nearby. The sounds of the night become familiar, making truly unusual noises more noticeable. Seasonal changes affect rest patterns. Summer nights are shorter, with darkness lasting only a few hours. People might sleep less during these months, rising early and working until late evening. Winter's long nights provide more time for sleep and for indoor activities that happen in firelight. The seasonal variation matches work demands, with longer rest periods coinciding with times when outdoor work is limited. Religious observances sometimes include nighttime elements. Certain festivals involve keeping watch through the night, maintaining fires, or observing rituals that mark important transitions. These occasions are communal rather than solitary, with groups of people sharing the experience and supporting each other through the unusual schedule. Bathhouses in Roman towns provide afternoon and evening relaxation. People visit after work, spending time in warm rooms where they can wash and rest. Conversations happen in the changing rooms and around the pools. The environment encourages unhurried time, a deliberate pause in the day's progression. Leaving the bathhouse clean and relaxed, people head toward evening meals and eventual sleep. Taverns serve as gathering places where men sometimes extend their evenings beyond home. Beer and simple food are available. Gaming boards provide entertainment. Talk flows among people who might not see each other elsewhere. The atmosphere is generally peaceful, with most customers seeking companionship rather than excitement. Dreams are understood as meaningful, though interpretations vary. Some dreams are seen as messages or warnings. Others are simply the mind's night wandering, unimportant except as curiosity. People sometimes share notable dreams with family members or respected elders, seeking insight into their significance. Illness can disrupt rest, requiring care during night hours. Healers sometimes attend to seriously ill people through the night, providing comfort and administering remedies. Family members take turns sitting with sick relatives, offering water and adjusting coverings. The night care combines practical nursing with presence, ensuring the ill person does not suffer alone. Pregnant women and new mothers experience altered rest patterns. Late pregnancy makes comfortable sleep positions difficult to find. Newborns wake frequently for feeding, interrupting their mother's rest. Extended families help by taking infants for periods during the day, allowing mothers to sleep when possible. The disturbance is temporary, ending as children develop more mature sleep patterns. Elderly people often sleep less than younger adults, their nights broken by discomfort or the simple changes that come with age. They might rise during the night, adding fuel to fires or simply sitting quietly until sleep returns. Their presence during night hours adds another layer of watchfulness to household safety. Weather affects rest quality. Cold nights require more coverings and maintenance of fires. Wet weather might mean dampness seeps into buildings, making comfort harder to achieve. Wind creates sounds that can disturb sleep, particularly when it catches loose shutters or doors. People adapt through experience, learning what works in their particular circumstances. Music sometimes accompanies evening hours, though not every night or in every household. Simple instruments like flutes or small harps provide melodies. Singing happens informally, with people joining in or listening as they prefer. The music is gentle, suited to the winding down of the day rather than to energetic performance. Travel requires different rest arrangements. Those moving along Roman roads might stay at way stations that provide basic shelter and food. Others seek hospitality at farms or settlements, requesting space to sleep in exchange for news or a small payment. Sleeping outdoors is possible during warmer months, with travellers seeking dry ground and relative shelter. Festivals disrupt normal rest patterns for short periods. Celebrations might continue into the night with feasting and ritual. People accept the temporary change, knowing they will return to regular schedules afterward. The special occasions justify the departure from routine. Monks and religious specialists in some communities maintain different rest patterns, rising for prayer during the night or observing vigils. Their schedule reflects spiritual dedication rather than practical necessity. Most people respect these practices while not adopting them personally. Rest represents more than simple cessation of activity. It provides necessary recovery that allows work to continue. It offers time for bodies to repair and for minds to process experiences. The rhythm of work and rest repeats daily, creating a pattern that supports life's continuation. People honour rest by allowing themselves and others these necessary pauses, understanding that pushing beyond natural limits serves no one well. Food production and distribution create the foundation for everything else in Roman Britain. Without reliable nourishment, no administrative system, no army, and no community can function. The work of growing, gathering, storing, and sharing food occupies much of everyone's time and attention. Grain forms the centre of most diets. Wheat, barley, and oats grow in fields that are ploughed, planted, tended, and harvested according to well-established cycles. You prepare the soil in autumn after the previous harvest is complete, turning it with wooden ploughs pulled by oxen. The work is hard and slow, requiring multiple passes to break up compacted earth and expose fresh soil to weathering through winter. Spring planting begins when soil temperature and moisture indicate favourable conditions. You broadcast seed by hand, walking steadily across the field with a bag slung over your shoulder. The motion becomes rhythmic, reaching into the bag, casting the seed in an arc, stepping forward and repeating. Coverage must be even to avoid gaps where nothing will grow. After sowing, you might plough again lightly to cover the seed and protect it from birds. The growing season requires vigilance against various threats. Birds eat exposed seed and young shoots. Weeds compete for water and nutrients. Disease can spread through plants if conditions favour it. You walk through fields regularly, observing and making decisions about intervention. Sometimes weeding is necessary. Sometimes you accept losses as inevitable, rather than spending effort on marginal improvements. Harvest demands intensive labour compressed into a short period. Grain ripens over several weeks, and timing matters for maximising yield and quality. You cut stalks with sickles, bending and grasping bundles while moving steadily down rows. The cut grain is tied into sheaves that stand in the field to dry further before being gathered into larger stacks. Threshing separates grain from stalks and chaff. The work happens on prepared floors where grain is spread and beaten with flails, or where animals walk over it, crushing the seed free. Wind is used to winnow, tossing the mixture in the air so that lighter chaff blows away while heavier grain falls. The process requires dry weather and multiple repetitions to achieve clean grain. Storage determines how well the harvest sustains people through the year. Grain must be kept dry and protected from pests. In rural areas, underground pits lined with clay or stone provide storage. In towns, purpose-built granaries raise floors above ground level and include ventilation to reduce moisture. Regular inspection catches problems before they spread. Vegetables supplement grain-based foods. Cabbage, onions, leeks, and root vegetables like carrots and turnips grow in gardens near houses. These plants require less space than grain fields and can be tended by people who are also managing household tasks. Harvesting happens as vegetables mature, with some taken fresh and others preserved for later use. Preservation methods extend the availability of fresh foods beyond their growing season. Root vegetables store well in cool, dark places. Cabbage can be fermented into a form that keeps through winter. Onions are dried and hung in bunches. The work of preservation happens alongside harvest, adding steps to autumn's labour but ensuring variety in winter meals. Legumes like peas and beans provide protein and store well when dried. They grow in rotation with grain, actually improving soil quality for subsequent grain crops. You harvest them when pods have dried on the plant, then shell the seeds and store them in sealed containers. Soaking and cooking restore them to usable form throughout the year. Livestock management involves constant attention and seasonal variation. Cattle, sheep, pigs, goats, and chickens all require different care, but all need food, water, shelter, and protection from predators and disease. You learn to recognise signs of health and illness, to judge when animals need intervention, and to make decisions about breeding and culling. Cattle provide multiple resources. Milk comes from cows and is consumed fresh, or made into cheese and butter. Calves are born in spring when grass is growing and milk production is increasing. Oxen, castrated male cattle, serve as draft animals for ploughing and hauling. Eventually aging or excess animals are slaughtered for meat and hides. Sheep give wool, milk, and eventually meat. Shearing happens in late spring when wool has grown thick through the winter, but before summer heat makes the fleece burdensome to the animal. The wool is washed, combed, and spun into thread for weaving. Lambing requires close attention, with shepherds checking frequently on pregnant ewes and assisting with difficult births. Pigs convert food scraps and forest mast into meat. They forage in woodlands during autumn, fattening on acorns and other nuts. Their ability to eat varied foods makes them efficient livestock, though they require different management than grazing animals. Pork can be preserved through salting and smoking, making it available long after slaughter. Chickens provide eggs regularly and meat occasionally. They forage around settlements, eating insects and seeds. Their roosting places need protection from foxes and other predators. Gathering eggs is a daily task, with production varying by season and the age of the hens. Dairy work requires daily attention. Cows must be milked twice a day during their lactation period. The milk is processed quickly, as it spoils rapidly without refrigeration. Cheesemaking transforms milk into a form that stores well. The process involves adding rennet to separate curds from whey, then pressing and aging the curds. Skilled cheesemakers produce varieties that improve with storage. Hunting supplements domesticated meat sources. Deer, wild boar and smaller game live in forests and on uncultivated land. Hunting requires permission in areas controlled by Roman authorities or by tribal leaders who claim hunting rights. The work combines patience, knowledge of animal behaviour and skill with weapons. Success provides meat but also hides, antlers and other useful materials. Fishing provides protein from rivers, streams and coastal waters. Techniques vary with location and target species. Weirs channel fish into traps. Nets are set in likely spots and checked regularly. Lines with hooks catch individual fish. The work suits different seasons and conditions, providing food when weather makes other work difficult. Foraging gathers wild plants that add nutrients and variety to meals. Berries, nuts, mushrooms and edible greens are collected by people who know what is safe and where to find it. This knowledge is specific to local conditions and is shared within families and communities. Foraging happens alongside other work, taking advantage of time spent travelling or herding. Salt is essential for preservation and flavouring. It comes from coastal evaporation pans or from inland salt deposits. Trade networks distribute salt to areas without local sources. The substance is valuable enough that it features in tax payments and trade calculations. Proper salting can preserve meat and fish for months. Beer provides a drink safer than uncertain water sources while also offering nutrition. Brewing involves soaking grain until it sprouts, drying and crushing it, then boiling it with water and allowing fermentation. The process requires attention to temperature and timing, but becomes routine for experienced brewers. Beer consumption is normal for adults and children, though the alcohol content in daily beer is relatively low. Bread making begins with grinding grain into flour. Stone querns turn steadily, reducing grain to powder fine enough for baking. The work is time-consuming but necessary for creating palatable food from stored grain. Flour is mixed with water and often with leavening agents like yeast from beer brewing. The dough is shaped and baked in ovens or in pots set among fire coals. Cooking techniques suit available equipment and fuels. Most heating happens over open fires or in simple ovens. Pots hang from tripods or sit directly in coals. Baking vessels hold dough while heat surrounds them. The methods are simple but effective, refined through long experience with particular ingredients and conditions. Meal timing follows work rhythms. A light breakfast might consist of bread and beer. Midday brings a more substantial meal when work pauses. Evening provides the main meal, when people gather and eat together. What is consumed depends on the season, status, and what is available, but the pattern of multiple smaller meals rather than one large one is common. Fasting happens occasionally for religious reasons or when supplies run low before harvest. Deliberate food restriction demonstrates devotion or disciplines the body. Unintentional hunger occurs when weather damages crops or when distribution systems fail. Communities often share when some have more and others less, maintaining relationships through mutual support. Trade in foodstuffs allows specialization and variety. Wine arrives from Mediterranean regions. Olive oil comes from southern areas where olives grow. Spices travel vast distances. These luxury items appear more often in towns and in households with more resources, but they demonstrate the connections that link distant places through exchange. Market days concentrate food exchange. Farmers bring produce and livestock. Bakers sell bread. Butchers offer fresh and preserved meat. Fishmongers display their catches. Prices fluctuate based on supply and season, with officials sometimes intervening to prevent excessive increases during shortages. Food quality matters not only for taste but also for health. Spoiled or contaminated food causes illness that can spread through households or communities. People learn to recognize signs of spoilage and to discard questionable items. Standards exist informally through shared knowledge and formally through market regulations. Children learn food skills through participation. They help with harvesting, picking vegetables, collecting eggs, and preparing meals. The work teaches patience, attention, and the seasonal cycles that govern availability. As they mature, their contributions increase until they can manage food production independently. Hospitality includes sharing food with guests. Offering meals to visitors demonstrates generosity and maintains social relationships. The quality and abundance of food served reflects on the host's status and character. Even modest households provide what they can when travellers or relatives arrive. Food connects to celebration and ritual. Feasts mark important occasions with abundance and variety. Offerings to gods include grain, animals, or drink. The religious dimension of food acknowledges dependence on forces beyond human control and maintains proper relationships with the sacred. All of these activities and systems interweave, creating a complex network that nourishes the population. The work is constant but familiar, repeated with variations throughout every year. People know what each season requires and what each task involves. The reliability of these patterns provides security, allowing communities to continue from one generation to the next. Across Roman Britain, evenings settle with a familiar quality, even as larger circumstances shift gradually beneath the surface of daily life. The light fades at its appointed time, fires are lit, and people move through routines that feel permanent, though nothing actually is. In Colchester, evening finds the streets quieter than during the day. The administrative buildings have closed, their officials having completed the day's work and departed for home. Merchants have covered their goods and shuttered their stalls. The Forum, which during daylight hours serves as a gathering place for business and conversation, now sits mostly empty. A few people cross through it, moving with purpose toward destinations elsewhere. The Roman Theatre, a permanent structure of stone and timber, sometimes hosts performances in the evening. Tonight it sits dark, its rows of seats empty, waiting for the next scheduled event. The building represents cultural ambitions, a statement about civilization and its proper forms. During performances, people gather to watch plays or hear recitations, participating in traditions that link this distant province to the broader empire. Bathhouses remain open into the evening, their braziers stoked to maintain heat in the caldarium. A handful of patrons move between the warm room and the tepidarium, following the bathing sequence designed to cleanse and relax. Attendants move quietly, maintaining fires and cleaning surfaces. Conversations echo softly against tile and stone, the words indistinct but the tone peaceful. In the settlement's residential areas, individual households conduct their evening routines. Oil lamps cast steady light in rooms where families eat their evening meals. Simple dishes are passed and shared. Children are reminded to finish their portions. Adults discuss the day's events in low voices. Nothing urgent or alarming, simply the exchange of information that maintains household awareness. A temple dedicated to the imperial cult stands on the settlement's edge, its architecture deliberate in conveying Roman authority through design. During the day, officials conduct ceremonies that acknowledge the emperor's position. Evening finds it quiet, watched over by a single attendant who maintains the sacred space. A lamp burns continuously, its flame representing continuity and order. Beyond the town, on farms worked by families who have known this land for generations, similar rhythms unfold. Animals have been secured for the night, sheltered where possible, or at least gathered into areas where they can be monitored. Chickens roost in their protected spaces, cattle settle in pens, sheep cluster together in fields, their collective presence providing mutual warmth and some defence against predators. Inside a round house, a family sits around the central fire. An older woman is working wool through her fingers, the motion automatic after decades of practice. Her daughter prepares something in a pot set near the coals, occasionally stirring and checking progress. Children sit nearby, one playing quietly with a simple toy, another already drowsy and leaning against a parent. The conversation, when it happens, is unremarkable. Someone mentions that a neighbour's cow has gone lame and may need attention. Another note is that the grain storage pit needs inspection before the next rainfall. The topics are practical and immediate, requiring no dramatic response. Information is shared and acknowledged, creating the network of awareness that allows communal life to function. In the Iceni territories further north, evening settles over villages where life continues according to older patterns. Here the Roman presence is less visible, felt more through taxation and occasional administrative visits than through daily architecture or enforced customs. These settlements maintain their traditional character, round houses clustered together, paths worn by long use connecting them. A chieftain's compound shows signs of status through size and the quality of items visible to visitors. The main house is larger than others, capable of hosting gatherings when necessary. Tonight it holds only the immediate household. A fire burns in the centre, smoke rising toward the roof opening. The chieftain sits with his family, eating a meal that includes meat, a marker of relative prosperity. The conversation here also lacks drama. There is discussion of alliances with neighbouring groups, of marriage arrangements being negotiated for one of the children, and of harvest expectations for the coming autumn. These are matters of importance but not immediate crisis. They represent the ongoing work of maintaining position and meeting obligations that come with leadership. In a military fort along one of the major roads, soldiers move through their evening routines with the regularity that military life demands. The day's duties have concluded. Equipment has been cleaned and stored. The evening meal has been served in the mess hall, simple but adequate food consumed efficiently. Off-duty soldiers gather in their barracks, some gaming with dice or knucklebones, others engaged in quiet conversation. A few write letters to distant family, the stylus moving carefully across wax tablets, forming words that will eventually travel along postal routes to other parts of the empire. The letters speak of routine, of missing home, and of small observations about Britain's weather and customs. Guards have taken their positions for the night watch. They stand or walk their assigned routes, maintaining the discipline expected of them, while also passing the hours until relief comes. The fort is quiet, secure, and functioning as it is designed to function. Nothing threatens. Nothing requires a special response. The night progresses as night should, marked by the slow movement of stars overhead. Along the roads, way stations provide shelter for travellers who have not reached their destinations before dark. These simple establishments offer basic accommodations, a place to stable animals, and a room where travellers can rest. The keeper maintains a fire in the common area where several people sit, resting before continuing their journeys tomorrow. The travellers include a merchant moving goods between settlements, a courier carrying official documents, and a family relocating to a new area where work has been found. They share the space without much interaction beyond basic courtesy. Each is focused on their own purposes, tired from the day's travel, and thinking ahead to tomorrow's progress. In coastal areas, fishing communities settle into evening after a day on the water. Boats have been pulled onto beaches or secured to moorings. Nets have been mended and set to dry. The catch has been divided, with portions designated for household use and others prepared for sale or preservation. Families in these settlements often eat fish as their primary protein, the monotony of the diet broken by whatever else can be grown or traded for. The sea provides abundantly when conditions allow, but it also demands respect and caution. Evening conversations include observations about weather and water conditions, information that will guide decisions about whether to venture out tomorrow. Everywhere, across all these varied settings, children are being settled towards sleep. Parents guide them to sleeping places, adjust coverings, and speak gentle words of reassurance. The children's questions, if they come, receive simple answers. Their small concerns are addressed with patience. They are tucked into the security of routine, surrounded by familiar sounds and smells. The fires that burn in hearths and braziers throughout Roman Britain will be maintained through the night, or allowed to die down to coals that can be revived tomorrow. They provide heat and light, practical necessities, but they also represent continuity. Fire was maintained and passed forward, linking each day to the next, each generation to those that came before. Dogs settle near doors or in corners, their presence providing additional security. They sleep lightly, alert to unusual sounds but relaxed in familiar surroundings. Their occasional movements or soft sounds become part of the night's normal background. The evening passes toward full night. People finish their tasks and conversations. They make their way to sleeping places. The settlements grow quieter as activity diminishes. Light visible through door cracks and window openings gradually reduces as lamps are extinguished and fires die down. All of this unfolds without foreknowledge of what larger changes are developing beneath the surface of daily routine. The patterns feel permanent because they have been repeated for so long. The routines provide comfort through their reliability. People settle into rest, expecting tomorrow to arrive much like today did, bringing the same familiar tasks and rhythms. The evening holds no warning, carries no signal that might indicate approaching disruption. It simply exists as evenings do, bridging day and night, containing the small activities through which life continues. What will come remains in the future, unknown and unworrying. For now, there is only the present evening, settling peacefully across a landscape where countless people move through their individual routines, connected by larger systems but focused on immediate personal realities. Night in Roman Britain brings a different arrangement of awareness and rest. While most people sleep, some remain awake by necessity or choice, maintaining the structures that allow communal life to continue safely. The darkness is neither threatening nor mysterious, simply a condition that requires adjustment in how tasks are accomplished and security is maintained. In Roman towns, the night watch begins its rounds at dusk. These are ordinary men, employed to walk streets and observe conditions, ensuring that no fires break out unnoticed and that property remains secure. They carry lanterns that create small circles of light moving through larger darkness. Their footsteps echo against stone walls, regular and predictable, a sound that residents learn to recognise and find reassuring. The watchmen know their routes intimately, every corner and doorway, every place where someone might shelter or hide. They check that shops are properly secured, that no embers remain alive where they could spread, and that nothing appears out of place. Their work is mostly uneventful, hours passing with nothing to report. This lack of incident represents success, not boredom. When watchmen encounter people abroad at night, the interaction is usually brief and polite. A late traveller arriving at a town gate identifies themselves and states their business. A worker finishing a task that extended past dark exchanges greetings and moves on. The watchmen note these encounters, but rarely intervene unless something appears clearly wrong. Fire presents the greatest nighttime danger in settlements where wooden structures sit close together. A spark from a hearth, an overturned lamp, or a lightning strike can ignite buildings. The watch remains alert for smoke or the glow of uncontained flame. Systems exist for raising alarm and organising response, but prevention through vigilance works better than fighting fires once they spread. In military installations, guard duty follows strict rotations. Sentries stand watch at gates, walk along walls and observe from towers. The assignments change at regular intervals, preventing fatigue from reducing alertness. Each guard knows exactly when relief will arrive and who will replace them. The system functions with the precision expected of a military organisation. Guards maintain awareness of their surroundings through all senses. They watch for movement, listen for unusual sounds, and even smell for smoke or other indicators of problems. The nights are generally quiet, but this quiet requires active maintenance. A guard who grows inattentive fails in their duty even if nothing actually goes wrong during their watch. Communication between guard posts happens through established signals. A call and response pattern confirms that sentries remain alert. If a signal goes unanswered, others investigate immediately. The network of watchfulness covers the entire installation, creating overlapping awareness that prevents gaps in security. Inside the fort, most soldiers sleep in barracks, long buildings divided into rooms that house small groups. The rooms are simple, containing bunks and storage for personal items. Soldiers sleep in their tunics, ready to dress quickly if summoned. Equipment hangs on wall pegs or rests in chests, organised for rapid access. Some soldiers sleep poorly despite exhaustion from the day's labour. They lie awake thinking of home, of family members left behind when they joined the legions. Others fall asleep immediately, their bodies claiming the rest they need regardless of where they are or what concerns they might carry. Soft snoring and the occasional mutter of someone dreaming blend into the background sounds of the night. In rural settlements, nighttime security relies less on formal systems and more on collective awareness. Dogs provide the first alert to unusual sounds or approaching strangers. Their barking might wake a household or even an entire village, depending on the intensity and duration. People learn to distinguish between a dog responding to a wandering animal and one alerting to human presence. Livestock pens are located where they can be heard from dwelling places. Distressed animals make noises that carry, indicating predators or thieves. Farmers learn these sounds intimately, able to judge from inside their houses whether intervention is needed, or whether the disturbance will resolve without human involvement. During certain seasons, someone might remain wakeful to tend to specific needs. A farmer with a labouring cow might check on her periodically through the night. A mother with a sick child rises when needed to provide comfort or medicine. These wakeful periods are accepted as part of life's requirements, managed through the understanding that they will pass. The night sky above Roman Britain shows stars unobscured by artificial light. Guard and watchman alike can navigate by celestial markers, using familiar constellations to judge the passage of time. The moon, when visible, provides enough light for movement and basic observation. Its phases are known to everyone, their progression as reliable as any other natural cycle. Clouds obscure stars on some nights, making darkness more complete. Rain adds sound and dampness, creating different conditions that require adaptation. Guards take shelter where possible, while maintaining their watch. In towns, awnings or covered walkways provide some protection. In open forts, watchtowers offer minimal shelter, but at least a roof overhead. Wind carries sounds farther on some nights and muffles them on others. A watchman learns to account for these variations, understanding that what seems loud might be distant and what seems quiet might be nearer than it appears. Experience teaches judgment, the ability to assess conditions and respond appropriately. Inside buildings, people sleep with varying depths. Children typically sleep soundly, their rest unbroken except by physical needs or nightmares. Adults wake more easily, their sleep lighter and more readily interrupted. The elderly often experience broken sleep, waking periodically for no apparent reason and sitting quietly until drowsiness returns. Dreams occur throughout the night, though people remember only fragments, if anything at all. The dreams blend daily experience with random association, creating narratives that feel significant during sleep but fade quickly upon waking. Occasionally someone experiences a dream vivid enough to remember and perhaps share, but most dreams dissolve unnoticed into forgotten mental activity. In households where new parents care for infants, night involves multiple wakings for feeding. The mother rises, sometimes fully, sometimes remaining in a half-awake state while the baby nurses. The father might wake as well or sleep through the disturbance, depending on individual patterns. The interruptions are expected and managed as temporary, a phase that will pass as the child grows. Sick people might suffer more during night hours, when isolation and darkness seem to intensify discomfort. Caregivers remain nearby, offering water, adjusting coverings, and providing presence that eases suffering even when nothing more can be done. The night vigil is both practical care and emotional support, maintaining connection during difficulty. Storage areas require occasional checking even at night. Grain stores might be inspected for signs of moisture or pests. Food preservation rooms are monitored for temperature and smell. These checks happen less frequently than during the day, but still form part of household management, brief tasks accomplished by lamplight before returning to rest. Travelling during night hours is unusual but not unknown. A messenger carrying urgent information might continue travelling after dark, using moonlight or torches to navigate familiar roads. Someone summoned to attend a medical emergency might travel at night by necessity. These journeys require extra caution but can be accomplished when circumstances demand it. Way stations along major roads accommodate nighttime arrivals, their keepers accustomed to being roused after dark. The traveller is admitted provided with basic shelter and allowed to rest. Payment might be settled immediately or deferred until morning. The system functions to enable necessary movement while providing some security and comfort. Religious spaces sometimes include elements of nighttime observance. A lamp might burn continuously in a temple, tended by a priest or attendant who maintains the sacred flame. Certain rituals happen at night, their timing connected to celestial events or traditional requirements. These practices are carried out quietly, their performance known to specialists but not widely observed by general populations. In the homes of wealthy individuals, enslaved people might serve as nighttime attendants, available to meet needs that arise during dark hours. They sleep lightly, if at all, responding to calls for water, additional blankets, or other requirements. Their service extends around the clock, structured by their subordinate status rather than by personal preference. Workshops and commercial spaces sit empty and locked at night, their valuable tools and goods secured against theft. The building stands silent, work paused until daylight returns and activity resumes. The interruption is complete and expected, with no attempt to extend productive hours into darkness when lamps provide insufficient light for precision work. Animals sleep according to their natures. Horses doze standing, able to rest while remaining ready to move if needed. Cattle lie down in groups, their collective warmth and awareness providing security. Pigs sleep heavily, often in piled masses that conserve heat. Chickens roost immobile, entering deep sleep that renders them vulnerable, but also allows complete rest. The progression of night can be judged by the changing positions of stars and by the internal sense of time passing. Guards know approximately when their watch will end. Mothers know when the next feeding will likely occur. People wake naturally near dawn, their bodies responding to circadian rhythms shaped by countless repetitions of the day-night cycle. Before dawn breaks, some people begin to stir. Bakers rise to prepare ovens and begin the day's bread production. Workers with early tasks dress and move quietly to avoid disturbing others. The transition from night to day begins gradually, with light spreading slowly across the eastern horizon, while most people still sleep. Throughout the night, across all of Roman Britain, the patterns of rest and vigilance have maintained their balance. Those whose duty required wakefulness have remained alert. Those whose bodies needed rest have slept. The systems designed to maintain security have functioned as intended. The night has passed safely, unremarkably, allowing another day to arrive and continue the ongoing cycles of life and work. The story of Boudica and her challenge to Roman authority in Britain unfolds across a brief span of months, a concentrated period of conflict that disrupts but does not ultimately break the larger patterns of life. The revolt itself belongs to history, its details recorded and remembered, but it exists within a much longer continuum of human presence in this landscape. Before Roman arrival, communities lived on this land for centuries, developing relationships with rivers, forests and fields that shaped their cultures and identities. The Iceni and other tribes were not waiting for Rome to give their lives meaning. They had complete societies, rich traditions and effective systems for managing their affairs. Roman conquest added new layers of authority, but did not erase what existed previously. The tension that led to conflict grew from specific circumstances. Decisions made by Roman administrators regarding taxation, debt collection, and the treatment of local leaders created conditions that became unsustainable for those affected. When peaceful resolution failed, resistance took the form of organised military action. Boudica led her people and allied groups in an attempt to expel Roman presence from Britain. The uprising achieved significant tactical successes initially. Roman settlements were overcome, their population scattered or worse. The destruction was substantial, marking the landscape in ways that would remain visible for years. Yet military success did not translate into permanent political change. Roman forces, larger and more professionally organised, eventually concentrated their response and defeated the revolt decisively. The aftermath involved rebuilding what had been destroyed and re-establishing the administrative systems that had been disrupted. Roman authority reasserted itself, though perhaps with more awareness of the costs of excessive harshness. The Iceni and other involved groups faced consequences but continued to exist as communities, their daily lives resuming around the changed political circumstances. What persisted through the conflict and its resolution was the basic structure of agricultural life. Fields still needed ploughing and planting. Animals still required care. Children still grew and needed raising. The fundamental work of survival and provision continued because it had to, regardless of who claimed political authority or what battles had recently been fought. Seasons advanced according to their usual rhythm, indifferent to human conflict. Spring brought its requirements for sowing. Summer demanded attention to growing crops. Autumn still arrived with harvest pressures. Winter imposed its limitations and requirements, regardless of recent upheaval. People adapted their labour to these unchanging demands because the alternative was hunger and deprivation. Knowledge accumulated over generations proved more durable than political structures. Farmers still knew when to plant based on soil conditions and weather signs. Craftspeople still understood how to work their materials effectively. Healers still treated illness with methods refined through long practice. This practical knowledge was transferred between generations, modified gradually by experience but maintaining essential continuity. Communities rebuilt their social structures even when physical buildings had been destroyed. Families regrouped and re-established households. Neighbours resumed patterns of mutual aid and cooperation. Local leadership re-emerged, whether appointed by Roman authorities or arising from community recognition. The specific individuals might change, but the functional roles they filled remained necessary. Trade networks, disrupted during the conflict, gradually resumed operation. Merchants returned to their routes once security improved. Markets reopened and began functioning again. The economic connections that linked different regions provided advantages that both Romans and tribal communities valued, creating incentives for restoring exchange relationships. Children born after the revolt knew it only through stories told by elders. For them, the current reality was what needed learning and adapting to. They absorbed the languages, customs and expectations of their particular time and place, receiving both Roman and tribal influences without experiencing these as contradictions. Life simply was what it was, to be navigated with available resources and knowledge. The physical landscape bore marks of conflict but gradually healed or was modified by new construction. Burned settlements were rebuilt, sometimes following new plans. Roads damaged during fighting were repaired. The land itself, the soil and forests and rivers, continued functioning according to ecological patterns much older and more persistent than human political arrangements. Memory of Boudica and her resistance persisted in different forms. Roman writers recorded the events from their perspective, emphasizing the danger averted and the restoration of the order. Tribal oral traditions maintained different emphases, remembering the courage and the attempt at preservation of autonomy. Both versions existed simultaneously, reflecting the different experiences and values of those who transmitted them. What gets remembered about any historical period often highlights dramatic events over everyday continuity. Battles and revolts leave clearer markers in records than the quiet persistence of agricultural cycles. Yet the unglamorous work of daily life provides the foundation that makes everything else possible, including the conflicts that dominate historical attention. The blending of Roman and tribal cultures continued long after Boudica's time. Latin words entered local languages. Roman building techniques influenced construction. Religious practices merged and adapted. The fusion created something distinct from either source, a British-Roman culture that evolved over centuries of coexistence. Administrative systems that Romans established proved useful enough to persist, even when Roman political control eventually withdrew. The concept of written law, standardized measures, and organized taxation influenced later governance structures. Yet tribal forms of social organization also persisted in modified forms, contributing to systems that came after. Technologies introduced during the Roman period became integrated into local practice. Potter's wheels, new plough designs, and building methods were adopted where they offered advantages. People are practical in selecting what works, regardless of its origins. Innovation layers onto tradition, creating gradual change that often goes unremarked by those experiencing it. What remains most constant across political and cultural changes is the human requirement for basic necessities. Food must be obtained, children must be raised, shelter must be maintained, and rest must be taken. These fundamental needs create work rhythms that persist across centuries, binding people to seasonal cycles and environmental realities. The landscape of Britain holds evidence of many periods of human activity, each layer adding to what came before without entirely erasing it. Roman roads still carry traffic centuries after their builders disappeared. Tribal settlement patterns still influence where communities locate themselves. The land remembers in its own way, through physical traces that persist when memory fades. Evening still comes at its appointed time, regardless of era or empire. Fires are still lit to provide warmth and light. Families still gather to share meals and conversation. Sleep still claims people when darkness and fatigue combine. These basic patterns of human life maintain themselves through historical transitions that seem overwhelming when experienced, but settle into memory as one more phase in a longer continuity. The story of Boudica reminds us that resistance to imposed authority is part of human patterns, recurring wherever power overreaches or injustice becomes unbearable. it also reminds us that resistance alone rarely suffices to create lasting change. What persists is the ongoing negotiation between different groups, the slow adaptation of practices and structures to accommodate new circumstances while maintaining functional continuity. Life continues because people find ways to make it continue. They repair what breaks, replant what was destroyed, and teach their children what they need to know. The specific details change, but the underlying work of sustaining human communities maintains itself through collective effort and accumulated knowledge. You can rest now, understanding that daily life possesses remarkable persistence. The routines of cultivation, craft and care continue across centuries, providing the foundation upon which everything else builds. The larger historical events matter, but they occur within and around patterns of ordinary life that prove far more durable than any empire or revolt. The land endures, the seasons cycle, and people continue their necessary work, generation after generation, creating continuity through patient attention to what each day requires. You're stepping into the world of Imperial Russia not at a moment of crisis or spectacle, but across the long centuries when the Romanov family shaped daily life through tradition, routine, and quiet order. From 1617 until the early 20th century, this dynasty built an empire through patience, ritual, and the steady rhythm of ordinary days repeated across generations. Here, in the palaces and estates that stretched across vast territories, life moved according to patterns refined over time, creating comfort through predictability and strength through continuity. The palace day begins before dawn. Servants move through hallways, lighting lamps and stoking fires in tile stoves that stand taller than a person. The air smells of beeswax candles and wood smoke. Footsteps echo softly on polished floors. Someone carries fresh linens. Another opens heavy curtains to let in the pale morning light. The sounds are familiar, repeated every morning for decades, perhaps centuries. The imperial family rises according to schedule. Children wake in nurseries where attendants have already warmed the rooms. Adults dress with assistants, choosing from wardrobes organised by season and occasion. Clothing follows tradition more than fashion. Fabrics are heavy, and layers are many. Dressing takes time and happens without hurry. Each garment has its place in the sequence. Buttons are fastened carefully. Collars are adjusted just so. Breakfast appears at the same hour each day. Tables are set in smaller rooms, not grand halls. Porridge, dark bread and tea served in glasses with metal holders. The meal is quiet and predictable. People eat what the season provides. Winter brings preserved foods. Summer brings fresh vegetables from palace gardens. No one rushes. Chewing is thorough. Conversations are minimal in the early morning. After breakfast, the household members separate into their individual routines. The emperor meets with advisors in wood-panelled rooms. Papers wait in neat stacks. Correspondence arrives daily from distant provinces. Secretaries prepare summaries. Decisions happen slowly through consultation and review. Government work is methodical, repetitive, and concerned with details that never change much from year to year. A border dispute, a request for funds, a report on grain yields. Each matter receives appropriate attention. The Empress oversees household matters. She reviews menus with kitchen staff, approves purchases, and meets with tutors responsible for the children's education. She visits workshops where seamstresses repair linens and where craftsmen maintain furniture. Her work is managerial, focused on keeping a vast household functioning smoothly. She knows the names of key servants. She remembers preferences and schedules. A cook's daughter is ill. A gardener's son just got married. She acknowledges these personal details. Children spend mornings in lessons. Tutors arrive carrying books and writing materials. Education emphasises languages, history, geography and religious instruction. Young Grand Dukes learn military protocol and statecraft. Grand Duchesses study art, music and proper comportment. Lessons follow established curricula. Progress is measured in mastery of expected skills, not innovation. A child struggles with French verbs, another excels at mathematics. Individual abilities emerge within structured learning. The palace employs hundreds of workers, including cooks, laundresses, gardeners, stable hands, guards, clerks, maids, footmen, and valets. Each person has specific duties performed on predictable schedules. The head steward maintains order through careful oversight. Work assignments are hereditary in many families. A gardener's son becomes a gardener. A cook's daughter learns the kitchens. Loyalty builds across generations. People know their roles and execute them reliably. Midday brings a light meal. People gather in groups according to rank and responsibility. Courtiers eat together in designated rooms. Servants take meals in the kitchens or staff quarters. The food is simple: soup, bread, cheese, and preserved fish. Meals provide a pause in work, a chance to rest briefly before resuming duties. Conversations are easy. Someone shares a joke. Another mentions plans for the afternoon. Afternoons vary by season. In winter, people stay indoors. The Empress might embroider or read aloud to her ladies-in-waiting. The Emperor reviews reports. Children practice music or complete written exercises. In warmer months, the household moves outdoors. Gardens provide space for walking. Paths wind between hedges trimmed into geometric shapes. Benches offer places to sit and watch fountains. Fresh air is considered beneficial. Exercise is gentle, never strenuous. Correspondence occupies much time. Letters arrive from relatives across Europe. The Romanovs marry into other royal families, creating networks of cousins and in-laws. Writing letters is a daily task. People share news of health, weather, and minor family events. Responses come weeks or months later. Communication happens slowly but steadily. A cousin in Germany announces a pregnancy. An aunt in Denmark describes recent travels. Family ties are maintained through persistent exchange. The palace library holds thousands of books. Shelves reach to high ceilings. Ladders on rails allow access to upper levels. People browse familiar titles and reread favourites. Reading happens quietly in comfortable chairs near windows. Libraries are calm spaces, insulated from household bustle. Scholars visit occasionally, requesting access to rare volumes. Their work is accommodated, knowledge is valued. Late afternoon the family gathers for tea. Samovars steam on sideboard tables. Small cakes and preserves are served on porcelain dishes. Conversation is gentle, covering household matters and plans for the coming days. Tea time marks a transition from work to evening, a moment of collective pause. Someone mentions a letter received. Another describes a garden that needs attention. Children share accomplishments from lessons. Servants begin preparing for evening routines. Lamps are refilled and lit. Fires are rebuilt. Rooms are tidied. Fresh towels appear in washrooms. The palace shifts from day mode to evening mode without fanfare. The transition is gradual, familiar and comforting in its predictability. Each servant knows their tasks. Each completes them efficiently. Court etiquette governs all interactions. People bow or curtsy according to rank. Forms of address are specific and unchanging. No one speaks out of turn. Formality creates structure and reduces uncertainty. Everyone knows their place, their role, and their expected behaviour. This clarity simplifies daily life and makes it easier to move through complex social environments. Mistakes are rare because patterns are so well established. Children learn these patterns early. They practice bowing and curtsying. They learn when to speak and when to remain silent. They observe adults and imitate them. By adolescence, court behaviour is automatic. They move through formal situations without anxiety because every step is predetermined. The imperial couple sometimes takes private walks in enclosed gardens. Away from attendants, they speak freely. They discuss children's progress. They share concerns about relatives or estate management. These moments of privacy are precious, brief escapes from constant observation. Dogs live in the palaces, companions to family members. They sleep in bedrooms and follow people through halls. Their presence adds warmth and informality. Children play with them. Adults appreciate their loyalty. The dogs are well cared for, fed regularly and treated kindly. Clocks chime throughout the day. Grandfather clocks in hallways, mantel clocks in studies. The sound marks hours and divides time into manageable segments. People orient themselves by these chimes. Time is audible, structured and shared. Evening approaches, work concludes for the day. Papers are filed, books are shelved. Children finish lessons and put away their materials. The household prepares for the quieter hours ahead. Routines have been followed. Tomorrow will bring the same rhythms, the same reliable order. This certainty is comforting. Life is predictable in the best way. Servants change into evening uniforms, fresher clothes, slightly different styles. The shift marks the day's change. Everyone participates in the transition. The palace moves together through time, a collective body following shared rhythms. Candles are lit in addition to lamps. The flickering light is softer and warmer. Candlelight changes the atmosphere of rooms. Shadows dance on walls. Faces are gentler in this illumination. Evening has truly arrived. The empire stretches across 11 time zones. Managing it requires patience and endless paperwork. Officers in the capital receive reports from provincial governors, military commanders, tax collectors, and local administrators. Each report is read, summarised, and filed. Clerks copy documents by hand. Ink stains fingers. Paper stacks grow. The work is never finished, only paused at day's end. Maps cover entire walls in administrative chambers. Cartographers update them as new surveys arrive. Borders shift slightly. New towns are added. Rivers change course and maps are corrected. Geography is documented with care. The empire must know itself to govern itself. Distances are calculated, routes are planned, resources are located and noted. Travel is slow. The emperor and his advisors make journeys to different regions, but these trips take weeks or months. Carriages travel over rough roads. In winter, sleds move across frozen landscapes. Stops are frequent. Rest is necessary. Distance imposes natural limits on how quickly decisions can be implemented or information shared. A letter from Siberia takes weeks to reach the capital. A response takes weeks more. Railroads begin to change this. Track is laid year by year, connecting distant cities. Trains run on schedules, travel time decreases, communication speeds up. But even with trains, the empire remains vast. A message from the Pacific coast to the capital still takes many days to arrive. Geography cannot be conquered entirely, only negotiated. Administrative routine centres on taxation and resource management. Provinces report grain harvests, timber yields, and mining output. Numbers are compiled into ledgers. Trends are noted. Adjustments are made to quotas and expectations. The work is steady, unglamorous, and essential. Without it, the empire would collapse. Revenue must match expenditure. Surpluses are saved for difficult years. The military requires constant attention. Regiments are stationed across the empire. Supplies must reach them. Uniforms, weapons, food, and medical provisions. Logistics officers manage inventories. Shipments are tracked. Delays are investigated. Maintaining readiness means maintaining supply chains that function year after year without interruption. A regiment in Central Asia needs boots. An order is placed. Boots are manufactured, shipped, and delivered. The process takes months. Religious administration is equally methodical. The Orthodox Church operates thousands of parishes. Clergy are appointed, transferred, and retired according to established procedures. Church properties are maintained. Monasteries manage lands and assets. The empire supports the church, and the church reinforces the empire's authority through ritual and teaching. Priests report to bishops. Bishops report to the Holy Synod. The hierarchy is clear and functional. education expands slowly. Schools are built in provincial capitals. Curricula are standardised. Teachers are trained and certified. Literacy rates improve gradually. Books are printed and distributed. Libraries are founded. Progress is measured in decades, not years. Each small advancement requires planning, funding, and patient implementation. A village receives its first schoolhouse. Children learn to read. The next generation will be different because of this. Infrastructure demands constant repair. Roads wash out in spring floods. Bridges need reinforcement. Canals silt up and must be dredged. Harbours require maintenance. Public buildings age and need restoration. Teams of engineers and labourers move from project to project. Work never ends. Maintenance is an ongoing task, not something completed and forgotten. Each spring reveals new damage. Each autumn brings urgent preparations for winter. The Treasury manages revenue and expenditure. Gold and silver flow in from taxes and tariffs. Expenses flow out for salaries, construction, military needs, and court operations. Accountants track every transaction. Audits verify accuracy. Financial stability depends on careful record-keeping and conservative budgeting. Unexpected expenses must be absorbed. Bad harvests reduce revenue. Wars increase costs. The Treasury balances all these variables. Trade routes connect the empire to the wider world. Merchants bring goods from China, Persia, and Europe. Customs officials inspect cargoes. Tariffs are collected. Trade agreements are negotiated over months of correspondence. Commerce brings wealth, but also requires regulation to protect domestic industries and ensure fair practices. A merchant guild petitions for lower tariffs. The request is reviewed. Competing interests are weighed. Legal codes are compiled and revised. Judges apply laws that have evolved over centuries. Cases are heard, decisions recorded, and precedents established. The legal system values consistency. Similar cases should yield similar outcomes. This predictability makes the system trustworthy, even if slow. A property dispute is resolved. The decision is documented. Future similar disputes will reference this precedent. Census taking happens periodically. Officials travel to every region, counting households, recording occupations, and noting births and deaths. The data helps plan resource allocation. It also reminds the population that the empire knows them, tracks them, and includes them in its calculations. A village is counted. Its population has grown. More resources will be allocated accordingly. Diplomacy is conducted through letters and emissaries. Ambassadors live abroad, sending regular reports. Foreign courts send their own representatives to the Russian capital. Meetings are formal. Agreements take time to negotiate. International relationships are maintained through patience, courtesy, and careful attention to protocol. A territorial agreement is discussed. Months pass in negotiation. Eventually terms are settled. The empire's diversity requires accommodation. Different regions have different languages, customs, and traditions. Governors learn to balance central authority with the local autonomy. Policies are adapted to fit regional realities. Flexibility prevents friction. Respect for local ways encourages cooperation. A Siberian tribe maintains hunting rights. A Caucasian village keeps traditional governance structures. The empire contains multitudes. Scientific expeditions are sponsored. Naturalists explore Siberia, collecting specimens and making observations. Astronomers establish observatories. Geologists survey mineral deposits. Knowledge accumulates slowly through systematic study. The empire invests in understanding its own territory and resources. A new species of plant is catalogued. A mineral deposit is discovered. Each finding adds to collective knowledge. Archives preserve history. Documents from previous reigns are stored in climate-controlled rooms. Librarians catalogue materials. Researchers consult old records to inform current decisions. The past guides the present. Continuity is valued. Change happens within the framework of tradition. An 18th century border agreement is referenced to settle a 19th century dispute. Public health initiatives develop gradually. Hospitals are built. Doctors are trained. Vaccination programs begin in cities and spread to rural areas. Sanitation improves. Clean water systems are constructed. These efforts reduce disease and improve quality of life, though progress is incremental and uneven. A city builds its first hospital. Mortality rates begin to decline. The postal service expands across the empire. Post offices open in towns and villages. Mail carriers travel established routes on foot, horseback, and later by train. Letters connect families separated by vast distances. Communication becomes more reliable. The postal system is a quiet but vital thread holding the empire together. A letter from a soldier reaches his family. News travels. Manufacturing grows. Factories produce textiles, metalwork, and processed foods. Workers learn trades. Production increases. The empire becomes less dependent on imports. Economic self-sufficiency is a long-term goal pursued through steady investment in domestic capacity. A textile mill opens. Local cotton is processed. Finished cloth stays in the empire. Agricultural improvement is ongoing. New crops are introduced. Farming techniques are studied and shared. Experimental farms test innovations. Yields increase slightly year by year. Feeding the empire's growing population requires constant attention to agricultural productivity. A new variety of wheat is planted. It proves hardier. Seeds are distributed to other regions. Water management is crucial. Irrigation systems are built and maintained. Drainage projects prevent flooding. Wells are dug in arid regions. Access to water determines settlement patterns and agricultural success. Engineers design systems. Labourers dig channels. Water flows where it is needed. Forests are managed as resources. Timber is harvested sustainably. Reforestation programs plant new trees. Hunting is regulated to prevent depletion of game. The empire's vast forests are both an economic asset and a natural treasure. A logging operation follows strict guidelines. New saplings are planted in cleared areas. Mining operations extract coal, iron, gold, and other minerals. Safety regulations protect workers. Output is tracked and taxed. Mineral wealth funds imperial projects. Mines are dangerous but necessary. Improvements in technique reduce accidents over time. Transportation networks expand. New roads are surveyed and built. Existing roads are improved. River navigation is enhanced. Ports are modernised. Moving goods and people efficiently is essential to economic health. A new road connects two provincial capitals. Trade increases. Urban planning addresses growing cities. Zoning regulations separate residential, commercial and industrial areas. Public spaces are created. Sanitation systems are installed. Cities become more livable as planning improves. A city expands in an orderly fashion. Parks are preserved. Streets follow grids. Every aspect of empire requires maintenance. Systems must be kept running. People must be trained and supervised. Resources must be allocated wisely. The work is unglamorous but necessary. The Romanovs oversee this vast administrative apparatus, relying on skilled bureaucrats and inherited systems to keep everything functioning smoothly. The emperor signs documents. Ministers implement policies. The machine of state grinds steadily onward. Reforms happen slowly. A new policy is proposed. It is debated, revised, and tested in limited areas. If successful, it is gradually extended. If not, it is quietly abandoned. Caution prevents costly mistakes. Experience teaches the value of incremental change. Record-keeping becomes increasingly sophisticated. Filing systems are standardized. Indexing improves. Finding information becomes easier. Institutional memory is preserved. A clerk can locate a 10-year-old document in minutes. Efficiency improves. The empire's size makes uniformity impossible. What works in the capital may not work on the frontier. Administrators learn to adapt central directives to local conditions. Flexibility within structure keeps the system functioning. A regulation is modified for regional circumstances. The adaptation is documented and becomes precedent. Stability is the goal. Predictable governance allows people to plan. Farmers know what taxes to expect. Merchants understand trade regulations. Soldiers know their obligations. Predictability creates confidence. Confidence supports economic activity and social peace. Children are born into expectation. A son's arrival brings celebrations, with bells ringing across the capital. A daughter's birth is welcomed with joy but less ceremony. Gender shapes destiny from the first moment. Boys are heirs. Girls are future links to other royal houses through marriage. The first cry of an infant reverberates through generations. Christenings follow strict protocol. The infant is baptized in the palace chapel. Godparents are chosen from among close relatives or high-ranking nobles. The ceremony affirms the child's place in the Orthodox faith and the imperial family. Records are made. The child becomes part of official history. Names are chosen carefully, often honouring ancestors. The past is woven into the present through naming. Nurseries are warm, well-lit spaces filled with wooden toys and soft furnishings. Wet nurses care for infants. Nannies supervise toddlers. Children are fed, bathed and dressed according to schedule. Routines are established early. Sleep happens at set times. Meals appear at predictable hours. Order governs even the youngest lives. A baby wakes, is fed, and sleeps again. The cycle repeats. As children grow, education begins. Tutors are hired, usually from aristocratic families with proven educational credentials. Languages come first: Russian, French, German, and sometimes English. Children learn through repetition and recitation. Grammar is drilled. Vocabulary builds slowly. Fluency develops over years. A child struggles with conjugations. Practice continues patiently until mastery arrives. Religious instruction is central. Children memorize prayers and learn church history. They attend services regularly. Faith is not questioned but instilled. It provides a moral framework and connects them to centuries of tradition. The church's teachings shape their understanding of duty and responsibility. A child learns the liturgy. The ancient words become familiar, comforting. Boys receive military training. They wear miniature uniforms. They learn to march, salute, and handle ceremonial weapons. Discipline is emphasized. Obedience is expected. Military tradition is woven into masculine identity. Even princes who will never command troops are shaped by this training. A young Grand Duke learns to stand at attention. Hours of drill build endurance and discipline. Girls learn domestic arts and social graces. They embroider, paint, and play musical instruments. They study etiquette, learning how to enter rooms, how to curtsy, and how to make conversation without dominating it. Their education prepares them for roles as wives and mothers within aristocratic society. A Grand Duchess practices piano. Repetition develops skill. Performance is refined. Family meals bring everyone together. The dining table is where children practice manners and conversation. They listen to adults discuss estate management, family news, and plans for upcoming events. They learn by observation. Proper behaviour is modelled and expected. A child reaches incorrectly for bread. A gentle reminder corrects the error. Birthdays are marked simply. A special cake, small gifts, and time with family. Celebrations are warm but not extravagant. Children understand they are part of something larger than themselves. Individual desires are secondary to family duty and dynastic continuity. A birthday passes pleasantly. The child feels noticed and loved but not elevated above others. Summers are spent at country estates. Children run in gardens, swim in lakes and ride ponies. The rural setting offers freedom impossible in formal palace life. Relationships with siblings and cousins deepen during these months. Bonds formed in childhood persist across lifetimes. Cousins climb trees together. Shared adventures create lasting connections. Illness brings worry but is managed calmly. Doctors attend. Remedies are applied. Families pray. Recovery happens slowly or not at all. Death is familiar. Infant mortality is common. Parents grieve privately and continue. Life goes on. Tradition provides comfort in loss. A child falls ill with fever. The household waits. Prayer and medicine do what they can. Adolescence brings increased responsibility. Older children participate in more formal activities. They attend ceremonies, meet dignitaries, and represent the family at events. Their education intensifies. Expectations rise. The transition to adulthood is gradual but inevitable. A teenage Grand Duke attends his first state dinner. He observes closely, learning through participation. Marriage is arranged with care. Matches are negotiated between families. Compatibility matters less than political and dynastic advantage. Young people meet briefly before engagement. They correspond under supervision. Love may grow after marriage, but is not required before it. A young Grand Duchess meets her intended. They exchange polite conversation. The decision has already been made. Weddings are grand occasions. Churches are decorated with flowers and candles. Ceremonies last hours. Guests include relatives from across Europe. Banquets follow. Music plays. The couple is blessed. They begin their life together, supported by family and tradition. A wedding unites two families. Toasts are offered. The future is hopeful. Newlyweds establish their own households within the broader family structure. They receive apartments in palaces or estates. Servants are assigned. Furnishings are provided. The young couple learns to manage their domestic sphere while remaining embedded in family networks. A new couple settles into their rooms. Routines are established. Life as a married pair begins. Generational transition happens gradually. Aging emperors cede responsibilities to heirs. Training intensifies. The next ruler shadows the current one, learning through observation and increasing participation. Power transfers across years, not in a single moment. An aging emperor delegates more. His son assumes responsibilities smoothly. Elderly family members retain respect and position. Grandparents advise. Great aunts and uncles share stories. The old connect the young to the past. Memory is collective. History is kept alive through retelling. A grandmother describes her own childhood. Grandchildren listen. The family story continues. Family gatherings mark holidays and significant events. Relatives travel from across the empire to reunite. Tables are crowded. Conversations overlap. Children play together while adults catch up on news. These gatherings reinforce bonds and remind everyone of their place in the larger family web. A holiday brings 3 generations together. The house fills with voices. Traditions are explained and passed down. Why certain foods are eaten on specific days. Why particular prayers are said. Why ceremonies unfold in set ways. Children absorb these explanations. They become keepers of tradition, ready to pass it to the next generation. A child asks why. An adult explains. Understanding deepens. Portraits line palace walls. Ancestors gaze from heavy frames. Current family members see themselves reflected in painted faces. Resemblances are noted. Traits are traced across generations. The past is visually present, a constant reminder of continuity. A child stands before an ancestor's portrait. The same eyes look back. Family archives hold letters, diaries, and official documents. Older relatives sometimes read from these, sharing stories of great-grandparents and earlier times. The family story is a living narrative, continuously told and retold. An old letter is discovered. It describes daily life a century ago. Little has changed. Each generation adds to the family's legacy. New children, new marriages, new accomplishments. The dynasty grows like a tree, putting down deeper roots and spreading wider branches. Continuity is the highest value. Tradition is the means by which it is achieved. A birth is recorded, the family tree expands, conflicts arise but are managed within family structures, disagreements are mediated by elders, compromise is encouraged, public unity is maintained even when private tensions exist. The family's reputation matters more than individual satisfaction. A dispute is settled quietly. The family presents a united front. Siblings develop distinct relationships. Some are close, others are formal, birth order matters. The eldest son carries unique burdens. Younger children have more freedom. These dynamics shape personalities and futures. Two brothers grow up together. One will rule, one will support. Education includes understanding lineage. Children learn their genealogy, who their ancestors were and what roles they played. Family history is personal history. The past is not abstract but immediate. A child recites ancestors' names. The list stretches back generations. Daughters prepare for eventual departure. Marriage will take them to other courts, other countries. They will represent the family abroad. This knowledge shapes their upbringing. Languages are essential. Adaptability is cultivated. A young Grand Duchess knows she will leave. She prepares herself emotionally. Sons prepare for increasing responsibility. Titles, estates, and military commands await. They must be ready to lead, to decide, and to represent. Childhood play gives way to serious preparation. A young man studies military strategy. His future depends on competence. Family prayers happen daily. The household gathers before icons. Familiar words are spoken together. This shared practice reinforces unity. Everyone participates. Faith is collective. A family prays together. Individual voices blend. Letters between family members maintain connection across distance. A mother writes to a married daughter. A father advises a son serving in the military. These letters are treasured, read multiple times and sometimes saved for years. Written words bridge separation. The family's public role is understood by all. They represent not just themselves but the empire. Behaviour is scrutinised. Standards are high. Children learn early that they are never entirely private. A family member makes a public appearance. Dignity is maintained. Loyalty to family supersedes most other loyalties. Family members defend each other, support each other, and protect each other's reputations. This solidarity is unquestioned. Blood ties are sacred. Family comes first. The calendar structures time. Religious feast days mark the year's progress. Advent brings anticipation. Christmas brings candlelit services and family gatherings. Lent brings fasting and reflection. Easter brings joy and abundant meals. Seasons turn according to ancient patterns. The year unfolds in a familiar sequence. Winter is quiet. Snow muffles sound. Short days mean long evenings indoors. The household settles into slower rhythms. Less travel, more time for reading, conversation and handwork. The cold encourages rest. Fires burn constantly. People gather around heat. Outdoors is hostile. Indoors is refuge. Spring arrives late in northern Russia. Ice breaks up on rivers. Mud makes roads impassable for weeks. The household waits patiently for the land to dry. Gardens are planned. Seeds are ordered. Anticipation builds slowly, naturally. The first green shoots bring relief. Winter's grip loosens. Summer brings movement. The court relocates to country estates. Palaces are aired out, cleaned, and left to stand quietly. Families pack belongings into carriages and make the journey to properties surrounded by forests and fields. Fresh air, longer days, and outdoor activity restore energy. Summer is renewal. Autumn is harvest time. Even imperial families participate symbolically in bringing in the year's yield. Children pick apples in orchards. Adults walk through fields, observing the work. Gratitude for abundance is expressed through prayers and shared meals. Storerooms fill. Winter preparations intensify. Weekends follow a pattern. Saturday evening vigils prepare for Sunday rest. Sunday morning, The family attends liturgy. The service is long, filled with chanting and incense. Afterwards, the day unfolds gently. Reading, quiet conversation, simple meals, no demanding work. Sunday is set apart. Afternoon naps are common. After midday meals, people retire to private rooms. Curtains are drawn. Silence settles over the household. An hour or two of sleep refreshes everyone. The practice is accepted, expected, and part of the daily rhythm. Bodies need midday rest. The household honours this need. Name days are celebrated more than birthdays. Everyone has a saint's day corresponding to their name. The person is honoured with well wishes, small gifts, and preferred foods. It is a personal feast day, repeated annually, connecting the individual to the liturgical calendar. A name day arrives. The household celebrates quietly. Retreats to monasteries offer spiritual renewal. The emperor occasionally visits monastic communities, staying in simple rooms, attending services, and sharing meals with monks. The simplicity is restorative. Stripping away ceremony and luxury allows for reflection and rest. Monastery life is stripped to essentials. The contrast is healing. Spa towns offer another form of retreat. Mineral baths are thought to promote health. Families spend weeks at spa resorts, soaking in warm waters, walking in gardens and following prescribed rest schedules. Healing happens slowly, through routine and relaxation. Water eases aches. Time heals. Evening routines begin as daylight fades. Lamps are lit gradually. Workspaces are tidied. People change from day clothes into more comfortable evening wear. The pace slows. Voices soften. The household prepares for rest. The transition is gentle, never abrupt. Before bed, prayers are said. Small icons hang in bedroom corners. Candles are lit briefly. Prayers are familiar words, repeated nightly. This ritual marks the transition from waking to sleeping, from activity to stillness. A prayer is whispered. The day is released. Bedrooms are kept cool. Windows are cracked even in winter. Fresh air is considered healthy. Heavy blankets provide warmth. Feather beds are soft and enveloping. Sleep comes easily in comfortable darkness. The body settles. Rest begins. Night watches are quiet. Guards patrol palace corridors. Servants are available for emergencies but stay out of sight. The household sleeps protected and secure. Silence is maintained. Footsteps are muffled. Doors close softly. The night is peaceful. Mornings come gently. No harsh alarms. Light increases naturally. Someone brings tea or coffee. Waking happens gradually. There is no rush to leave bed. The new day unfolds in its own time. Eyes open slowly. A new day has arrived. Seasonal celebrations punctuate the year. Maslenitsa in late winter brings pancakes and festivities before Lent. Troitsa in early summer marks the Holy Trinity with greenery and outdoor services. Each celebration follows tradition, offering familiar pleasures and communal joy. A celebration arrives. The household participates together. Rest is not laziness, but necessity. The empire is demanding. Responsibilities are heavy. Regular periods of rest preserve health and clarity. The rhythm of work and rest is natural, built into the calendar, and respected across generations. Without rest, work suffers. Balance is essential. Religious festivals provide structure. The church calendar divides the year into seasons. Fast periods alternate with feast periods. Work intensifies, then relaxes. The rhythm is external, imposed by tradition, and liberating in its predictability. No one must decide when to rest. The calendar decides. Holy Week is especially structured. Services occur daily. Fasting is strict. The household moves together through the week's progression. Good Friday is solemn. Easter morning is joyous. The emotional arc is shared. Holy Week passes. Easter brings relief. Pilgrimages offer both journey and rest. Travelling to sacred sites takes weeks. The journey itself is meditative. Arrival brings services and prayer. Returning home brings satisfaction. A pilgrimage is undertaken, distance is covered, faith is renewed. Country estates offer escape from formality. Life is simpler away from the capital. Routines are looser, clothing is less formal, meals are less elaborate, the change is refreshing. A month at a country estate restores spirits. Winter sports provide recreation. Skating on frozen ponds, sledding down hills. The cold is invigorating. Exercise in fresh air promotes health and good mood. Winter need not be endured, but can be enjoyed. Snow falls, children play. Seasonal foods mark time's passage. Strawberries mean early summer. Mushrooms mean late summer. Apples mean autumn. Preserved foods mean winter. Eating connects people to seasons and to the earth's rhythms. Food is time made edible. Moon phases are noticed. Full moons are brighter. New moons are darker. The rhythm is monthly, subtle, but real. Some people are more sensitive to lunar cycles than others. The moon waxes and wanes. Time passes. Equinoxes and solstices are acknowledged, the longest day, the shortest day. The equal day and night. These astronomical events mark the year's turning points. Summer solstice passes. Days begin shortening. Rest days are built into work schedules. Servants rotate days off. Even continuous duties allow for breaks. Sustainable work requires planned rest. Exhaustion serves no one. A servant takes a day off. Rest is earned and necessary. Quiet hours are observed. Late afternoon is often peaceful. Late evening is calm. The household respects these natural lulls. Noise is minimized. Urgent business can wait. Quiet is valued. The rhythm of rest and activity is as important as either alone. Work without rest leads to burnout. Rest without work leads to stagnation. Balance is achieved through structure. The calendar provides that structure. Life flows smoothly. Palace kitchens are vast. Multiple stoves burn constantly. Copper pots hang from ceiling racks. Long wooden tables provide workspace for dozens of cooks and assistants. The heat is intense. The smells are rich. Baking bread, simmering broths, roasting meats. Steam rises. Flames flicker. Activity never stops. Head cooks plan menus days in advance. They consider the season, the availability of ingredients, religious requirements, and family preferences. Meals must be nutritious, properly prepared, and presented beautifully. Standards are high. Tradition guides choices. A menu is reviewed. Adjustments are made. Final approval is given. Markets supply fresh ingredients. Vendors arrive at palace gates with carts of vegetables, fish, poultry, and dairy. Purchases are inspected carefully. Quality must meet strict standards. Relationships with suppliers are long-standing. Trust is earned over years. A fish is examined. Its eyes are clear. It is accepted. Preserving food for winter is essential. Vegetables are pickled in brine. Fruits are made into jams and compotes. Mushrooms are dried. Fish is salted or smoked. Root vegetables are stored in cool cellars. These preparations happen in late summer and early autumn, involving many hands working steadily for weeks. Jars fill shelves. Winter provisions accumulate. Bread is baked daily. The smell of fresh loaves fills corridors. Different types are made for different purposes. Dark rye for everyday meals, white wheat for special occasions, and sweet rolls for tea. Bakers start work before dawn. The first loaves emerge as the household wakes. Dough rises, ovens heat, bread bakes. Soups are staples: cabbage soup, beet soup, fish soup. Each is prepared according to regional tradition. Ingredients are simple, but combined skillfully. A good soup is nourishing and satisfying. It appears at nearly every meal, steaming in ceramic tureens. Broth simmers, vegetables are added, flavours meld. Porridges are breakfast mainstays. Buckwheat, millet, oats, cooked slowly with milk or water, served with butter, honey, or preserved berries. Porridge is filling, easy to digest, and comforting. Children eat it without complaint. Adults appreciate its simplicity. Grain swells. Porridge thickens, breakfast is ready, fasting is taken seriously. During Lent and other prescribed periods, animal products are avoided. Menus shift to vegetables, grains, legumes, and fish. Creativity is required to provide variety within limitations. Cooks rise to the challenge. Fasting meals are surprisingly delicious. Meat is absent. Flavour remains. Feasting follows fasting. After long periods of restrictions, celebratory meals are abundant. Roasted meats, rich sauces, butter-laden pastries. The contrast makes the feast more appreciated. Gratitude accompanies abundance. Lent ends. Easter arrives. Tables groan with food. Tea is central to daily life. It is served multiple times throughout the day. Strong black tea brewed in samovars. Sugar cubes are held between the teeth while sipping. Conversation happens over tea. Hospitality is expressed through offering it. Water boils. Tea steeps. Glasses are filled. Formal dinners require elaborate preparation. Multiple courses are served in sequence. Presentation is important. Dishes are garnished with care. Servers move silently, replacing plates and refilling glasses. The meal can last hours. Pacing is deliberate. One course ends, another begins. Family meals are simpler. One main dish, bread, vegetables, perhaps a dessert. Everyone sits together. Conversation is relaxed. Children are included. These meals reinforce family bonds and provide regular touchstones in busy days. Dishes are passed. Food is shared. Family connects. Snacks appear throughout the day. Snacks include small sandwiches, fruits, nuts, and cheese. People help themselves between meals. The kitchen keeps platters ready. Eating is not just scheduled but spontaneous, responding to hunger and preference. Someone feels hungry. Food is available. The need is met. Cooks take pride in their work. Recipes are guarded. Techniques are refined over years. A cook who masters a particular dish becomes known for it. Reputation matters. Good food brings honour to the kitchen and satisfaction to the household. A dish is perfected. The cook is praised. Seasonal foods are celebrated. First strawberries of summer, first apples of autumn, fresh greens in spring. These foods mark time's passage. They are anticipated and savoured. Seasonality makes eating a connection to the natural world. Strawberries arrive. The first bite is sweet. Summer has begun. Dining rooms vary in size and formality. Grand halls for state dinners, smaller parlours for family. Breakfast rooms with morning light. Each space has appropriate furnishings and atmosphere. Meals adapt to setting. A formal dinner happens here. A casual lunch happens there. Tablecloths are changed frequently. Linens are washed, ironed, and stored carefully. Silver is polished. China is inspected for chips. Maintaining dining standards requires constant effort. Nothing is neglected. A tablecloth is stained. It is replaced immediately. Leftover food is not wasted. Servants receive portions. Excess is distributed to the poor. Bread scraps go to animals. Thrift is practiced even in abundance. Waste is considered irresponsible. Food remains. It is shared, not discarded. Special occasions bring special foods. Wedding cakes tower impressively. Easter breads are enriched with eggs and butter. Christmas tables hold honeyed pastries and spiced drinks. Food marks celebration and makes occasions memorable. A wedding approaches, bakers prepare. Children learn table manners early, sitting properly, using utensils correctly, not speaking with full mouths. Patience while waiting for food. These lessons happen daily. Meals are both nourishment and training. A child fidgets. A gentle correction follows. Shared meals create community. Eating together regularly builds relationships. Conversations over food are relaxed and honest. Barriers lower. People connect. The dining table is where family and household become a unified group. Meals are shared. Community is built. Kitchen staff work in teams. Each person has specialties. One makes pastries, another handles fish, a third manages vegetables. Coordination is essential. The head cook orchestrates. The kitchen functions smoothly. Tasks are divided. Teamwork succeeds. Recipes are passed down. A cook learns from a mentor. Techniques are demonstrated, practiced and mastered. Years of experience accumulate. A young cook watches, an experienced cook teaches. Knowledge transfers. Tasting happens throughout preparation. Seasoning is adjusted. Flavours are balanced. Cooking is not mechanical but requires judgment and skill. A dish is tasted. More salt is needed. Balance is achieved. Presentation matters. Food is arranged attractively. Colours are considered. Garnishes are applied thoughtfully. Beauty enhances appetite. A dish is plated. It looks appetizing. The presentation succeeds. Timing is crucial. Courses must be ready when needed. Hot food must be hot. Cold food must be cold. Coordination prevents delays. The kitchen operates on strict schedules. Dinner is at 7. Food must be ready at 7. Clean-up begins immediately after service. Dishes are washed. Surfaces are scrubbed. The kitchen is restored to order. Preparation for the next meal begins. Work is continuous. One meal ends. Planning for the next begins. Gratitude for food is expressed. Before meals, prayers thank God for provision. After meals, satisfaction is acknowledged. Food is never taken for granted. Appreciation is part of eating. A prayer is said. Gratitude is offered. Twilight softens the palace. Lamps are lit in sequence, room by room. Windows glow golden against the darkening sky. The day's formal duties are complete. Evening unfolds with gentler expectations. Light changes. The atmosphere shifts. Music rooms fill quietly. Someone sits at the piano playing familiar pieces. Others listen from sofas and chairs. The music is not performance but shared pleasure. Melodies flow easily. No one is required to attend, yet many do. Notes fill the room. Listeners relax. Libraries become gathering spaces. Books are pulled from shelves and browsed. Reading aloud is common. One person reads while others embroider or simply listen. Stories, poetry, essays. Voices rise and fall in the lamplit quiet. A book is chosen. Reading begins. Card games appear on tables. Simple games, not gambling. Partners are chosen. Rules are known to everyone. Play is relaxed. Laughter punctuates conversation. Winning matters little. The activity itself is the point. Cards are shuffled. The game begins. Needlework occupies hands. Embroidery, knitting and mending. Women work on projects that take weeks or months. Conversation flows around the work. Fingers stay busy while minds and voices engage. Thread passes through fabric. Patterns emerge. Letters are written in the evening. Correspondence delayed during the day is finally addressed. Ink and paper are always available. People write to relatives, friends and distant contacts. Letters maintain relationships across time and space. A letter is started. News is shared. Small gatherings form naturally. A few people in one room discussing a recent book. Another group in a different room is playing a board game. Children might gather in the nursery with a governess telling stories. The palace accommodates multiple quiet activities simultaneously. Groups form, activities vary. Tea is served again. Not the formal afternoon service, but a simpler version. A pot of tea, perhaps some leftover pastries or bread with jam. People help themselves. The ritual provides a pause, a reason to stop and rest. Tea is poured. Warmth spreads. Conversations meander. Topics are not serious. Someone mentions a funny incident from the day. Another shares news from a letter. They exchange observations about the weather, gardens, and upcoming events. Talk is easy and unhurried. Words flow naturally. Connection happens. The imperial couple often spends time alone together. Away from courtiers and servants, they sit in private rooms. They discuss household matters. children and future plans. These quiet hours strengthen their partnership. Privacy is precious. Conversation is frank. Older children study in the evenings, reviewing lessons or reading ahead. Tutors are not present, but expectations remain. Self-discipline is cultivated. Work is completed without supervision. This independence prepares them for adult responsibilities. A child reads, learning continues. Younger children prepare for bed early. Bath time, clean night clothes, gentle routines. Nannies sing lullabies. Stories are told. Prayers are said together. The transition to sleep is gradual and soothing. Water splashes. A song is sung. Windows are opened slightly before bed, even in cold weather. Fresh air is believed to promote healthy sleep. Rooms are cool. Heavy quilts are pulled up. The contrast between cold air and a warm bed is pleasant. A window opens. Fresh air enters. Guards change shifts. Footsteps echo in corridors as one watch replaces another. The palace is never unprotected, never unwatched. This vigilance allows the household to rest securely. Steps approach. Duty changes hands. Some servants complete final tasks. Banking fires, locking doors, checking windows. The palace is secured for the night. Routine ensures nothing is forgotten. A door is locked. Security is maintained. In country estates, evening sounds are different. Crickets, distant bird calls, wind in trees. The quiet is deeper. Darkness is more complete. Lamplight seems warmer and more precious against the surrounding night. Nature sounds. Night settles. Seasonal differences shape evenings. Winter evenings are the longest. People stay indoors, clustered around heat and light. Summer evenings are brief. Twilight stretches late. People linger outdoors until darkness finally arrives. Seasons change. Evenings adapt. Religious households say evening prayers together. The family gathers before an icon corner. Familiar words are spoken. The day is committed to divine care. This practice brings peace and closure. Prayers are said. The day ends formally. Journals are kept by some. A few minutes before bed, writing about the day. Not dramatic events, but small details. Weather, visitors, feelings. These journals accumulate into personal histories. A pen moves. Thoughts are recorded. Artwork is examined in evening light. Paintings look different by lamplight. Shadows shift. Colours are warm. The same painting reveals different qualities depending on illumination. Art is observed. Beauty is appreciated. Conversations become more philosophical. The day's busyness recedes. Minds relax. People discuss ideas, beliefs and questions. Evening provides space for reflection that the busy day does not. Thoughts deepen. Ideas are shared. Musical performances are informal. Someone plays. Others might join in singing. The music is for the participants, not an audience. Pleasure is in the making, not the perfection. Voices blend. Harmony emerges. Storytelling entertains children and adults alike. Tales from folklore, family history, and personal experience. Stories are varied and adapted to the audience. Imagination is engaged. A story begins. Attention focuses. Silence is comfortable. Not all time must be filled with activity or conversation. People sit together in quiet companionship. The shared space is enough. Silence settles. Peace prevails. The last lamps are extinguished. Darkness settles fully. The palace or estate becomes a collection of sleeping people in quiet rooms. Outside, stars turn overhead. Inside, rest begins. Light fades. Night arrives. Evening has done its work. The household has transitioned from day to night. Tomorrow will bring the same patterns. Tonight brings deserved rest. The cycle continues. Sleep awaits. Bedrooms are prepared before occupants arrive. Sheets are turned down. Pillows are fluffed. Chamber pots are placed discreetly. Water pitchers and basins are filled. Everything needed for the night is made ready. A servant moves quietly. Preparations are complete. Night clothes are laid out. Long nightshirts, robes, and soft slippers. Fabrics are chosen for comfort, not appearance. Warmth and ease matter most. Dressing for bed is simple and quick. Day clothes are removed. Night clothes are donned. Hair is unpinned and brushed. Women's hair, often elaborately styled during the day, is loosened and braided. The brushing is soothing and repetitive. It marks the day's end. Men wash faces and hands in cool water. The simple ablutions are refreshing. Water splashes. Faces are dried. Small icons hang in bedroom corners. A candle is lit briefly for evening prayers. The flame flickers on painted surfaces. Prayers are whispered. Personal conversations with the divine. The candle is extinguished. Darkness returns. A flame glows, then fades. Children sleep in nurseries adjacent to their parents' rooms. Nannies sleep nearby, ready to respond if a child wakes. Nightlights burn dimly. The soft glow is reassuring. Children can see they are not alone. Shadows are gentle. Safety is visible. Infants are checked regularly through the night. Wet nurses or nannies lift sleeping babies, change them if needed, and soothe them back to sleep. The care is gentle and practiced. Babies barely wake. A baby stirs. Comfort is offered. Illness brings extra attention. If someone is unwell, a servant or family member sits nearby through the night. Cool cloths are applied to fevers. Water is offered. The presence of another person is comforting. No one suffers alone. Fever burns. Care continues. Palace guards patrol regularly. Their routes cover every corridor, every entrance. Footsteps are quiet but distinct. The sound of boots on stone is rhythmic and dependable. Anyone awake can hear the patrols and feel secure. Steps echo. Safety is maintained. Night servants remain on duty. If someone needs something, help is available. A glass of water, an extra blanket, assistance to a washroom. Needs are met quickly and discreetly. Service continues even during sleeping hours. A bell rings. The need is answered. Windows are curtained against drafts. Heavy fabric blocks cold air. In winter, frost patterns form on glass. Inside, warmth is preserved. The room becomes a protected space, separate from the harsh world outside. Cold is excluded. Warmth is kept. Beds are piled with covers, feather quilts, wool blankets, and fur throws. Layers trap heat. Sleeping under a weighted blanket is comforting. Bodies relax into softness. The physical sensation of being held encourages deep rest. Weight settles, comfort surrounds. Dreams come and go. Some remember them, others do not. Dreams are sometimes discussed in the morning, especially if they seem meaningful, but mostly they fade, forgotten in the return to waking life. A dream unfolds, morning erases it. The deepest part of night is the quietest. Everyone sleeps, even servants rest. The palace is as still as it ever becomes. Only the watch moves. Only the tick of clocks marks time. Silence is complete. Rest is deep. Early risers stir before dawn. A few people wake naturally in darkness. They light candles, dress quietly, and begin their day while others sleep. Kitchens start to warm. Fires are rebuilt. The household awakens gradually. Dawn approaches. Activity resumes. Morning light arrives slowly in winter, suddenly in summer. Curtains are opened by servants. Fresh air is let in. The new day is welcomed. Night's hold releases. Light returns. Day begins. Chamber pots are emptied discreetly. Wash basins are refilled. Beds are straightened. The room is restored to daytime order. Evidence of sleep is removed. The bedroom becomes neutral space again, ready for the next night. Night traces vanish. Day arrives. Sleep is respected. Those who need more rest are allowed it. Children especially are not rushed. Waking happens naturally. The body's needs are honoured. Sleep continues. No one disturbs. Good sleep is seen as essential to health. Doctors recommend regular hours. Comfortable bedding, cool air, and quiet surroundings. These recommendations are followed. The household is structured to support healthy sleep for everyone. Health requires rest. Rest is provided. Nightmares, when they occur, are soothed away. A parent or nanny sits with the frightened child, speaking softly, offering reassurance. The nightmare is acknowledged but not dwelt upon. Calm is restored. Sleep returns. Fear fades. Peace returns. The cycle of day and night is regular. The household moves through it together. Waking and sleeping happen in rhythm. This regularity creates stability. Time is predictable. Rest is reliable. Cycles repeat. Order prevails. Seasonal variations affect sleep. Summer nights are short. Winter nights are long. The body adapts. More sleep in winter, less in summer. Nature dictates. Humans comply. Comfortable sleeping arrangements are maintained. Mattresses are checked and replaced as needed. Linens are washed frequently. Pillows are kept fresh. Investment in sleep quality pays dividends in health and mood. Comfort is maintained. Sleep quality protected. Bedtime rituals vary by individual. Some read before sleeping, others pray longer. Some prefer total darkness. Others need a nightlight. Individual preferences are accommodated. Personal needs are met. Children's sleep is monitored. Growth requires abundant rest. Nannies ensure children sleep enough. Bedtimes are enforced gently but firmly. Adequate sleep is non-negotiable for the young. Rest is essential. Growth demands it. Adults also need rest. The demands of court life are exhausting. Sleep restores. Without it, judgment suffers. Performance declines. Sleep is not a luxury, but a necessity. Rest is required. Function depends on it. Shared bedrooms create companionship. Spouses sleep together. Siblings sometimes share rooms. The presence of another is comforting. Loneliness is avoided. Connection persists even in sleep, together in rest. The household sleeps together, each in their appointed place. From the emperor in his chambers to the kitchen maid in her quarters, all rest. The palace breathes slowly. Night holds all. Morning will come, but now sleep. Centuries pass in this rhythm. The Romanovs rule not through constant innovation, but through patient repetition. Each emperor inherits systems established by predecessors. Each adds small changes but maintains the core. Stability is the dynasty's strength. Time flows. Order persists. Buildings age slowly. Palaces built in the 17th century still stand in the 19th. New wings are added. Old sections are repaired. But the essential structures persist. Continuity is visible in architecture. Stone endures. Palaces stand. Families serve across generations. A steward's great-grandson becomes a steward. A cook's descendant works the same kitchens. Institutional knowledge is preserved. Methods are refined but not replaced. Experience accumulates. Generations serve. Knowledge transfers. Ceremonies repeat annually. The same prayers in the same chapels. The same processions through the same halls. Easter, Christmas, name days and coronations. Each follows established form. Participants change, but rituals remain constant. Prayers echo. Tradition lives. Records are kept meticulously. Births, marriages, deaths, appointments and dismissals, financial transactions, legal decisions. Everything is documented. The archive grows. History is preserved in ink and paper. Pens scratch. Records accumulate. Libraries expand. New books are added to old collections. Scholars catalogue holdings. Researchers request access. Knowledge is protected and shared. The past informs the present through preserved texts. Books multiply. Wisdom gathers. Artwork accumulates. Portraits of each emperor, each empress, and significant family members. The gallery grows. Faces from different centuries hang side by side. Artistic styles change, but the subjects remain Romanovs. Canvases fill walls. Ancestors watch. Gardens mature. Trees planted by one generation provide shade for the next. Hedges thickened over decades. Flower beds replanted each spring in the same patterns. Nature grows within human design. Trees grow tall. Gardens flourish. Clothing styles evolve slowly. Military uniforms retain traditional elements even as details modernise. Court dress adheres to conservative standards. Fashion changes elsewhere, but the Romanov household values consistency over novelty. Styles shift slightly. Tradition dominates. Education follows established curricula. Children in the 19th century learn much of what their ancestors learned. Languages, history, military protocol and religious instruction. Proven methods are trusted. Experimentation is minimal. Lessons repeat. Learning continues. Marriages continue to link the Romanovs to other royal families. Alliances are renewed across generations. Cousins marry cousins. The network of relationships becomes increasingly complex, but also increasingly strong. Families unite. Bonds multiply. Succession follows rules set down long ago. The eldest son inherits. If no son exists, succession passes to brothers or nephews according to a predetermined order. Clarity prevents conflict. Tradition provides answers before questions arise. Rules are clear. Succession is orderly. Religious observance remains central. The Orthodox Church's calendar structures time. Faith provides meaning. Ritual connects the living to the dead, the present to eternity. Belief is not questioned. It is foundational. Faith endures. Prayer continues. Economic management continues along familiar lines. Taxes are collected, expenses are tracked. Budgets are balanced, mostly. Financial crises are weathered. Prosperity returns. The long view prevails over short-term fluctuations. Money flows. Account balance. Military strength is maintained through consistent investment. Training, equipment and organisation. The army changes slowly, adopting new technologies cautiously. Tradition and modernity coexist. Effectiveness is preserved. Soldiers drill. Readiness is maintained. Diplomacy follows established protocols. Letters are exchanged. Ambassadors are received. Treaties are negotiated. International relationships are maintained through patience and courtesy. Trust builds over years, sometimes over centuries. Nations correspond. Peace is pursued. The empire grows, but growth itself becomes tradition. New territories are added and integrated using familiar methods. Governance extends outward, carrying systems tested at the centre. Expansion is methodical, not chaotic. Borders extend, systems spread, adaptations happen, but slowly. Railroads are built, telegraph lines are strung, gaslight replaces candles, plumbing improves. Each innovation is adopted carefully. New things are made to fit old patterns. Technology arrives. Tradition adapts. Time moves differently in an empire built on routine. Days blur into weeks, weeks into seasons, and seasons into years. Individuals age and pass. The dynasty continues. Faces change. Roles persist. People come and go. The empire remains. In palaces and estates across the vast empire, lamps are lit at the same hours. Meals are served on familiar schedules. Prayers are said in well-worn phrases. Children are born, raised and married according to custom. Life repeats in comforting patterns. Routines repeat. Comfort prevails. The story of the Romanovs is not one of constant drama, but of enduring sameness. The work of empire is daily, detailed and repetitive. Maintaining order requires attention, not heroism. Tradition provides the framework. Patience fills the hours. Order is maintained. Patience rewards. Generations overlap. Grandparents advise. Parents manage. Children learn. Each generation teaches the next. Knowledge passes down. Continuity is personal, not abstract. Faces age. Wisdom transfers. Anniversaries mark time. 10 years since a marriage. 20 years since a coronation. 50 years of service. These milestones are noted and celebrated quietly. Time's passage is acknowledged, years accumulate, milestones pass. The rhythm of imperial life is like a great wheel turning. Each rotation brings the same positions around again. Spring, summer, autumn and winter. Birth, youth, maturity, age. The wheel turns steadily. Positions recur. The cycle continues. Individual lives are short compared to the dynasty's span. An emperor rules for decades but dies. His son takes his place. The transition is smooth because systems are in place. Personal mortality does not threaten institutional continuity. Leaves end. The dynasty persists. Archives preserve not just facts, but patterns. This is how things were done. This is how things are done. Future archivists will record. This is how things were done. The record extends backward and forward. Patterns persist. History guides. The empire's vastness means change happens unevenly. A reform adopted in the capital takes years to reach distant provinces. By the time it arrives, it may be outdated. Yet this slowness prevents hasty mistakes. Caution has value. Distance protects. Communication delays create patience. Questions asked today receive answers next month. Decisions are made with incomplete information. Yet the system functions. Perfect information is impossible. Good enough suffices. Patience is required. Patience is practiced. The dynasty's power rests not on force, but on acceptance. People accept the emperor because his ancestors were emperors. Legitimacy is inherited. This makes the rule easier. Rebellion is unthinkable when authority is ancient. Tradition legitimizes. Acceptance follows. Symbols matter. The crown, the scepter, the orb. These objects carry weight beyond their physical presence. They represent continuity. Each emperor holds what his father held. The objects connect generations. Symbols endure. Meaning persists. Language preserves tradition. Court titles have been unchanged for centuries. Forms of address specified exactly. Religious liturgy in Old Church Slavonic. Language ties present to past. Modern speech incorporates ancient forms. Words carry history. Physical spaces shape behaviour. The throne room demands formality. The chapel demands reverence. Private apartments allow relaxation. Architecture enforces appropriate conduct. Spaces shape actions. Behaviour follows setting. Seasonal rhythms ground imperial life in nature. No matter how powerful the emperor, winter still comes. Spring still arrives. Human power bows to natural cycles. This humility is healthy. Nature rules. Humans adapt. The empire contains multitudes. Different peoples, different faiths, different languages. Unity is imposed but also emerges from shared experience of imperial rule. Diversity exists within unity. Many become one. The empire holds. Trade connects regions. Goods flow from Siberia to the capital and from the capital to the south. Economic integration creates interdependence. Regions need each other. The empire is not just political but economic. Trade binds. Connection strengthens. Cultural exchange enriches all. Eastern influences reach westward. Western ideas travel eastward. The empire is a crossroads. Cultures meet, mix, and create new forms. Purity is impossible. Hybrid vigour results. Cultures blend. Richness increases. Art patronage ensures legacy. Emperors commission buildings, paintings, and music. These works outlive their creators. A palace built by one emperor houses his great-grandson. Art transcends mortality. Beauty endures. Creation immortalizes. Charity demonstrates virtue. The emperor, as father to his people, must show mercy. Alms are distributed. Hospitals are funded. Orphanages are established. Charity is both a religious duty and political wisdom, giving benefits to giver and receiver. Mercy strengthens. Justice must be seen. Courts operate publicly. Decisions are explained. Arbitrary power is limited by legal process. Justice legitimizes rule. Fairness creates loyalty. Law binds even the powerful. Rules apply. Justice prevails. Education expands slowly but surely. Each generation is slightly more literate than the last. Knowledge spreads. The empire becomes more sophisticated. Literacy enables participation. Education empowers. Minds develop. Capacity grows. Infrastructure improves incrementally. A bridge here, a road there. Over decades, the accumulation is significant. Travel becomes easier. Trade increases. Improvement is gradual but real. Progress happens. Connection improves. The church and state support each other. Religious authority reinforces political authority. Political protection enables religious missions. The partnership is ancient, stable, and mutually beneficial. Faith and power intertwine. Both strengthen. Festivals unite communities. Everyone celebrates together. Class distinctions blur temporarily. Shared joy creates shared identity. Festivals are social glue. Communities bond. Unity is felt. And so the dynasty continues year after year through routine and ritual, through births and deaths and marriages, through seasons and ceremonies and the steady passage of uncounted ordinary days. Stability is achieved not through force, but through the simple practice of doing again what was done before. Repetition comforts. Order reassures. The empire is not perfect. Mistakes are made. Injustices occur. But the system persists because it is larger than any individual failure. Problems are addressed within existing frameworks. Reform is possible without revolution. The system bends but does not break. Flexibility preserves. Adaptation continues. 300 years is an immense span. Many families rise and fall in that time. The Romanovs endure. Their secret is not brilliance but consistency. They do the same things, the same ways, year after year. Boring? Perhaps. Effective? Undeniably. Consistency succeeds. You rest now in the knowledge that for 300 years this pattern held. Lamps were lit, meals were served, children were raised, seasons turned. The Romanovs moved through their days according to ancient rhythms, finding security in repetition and strength in continuity. Empires rise and empires fall, but for centuries this one simply continued, day by ordinary day, sustained by the quiet work of countless hands following paths worn smooth by time. Let that long, steady rhythm carry you into your own peaceful rest, knowing that some things endure simply by repeating, simply by being what they have always been, morning after morning, evening after evening, in an unbroken chain of ordinary days that together became history. You stand on the Southampton dock this crisp April morning, watching your breath form small clouds in the air. The year is 1912, and before you rises something that makes the nearby buildings look like children's toys. Titanic towers above the waterfront, her black hull stretching so far in both directions that you actually have to turn your head to see where she begins and ends. 4 massive funnels painted in buff yellow with black tops reach toward the sky, each one wide enough to drive 2 automobiles through side by side. The noise around you creates a peculiar symphony. Stevedores shout to each other in dock language you can barely decipher, their voices mixing with the grinding of loading cranes and the constant clatter of luggage carts on cobblestones. Somewhere nearby, a street vendor calls out about fresh pastries, his voice nearly lost in the general commotion. Yet despite all this activity, you keep looking back at the ship because nothing else seems quite real by comparison. Your first-class ticket feels substantial in your gloved hand, the paper thick and official. It cost you more than many people earn in a year, but looking at Titanic now, you understand why. This isn't merely a ship. It's a statement about what human beings can accomplish when they decide nothing is impossible. The white superstructure gleams in the morning light, and you count the decks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, stacked like a tiered wedding cake designed by someone with extraordinary ambition. A steward in a crisp white Star Line uniform approaches you with practiced efficiency. His jacket buttons shine like tiny suns, and his cap sits at precisely the correct angle. He touches the brim politely and asks to see your ticket, which he examines with the careful attention of someone who knows exactly what to look for. Satisfied, he gestures toward a covered gangway that leads up to C deck, reserved exclusively for first-class passengers like yourself. "Welcome aboard, sir," he says, and you notice he doesn't shout despite the noise around you. His voice carries a quiet confidence that suggests he's said these words hundreds of times today alone. The gangway slopes upward at an angle that's gentle enough to manage easily, even though you're wearing your travelling clothes and still feeling the effects of last night's farewell dinner. Other first-class passengers walk ahead of you, women in enormous hats that require them to tilt their heads carefully when passing through doorways, and men in dark suits carrying walking sticks they probably don't actually need. Everyone moves with the unhurried pace of people who've never had to rush for anything in their lives. Halfway up the gangway, you pause and look back at Southampton. The city spreads out behind the docks, church spires rising above rows of buildings, smoke from morning fires drifting lazily upward. In a few minutes, you'll leave this view behind, and something about that moment feels significant. You're not particularly superstitious, but boarding the Titanic feels like stepping across a threshold into something new. At the top of the gangway, you step onto the ship itself, and the sensation surprises you. You'd expected to feel movement immediately, some sense of being on water, but Titanic is so massive that she barely registers the gentle swells in the harbour. The deck beneath your feet feels as solid as any floor in any building you've ever entered. For a moment, you almost forget you're on a ship at all. The entrance area on C deck opens before you, and your first impression is of warmth. The space glows with electrical lighting that doesn't flicker or smoke like gas lamps. Dark wood panelling covers the walls, polished to such a shine that you can almost see your reflection. The floor features intricate tile work in geometric patterns, and the ceiling rises high enough that the space feels open rather than confined. More stewards wait inside, directing passengers to all their accommodations. The air smells of fresh paint, new carpet, and something else. Maybe furniture polish or the particular scent of wood that hasn't yet absorbed the ocean's dampness. Everything looks so pristine that you wonder if you're the first person ever to walk here. A young steward with red hair and freckles steps forward, consulting a list. "Cabin number, sir?" You tell him, and he nods immediately, clearly having memorised the ship's layout. "B52, excellent. Just this way, please." He doesn't offer to carry your small travelling case because another crew member has already appeared to handle that task, moving with such efficiency that you barely noticed his approach. As you follow the steward deeper into the ship, you pass other passengers having their own first moments aboard. An elderly woman examines the light fixtures with evident approval. A businessman stands motionless in the middle of the corridor, apparently overwhelmed by the sheer grandeur. Two children press their faces against a window overlooking the harbour, their nanny trying unsuccessfully to encourage them toward their cabins. The corridors branch and turn, but your steward never hesitates. He knows every passage and stairway, guiding you through Titanic's interior with the confidence of someone who could do this blindfolded. You pass doorways marked smoking room and reading and writing room, catching glimpses of spaces furnished with overstuffed chairs and tables set with lamps. Then you're climbing a staircase, the main first-class grand staircase, though you don't know that yet. Your hand touches the balustrade, and the wood feels impossibly smooth under your gloves, worn to perfection by craftsmen who understood their trade. Above you, a glass dome lets in natural light that plays across every surface, creating an effect like being inside a kaleidoscope. At the top of the stairs, you pause again. This landing features a clock set into an ornate carved panel, showing two figures holding up the clock face. The detail in the carving catches your attention. Each fold of the figure's robes has been shaped with care, each expression thoughtfully rendered. Someone spent days, maybe weeks, creating this single decorative element. The clock shows honour and glory crowning time, your steward mentions, noticing your interest. Rather fitting for a maiden voyage, don't you think? You agree, though privately you're thinking that it's an ambitious motto for any ship, no matter how grand. Still, looking around at the perfection surrounding you, perhaps Titanic has earned the right to such confidence. The steward leads you along B-deck now, past more cabin doors with brass numbers gleaming in the electric light. Other passengers emerge from their own rooms, beginning to explore. You hear American accents, British inflections, and languages you don't immediately recognise. Titanic is carrying a cross-section of the world's wealthy, all drawn together by curiosity about this legendary vessel. Finally, you reach B-52. The steward produces a key and unlocks the door with a solid click that suggests quality hardware. He pushes it open and steps aside, allowing you to enter first. Your luggage will arrive shortly, he says. If you need anything at all, simply press the call button and someone will attend to you immediately. Lunch is served at 1 o'clock in the dining saloon. Welcome aboard the Titanic, sir. He's gone before you can even think about tipping him, disappearing back into the corridor with practiced discretion. You stand in the doorway of your cabin, looking in at what will be your home for the next week, and realise that your understanding of luxury is about to be completely redefined. Your cabin is not what you expected. Somehow you'd imagined a ship's cabin would be small and cramped, a place to sleep between days spent on deck. But a B-52 opens before you like a comfortable hotel room that happens to be moving across the Atlantic. The sitting room, because this cabin has multiple rooms, measures perhaps 12 feet by 14, with genuine windows rather than portholes. Through the glass you can still see Southampton Harbour, the water choppy with morning wind. The walls wear a soft cream-coloured fabric above dark mahogany wainscoting. This isn't paint trying to look like fabric. You can see the actual weave when you look closely. The furniture includes a sofa upholstered in rose-coloured material, 2 armchairs, a writing desk with its own chair, and a coffee table displaying a small vase of fresh flowers. Real flowers. Someone placed fresh flowers in your cabin before you arrived. You walk to the desk and run your finger along its surface. Not a single rough spot, not one imperfection. The wood grain flows in patterns that suggest this piece was crafted from a single, yes, high-quality board rather than assembled from scraps. A blotter sits ready with several sheets of white star-lined stationery, the paper so thick you could probably use it as cardstock. Next to it, someone has placed a fountain pen and a small brass bell for summoning the steward. The bedroom opens off the sitting room through a wide doorway. Here the colour scheme shifts to gentle greens and creams, creating an atmosphere of restfulness. The bed itself is larger than you'd thought possible on a ship. A full double bed with a brass frame and a mattress that, when you press it experimentally, feels as comfortable as any in a luxury hotel. The headboard features more of that intricate carving you're beginning to recognise as Titanic's signature detail. A wardrobe stands against one wall, already open to reveal hanging space that could accommodate several trunks worth of clothes. More drawers than you'll probably need occupy a dresser. Above it hangs a mirror in a gilded frame, and you catch a glimpse of yourself, still in travelling clothes, hair slightly mussed from the morning's activities, looking somewhat stunned by your surroundings. The bathroom makes you actually laugh out loud. You've stayed in expensive hotels that didn't have bathrooms this well appointed. A full-sized bathtub sits on decorative claw feet. The porcelain's so white it almost glows. Both hot and cold running water flow from taps that feel substantial in your hands. A sink with its own mirror occupies one corner. The toilet is modern and connected to a proper plumbing system. Thick towels hang from heated racks, and someone has provided soap that smells faintly of lavender. You turn on the hot water tap just to see what happens. After a moment's wait, steam begins rising from the stream, and you realise that you're going to be able to take a hot bath in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. The absurdity of that luxury, the sheer improbability of it, strikes you as both wonderful and slightly ridiculous. Back in the sitting room, you discover more details. The electrical lighting can be adjusted with switches on the wall. No more fumbling with gas valves or oil lamps. A small bookshelf holds a selection of volumes, including what appears to be a ship's directory. You pull this out and flip through it, discovering maps of every deck, lists of facilities, and menus from various restaurants. Titanic isn't just large, she's complex. A floating city with more amenities than you could explore in a week. A knock at the door announces the arrival of your luggage. 2 stewards enter with your trunk and bags, moving with choreographed efficiency. They know exactly where things should go, placing your trunk at the foot of the bed, hanging your travelling coat in the wardrobe, and setting your smaller bags on the dresser. The whole operation takes perhaps 90 seconds, and then they're gone, one of them having somehow slipped a copy of the day's schedule onto your desk without you noticing. You pick up the schedule and scan it. Breakfast is served from 8 until 10:30. Bouillon in the cafe at 11. Lunch at 1. Tea at 4. Dinner at 7:30. Between meals, passengers can occupy themselves in the gymnasium, the swimming pool, the squash court, the libraries, the smoking rooms, the lounges, or simply walking the decks. The schedule reads more like a country house party than a sea voyage. Through your window, you watch the final preparations for departure. More passengers continue boarding via the second-class gangway further down the ship. Cargo nets swing loads into the holds. White uniformed crew members move along the decks, checking equipment, securing hatches, and performing the 1,000 small tasks required before a ship can leave port. You decide to unpack, though you're aware that this is something your personal valet would normally handle. But you didn't bring a valet on this trip, partly because you're travelling alone, and partly because you sometimes enjoy doing things yourself. You open your trunk and begin hanging suits in the wardrobe, placing shirts in drawers, and arranging your personal items on the dresser. Your neighbour in cabin B54 apparently has no such independence. Through the wall you hear voices, a gentleman giving instructions to what must be his valet, discussing which evening clothes to prepare for dinner tonight. The walls are thick enough that you can't make out individual words, just the rise and fall of conversation. But it reminds you that you're surrounded by people of means, folks accustomed to being served. The ship's horn sounds suddenly so deep and loud that you feel it in your chest rather than just hearing it. The departure signal. You abandon your unpacking and hurry to the window, watching as the gangways are pulled back and the mooring lines are cast off. For several minutes nothing seems to happen. Then, almost imperceptibly, the view through your window begins to change. Buildings start sliding past. The dock pulls away. Titanic is moving. You grab your coat and head for the deck, wanting to experience this moment in the open air. The corridors are full of other passengers with the same idea, all of us flowing toward the exits like water-finding channels. Nobody runs. We're all too dignified for that, but everyone moves with purpose. On deck, the wind hits you immediately, cold and sharp with April chill. You should have brought a heavier coat, but you're too excited to care. Southampton spreads out to port now, the city growing smaller as Titanic makes her way down the channel, toward open water. Other ships sound their horns in greeting. People on shore wave handkerchiefs and hats. You find yourself waving back, though you don't know any of them. Other first-class passengers line the railing with you. Nobody says much. We're all caught up in the moment, watching England recede, beginning this grand adventure. A woman next to you dabs at her eyes with a handkerchief. A man lights a cigar, the smoke whipping away instantly in the wind. Children point at seabirds wheeling overhead. The deck beneath your feet vibrates with engine power, a deep thrumming that you feel through your shoes. Titanic moves with surprising grace for something so enormous, cutting through the water as though it offers no resistance. Wakes spread behind the ship in wide white trails. The 4 funnels above release steam in controlled bursts. The sound is like giant sighs. You stay on deck for perhaps half an hour, watching until Southampton disappears from view and only open water surrounds the ship. Other passengers gradually drift away, heading back inside to warmth and comfort. Eventually you follow, your fingers numb from cold, but your spirits high. Back in your cabin, everything looks exactly as you left it, except that someone has been in to light a small fire in the electric heater. The room glows with warmth and welcome. You finish unpacking, hanging the last of your clothes, placing your books on the shelf, and arranging your personal items until the space feels like yours. Then you stretch out on the sofa, listening to the ship's sounds, the distant hum of engines, the creak of woodwork adjusting to motion, footsteps in the corridor outside, and the muffled conversations of other passengers settling into their own cabins. The window shows only ocean now, grey-green water stretching to the horizon under an overcast sky. You think about that clock on the grand staircase with honour and glory crowning time and smile. Perhaps that's exactly what this voyage is. A moment when human achievement reaches a pinnacle, when everything seems possible, when luxury and engineering combine to create something genuinely remarkable. Your eyes grow heavy. The gentle motion of the ship, the warmth of the cabin, and the comfort of the sofa all conspire to make you drowsy. You didn't sleep well last night, too excited about today's departure. Now that excitement is giving way to contentment, a deep satisfaction with your surroundings and circumstances. Outside your window, Titanic carries you toward America, moving through the Atlantic swells with power and grace. But in this moment, all of that seems distant. You're warm, comfortable, surrounded by luxury, and beginning an adventure that will become a story you'll tell for the rest of your life. You wake from your sofa nap to the sound of the bugle call for lunch, its notes floating through the corridors with cheerful insistence. Checking your pocket watch, you're surprised to find it's already past 12:30. The morning has vanished into unpacking and settling in, and now your stomach reminds you that breakfast was many hours ago. After refreshing yourself in that magnificent bathroom, splashing cold water on your face, straightening your collar, running a comb through your hair, you step out into the B-deck corridor. Other cabin doors are opening as well, passengers emerging like butterflies from chrysalises, everyone dressed appropriately for midday dining. The women wear afternoon dresses in soft colours. The men sport lounge suits rather than formal dinner attire. We're all finding our sea legs together, learning the rhythms of shipboard life. You follow the general flow of passengers toward the dining saloon, but take your time, wanting to see more of this remarkable ship. The corridors branch and connect in ways that will take days to fully understand. Every passage offers something worth noticing, a painting of ships at sea, a decorative mirror, or a carved panel depicting nautical themes. Nothing looks mass-produced or generic. Every detail suggests careful planning by people who care deeply about getting things right. You climb the grand staircase again, and this time you pause on each landing to examine the carved oak panelling. The wood grain flows like water frozen in mid-movement. Your hand on the balustrade feels the silky smoothness that comes only from patient craftsmanship. Above you, the glass dome filters the afternoon light into something soft and golden, making everyone look slightly better than they do in ordinary daylight. On a deck you discover the promenade, a covered walkway that runs the length of the ship, lined with windows on one side and cabin doors on the other. Deck chairs arranged in neat rows wait for passengers seeking fresh air, without the full force of Atlantic wind. You can see the ocean through those windows, watch the waves rolling past and observe the horizon line tilting gently as Titanic moves through the swells. A few hardy souls already occupy deck chairs, wrapped in blankets provided by attentive stewards. An elderly gentleman reads a newspaper, the pages snapping in the breeze each time a door opens. Two women sit close together, conversation animated, hands moving expressively. A young couple stands at the railing looking out at the water, standing close but not quite touching. That careful distance that suggests courtship rather than marriage. You continue exploring, discovering the reading and writing room with its white wicker furniture and delicate colour scheme clearly designed to appeal to female passengers. Next door, the lounge offers more masculine comfort, leather chairs, dark wood, and tables perfect for cards or conversation. The smoking room lies further forward, its stained glass windows and ornate ceiling creating an atmosphere of a gentleman's club transported to sea. But it's the general room, a spacious area near the entrance, that truly captures the ship's spirit. Here, passengers gather naturally, drawn by comfortable furniture arranged in conversational groupings. A piano sits in one corner, though nobody plays it at the moment. Potted palms add greenery. their leaves creating small private spaces within the larger public area. The ceiling rises 2 decks high, making the space feel more like a hotel lobby than part of a ship. You observe how people inhabit this space. Some sit alone, reading books or writing letters. Others form small groups, conversation flowing with the ease of travellers sharing common experience. A few children play a quiet game in one corner, supervised by nannies who chat among themselves. Everyone seems relaxed, comfortable, and already adapting to life aboard Titanic. The attention to comfort extends to temperature. The ship maintains perfect warmth throughout. Not the stuffy heat of over-fired rooms, but a gentle climate that makes you forget you're wearing your coat. Hidden vents circulate fresh air, and you never smell that stuffiness that accumulates in closed spaces. Someone engineered these systems with remarkable sophistication. Following your nose and the increasing number of passengers, you find your way to the dining saloon. The entrance takes your breath away. The room stretches the full width of the ship, with tables arranged in precise rows that could seat hundreds. Windows along both sides let in natural light. The ceiling arches overhead, cream-coloured with ornate moulding that draws the eye upward. Chairs upholstered in deep red provide splashes of colour against the neutral walls. White tablecloth cover every surface, so bright they almost hurt to look at directly. Crystal glassware catches and reflects light. Silver cutlery lines each place setting with mathematical precision. Fresh flowers bloom in vases on every table. The overall effect suggests a very fine restaurant that happens to be crossing the Atlantic. A steward in formal attire materialises at your elbow. "Table for one, sir?" You confirm, and he guides you to a small table near one of the windows. As you're seated, you notice how the room fills with passengers, families, couples, and solo travellers like yourself. The noise level rises, but never becomes overwhelming. People speak in modulated tones, maintaining that atmosphere of refined civilization, even as hundreds of conversations happen simultaneously. Your table settings include more pieces of silverware than you strictly need for any meal. Working from the outside in, you remember from some half-forgotten etiquette lesson. The menu, presented in an embossed folder, offers choices that would impress even the most demanding diner. For lunch, this is the selection available for a casual midday meal. You can choose from consommé or cream soup. Fish courses include salmon with mousseline sauce. Meat options range from chicken to lamb to beef, each with its own accompaniments. Vegetables come separately: asparagus, potatoes prepared 3 different ways, and fresh peas despite it being only April. Desserts take up an entire section of the menu. Even the cheese selection requires careful consideration. You order modestly: soup, fish, vegetables, perhaps a light dessert, aware that dinner will be a much more substantial affair. The steward nods approvingly and glides away, moving between tables with practiced efficiency. While waiting for your food, you observe your fellow diners. The diversity of the first-class passengers surprises you. Yes, there are obvious millionaires, men whose names you recognise from newspapers, and women dripping with jewellery even at lunch. But there are also middle-aged couples who might be successful merchants, younger people who could be inheriting family wealth, and older passengers who've clearly been rich long enough to wear it comfortably. The soup arrives in delicate china, steaming gently, and tastes exactly as good as it looks. The fish follows, perfectly cooked, flaking easily under your fork. Everything is served at the correct temperature, seasoned properly, and presented beautifully. You're eating better than you do in most restaurants ashore, and you're doing it while travelling at more than 20 knots across the Atlantic. Through the window beside your table, you watch the ocean roll past. The water today looks grey-green under cloudy skies, but you can see how it might turn brilliant blue under better weather. Waves rise and fall in patterns that never quite repeat. Occasionally the spray catches the wind and creates momentary rainbows before disappearing. After lunch, you wander outside to the boat deck, the highest deck accessible to passengers. The wind up here blows stronger, carrying the salt smell of the ocean and the faint tang of smoke from the funnels. You walk toward the stern, passing ventilation equipment, past the entrance to the gymnasium, and around the base of those massive funnels that dominate the upper deck. Other passengers have the same idea, We stroll in informal groups, taking constitutional walks, getting exercise, and enjoying the fresh air despite the chill. Nobody rushes. There's nowhere to rush to, after all. The beauty of ocean travel lies partly in this enforced leisure, this necessary slowing down. You lean against the railing at the stern and look back at Titanic's wake. A wide white path stretching toward the horizon, evidence of the ship's passage through the Atlantic. The propellers churn beneath the surface, driving this enormous vessel forward with relentless power. Yet standing here, you barely feel any vibration. The engineers who designed these engines understood their craft. A steward appears with a tray of bouillon in cups, offering it to passengers on deck. You accept one gratefully, wrapping your cold hands around the warm cup, sipping the rich broth. This is what luxury means, not just comfortable cabins and excellent food, but someone anticipating your needs before you voice them, appearing with hot soup exactly when the April wind makes you wish for warmth. You spend the afternoon exploring more of the ship. The swimming pool, located deep in the ship's interior, echoes with the sound of water and voices. The Turkish bath offers heated rooms and massage facilities. The squash court provides exercise for those energetic enough to want it. The libraries stock books in multiple languages. Everywhere you go, you find evidence of careful planning, of designers who try to imagine every possible passenger need and meet it. The bugle call for dinner sounds at 7 o'clock, giving passengers 90 minutes to prepare for the evening meal. In your cabin, you've laid out your formal dinner clothes. White tie and tails, the uniform of first-class evening dining. The bow tie gives you trouble, as it always does. You fumble with it for several minutes before achieving something that looks approximately correct. The transformation of passengers between afternoon and evening remains one of shipboard life's small miracles. The same people who lounged in casual clothes at lunch now emerge from their cabins looking like they're attending an opera or palace ball. The women especially have undergone complete metamorphosis. Afternoon dresses replaced by evening gowns that showcase the latest Paris fashions. Jewellery that probably required safe deposit boxes in their cabins, and hair arranged in elaborate styles that must have taken their maids an hour to create. You join the general flow toward the dining saloon, but the experience differs dramatically from lunch. The evening crowd moves more slowly, with more awareness of being on display. Ladies adjust their gloves, gentlemen check their pocket watches. We're all performing the ritual of dressing for dinner, an ancient tradition of civilization asserting itself even in the middle of the Atlantic. The dining saloon has transformed as well. The natural light of afternoon has given way to electric chandeliers that hang from the ceiling like crystallized starlight. Every bulb blazes, creating an atmosphere of almost theatrical brilliance. The white tablecloths look even brighter against the evening darkness visible through the windows. Candles on each table add flickering warmth to the electric glow. Your table assignment tonight places you with several other passengers, a system designed to encourage social mixing. You introduce yourself to your table mates, a railroad investor from Philadelphia and his wife, a British wool merchant travelling home from business in America, and a young couple whose fortune apparently derives from timber. Everyone maintains that careful politeness of strangers thrown together by circumstance. The menu for dinner requires serious study. This isn't lunch's modest selection. This is a document that describes what might be 10 separate courses. You read through the options with growing amazement. Oysters, hors d'oeuvres, soup, 2 kinds, both available if you want them. Fish with the elaborate sauces, an entree of chicken or lamb or beef, a poultry course separate from the entree, cold asparagus with vinaigrette, roasted meat, duckling, beef sirloin, spring lamb, various vegetables, punch sorbet to cleanse the palate, puddings, ice cream, fresh fruit, cheese and coffee. They feed us like Roman emperors, the wool merchant observes, studying his own menu with evident approval. I've crossed the Atlantic a dozen times, and I've never seen a menu quite like this. His comment prompts discussion of other voyages, other ships. The railroad investor prefers German liners for their engineering. The British merchant swears by Cunard for reliability. The timber couple, this is their first ocean crossing, listens with the fascination of newcomers hearing experienced travellers compare notes. You order carefully, knowing you can't possibly eat everything offered, but wanting to experience the range of kitchen capabilities. The first course arrives, oysters on ice, each one looking perfect, tasting of cold salt water and the sea. You squeeze lemon over them and experience that peculiar sensation of eating something that was alive in the ocean just hours ago. The courses continue with clockwork precision. Soup appears exactly when you finish the oysters. Fish follows soup. Each plate arrives at the perfect temperature, arranged with artistic attention. Sauces complement without overwhelming. Vegetables retain their colour and texture. Everything tastes as good as it looks, which is saying something because it looks spectacular. Between courses, conversation flows around the table. The railroad investor discusses investment opportunities in American infrastructure, new rail lines pushing west, electrification of existing routes, and the endless appetite for expansion. His wife talks about their daughter's upcoming wedding and the challenges of planning a society event while travelling. The wool merchant offers dry observations about British textile markets and the quality of Australian imports. You notice how the dining saloon is filled with life as dinner progresses. Individual conversations combine into a general hum of voices, punctuated by occasional laughter. Silverware clinks against china. Crystal glasses ring gently when toasts are made. Stewards move constantly between tables, replacing dishes, refilling glasses, and anticipating needs before they're voiced. The orchestra begins playing during the main course, stationed on a small balcony overlooking the dining saloon. They perform light classical pieces and popular tunes, nothing too demanding or intrusive. The music provides oral wallpaper, creating atmosphere without commanding attention. Occasionally someone hums along, but mostly we eat and talk and let the melodies wash over us. You order the beef for your main course, and when it arrives, you understand why people pay premium prices for first-class passage. The meat has been cooked precisely to your specifications, the exterior dark and caramelized, the interior still showing a hint of pink. It cuts with minimal resistance and tastes rich without being heavy. The accompanying vegetables, tiny potatoes, fresh beans and glazed carrots, provide perfect complements. The young couple at your table holds hands between courses, a gesture they probably think goes unnoticed. The railroad investor's wife catches your eye and smiles, both of us seeing and choosing to ignore this small intimacy. Young love on an ocean voyage carries its own sweetness, and we're all old enough to remember when the world felt new. Dessert offers yet more choices. You select the chocolate pudding, which arrives in an individual portion that looks almost too pretty to disturb. But disturb it you do, and discover that it tastes even better than it looks. Rich chocolate balanced by cream, sweet without being cloying, the perfect ending to an excessive meal. Coffee follows dessert served in delicate china cups with sugar cubes and cream. Someone at a nearby table requests brandy, and suddenly several of us are ordering the same. The steward produces a bottle and pours generous measures into snifters, the amber liquid catching the light. You warm the glass between your palms, inhaling the complex aroma, then take a small sip that burns pleasantly down your throat. The meal has stretched past 2 hours, but nobody seems hurried. This is what evenings are for aboard Titanic. Leisurely dining, good conversation, and the pleasure of excellent food and wine in beautiful surroundings. Through the windows you can see complete darkness now. The ocean has disappeared into night. Only Titanic exists, a pocket of light and civilization moving through the void. As dinner winds down, passengers begin departing in casual groups. The men drift toward the smoking room for cigars and further brandy. The women head to the lounges for conversation and perhaps cards. The young couple, predictably, escapes toward the deck for a romantic moment under the stars. You follow the men to the smoking room, curious about this male sanctuary. The space lives up to expectations, deeply masculine with all leather chairs and dark wood panelling. Stained glass windows depict maritime scenes. The ceiling features ornate plasterwork painted to resemble tooled leather. Every surface suggests wealth and permanence. Men settle into chairs with practiced comfort, loosening collar buttons and lighting cigars and cigarettes. The air quickly fills with smoke that hangs in blue-grey layers under the lights. Stewards circulate with trays of drinks. Someone calls for whiskey, another for port, and a third for more brandy. The bartender prepares each drink with professional efficiency. Conversation flows in the smoking room, but with a different quality than at dinner. Topics become more frank, opinions more freely stated. Someone discusses American politics with more heat than wisdom. Another passenger offers investment advice that might or might not be sound. A third tells a moderately scandalous story about a friend's business dealings that has everyone chuckling. You claim a leather chair near the window and nurse your brandy, content to listen rather than contribute. The chair embraces you with the comfort of expensive furniture, and the brandy creates a pleasant warmth in your chest. Outside, the ocean remains invisible, but you can hear waves against the hull, a rhythmic sound that becomes hypnotic if you pay attention. The railroad investor settles into the chair next to yours. "Remarkable ship," he says, more to himself than to you. You agree, because what else can you say? Titanic exceeds superlatives. "I've built things," he continues, staring at his glass. "Bridges, rail terminals, even a small dam once. But this..." He gestures vaguely at the room, the ship, and the entire enterprise. "This makes my accomplishments look like amateur efforts." You understand what he means. There's something about being aboard Titanic that makes you aware of human capability, of what we can achieve when we combine resources, knowledge, and ambition. This ship shouldn't exist. It's too large, too complex, and too luxurious. Yet here you sit, drinking brandy in a floating palace that moves across the Atlantic with the confidence of inevitability. The evening passes in a pleasant haze. More drinks arrive without being ordered, the stewards somehow knowing when glasses are nearly empty. Conversation ebbs and flows. Some passengers depart for their cabins. Others settle deeper into their chairs, apparently planning to spend hours here. Eventually you decide you've had enough brandy and tobacco smoke. You excuse yourself and make your way back through corridors that have grown quiet. Most passengers have retired. The ship's night watch has taken over, maintaining Titanic's course while we sleep. Your cabin welcomes you with familiar comfort. Someone has been in to turn down your bed, leaving a small chocolate on the pillow, a detail so thoughtful you almost laugh. You prepare for bed, moving through the rituals of evening ablution in that magnificent bathroom. The ship rocks gently beneath you, a motion you're already beginning to find comforting rather than unsettling. In bed, you listen to Titanic's nighttime sounds. The engines maintain their steady thrumming. Water rushes along the hull. Somewhere distant, footsteps echo on metal stairs. Voices murmur in the corridor as late passengers return to their cabins. You think about dinner, about the food and wine and conversation. You think about the railroad investor's comment about human achievement and ambition. You think about being in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, surrounded by luxury that would have seemed impossible just a few decades ago. Sleep comes easily, pulling you down into dreams of light and motion, of endless dining tables and orchestras playing in the distance, of a ship moving through darkness toward tomorrow. Morning light through your cabin window wakes you gently, and for a moment you forget where you are. Then the ship's motion registers, that subtle rocking that has become familiar overnight, and memory returns. You're aboard the Titanic, somewhere in the Atlantic, with another day of the voyage ahead. After washing and dressing in casual clothes suitable for morning aboard ship, you make your way to the cafe for breakfast. This smaller dining area offers a more relaxed atmosphere than the grand dining saloon, with tables scattered informally and passengers coming and going at their own pace. You order eggs, toast, bacon and coffee, simple food, perfectly prepared. The day's programme, printed on fresh paper and delivered to your cabin while you slept, lists the morning's activities, gymnasium hours, swimming pool availability, divine service in the dining saloon at 10:30, inspection of the ship for interested passengers at 11. The schedule suggests possibilities without demanding participation, leaving you free to structure your day however you prefer. You decide to explore the gymnasium first, curious about this facility you've heard other passengers discussing. Located on the boat deck, the gym occupies a surprisingly large space fitted with equipment that looks both modern and slightly strange. Mechanical horses that simulate riding, rowing machines, something called an electric camel that apparently mimics desert travel, stationary bicycles, weight machines with pulleys and cables. The gymnasium instructor, a fit man in white flannels who introduces himself as Mr. Macaulay, demonstrates each machine with enthusiastic professionalism. He helps an elderly lady onto one of the mechanical horses, adjusting the settings for gentle motion. He shows a teenager how to use the rowing machine properly. He explains to you how the electric camel provides exercise without requiring actual camel ownership. Rather marvellous, isn't it? Mr. Macaulay says, patting the electric camel affectionately. You can experience the exercise benefits of exotic travel without leaving the ship. Modern science is making the world smaller. You try several machines, finding them amusing more than challenging. The mechanical horse rocks back and forth with a steady rhythm, and you imagine you're cantering across some imaginary landscape. The rowing machine provides real resistance, and after 5 minutes your arms feel the effort. The electric camel lives up to its billing. It does indeed simulate the lurching motion of camel travel, though why anyone would want to simulate that particular experience remains unclear. After the gymnasium, you venture to the swimming pool located deep in the ship's interior. The descent takes you down several staircases, past machinery spaces and crew areas, until you reach a section clearly designed for passengers. The pool itself measures perhaps 30 feet long and 15 wide, filled with seawater that sloshes gently with the ship's motion. Tiles cover the walls in white and blue patterns. Changing rooms line one side. A few brave souls are actually swimming. A man doing determined laps. A young boy splashing near the shallow end under his mother's watchful eye. The water looks cold, and you decide to save swimming for another day. Instead, you explore the adjacent Turkish baths, a series of rooms decorated in Arabic style with colourful tiles and carved wooden screens. The baths offer gradual progression through increasingly warm rooms. The temperate room feels pleasant, like a sunny day. The hot room makes you start sweating within minutes. The steam room envelops you in vapour so thick you can barely see your hand in front of your face. Attendants in white robes move like ghosts through the steam, offering towels and glasses of cool water. You endure the heat for perhaps 20 minutes before retreating to the cooling room, where you wrap yourself in a thick robe and stretch out on a comfortable lounger. Your body feels loose and relaxed, and muscles you didn't know were tense are now releasing. Other passengers occupy nearby loungers, all of us looking slightly pink and very content. "First time in the baths?" asks a man with an impressive moustache on the next lounger. You confirm, and he nods knowingly. "Remarkable facility. I use Turkish baths regularly in London, and these rival the best I've experienced. Extraordinary that they've installed them on a ship." He's right, of course. The existence of Turkish baths aboard an ocean liner represents another example of Titanic's commitment to comprehensive luxury. Why should passengers sacrifice any comfort just because they're travelling? Why not bring every amenity of shore life to sea? After the baths, you return to your cabin for fresh clothes, then join the growing crowd gathering on the boat deck for the inspection tour. An officer in a crisp white uniform leads the group, explaining technical details as we walk. He shows us the bridge, where the captain and his officers navigate. He demonstrates the wireless equipment, those mysterious machines that can send messages through empty air. He explains the ship's watertight compartments, designed to keep Titanic afloat even if the hull suffers damage. "She's practically unsinkable," the officer says with understandable pride. "The designers thought of everything. These watertight doors can be closed instantly from the bridge, sealing off any flooding. Even if several compartments fill with water, the Titanic will remain afloat." The group murmurs appreciation. We're impressed by the engineering and reassured by the safety measures. Titanic represents the pinnacle of maritime technology, and standing on her deck, hearing these explanations, you feel confidence in the ship and the men who operate her. Lunch arrives with its usual variety and excellence. You eat lightly, saving your appetite for dinner. The afternoon stretches ahead with pleasant emptiness. Some passengers play cards in the lounges, others write letters in the library. A few brave souls walk the deck despite the April chill. You find yourself drawn to the reading and writing room, that feminine sanctuary done in delicate colours and white wicker furniture. Despite being designed for ladies, the room welcomes male visitors, and you claim a comfortable chair near the windows. Someone has left a book, a popular novel about adventure in Africa. You pick it up, intending to read just a chapter or two. The next time you check your pocket watch, 2 hours have passed. The story captured you completely, pulling you into fictional jungles and adventures that seem both exotic and slightly ridiculous. But that's what good entertainment does. It takes you somewhere else and lets you forget your surroundings completely. Tea service begins at 4 o'clock, and you make your way to the cafe for this very British ritual. The servers have laid out impressive spreads, sandwiches with the crusts removed, small cakes, pastries, and scones with jam and cream. Tea arrives in proper pots, strong and hot. You prepare yours with milk and sugar, the way your grandmother taught you decades ago. Other passengers gather for tea, and the cafe fills with quiet conversation. This meal, really more of a snack, provides opportunity for social mixing without the formality of dinner. People move between tables, greeting friends made yesterday, striking up conversations with strangers. A sense of community is building among the first-class passengers, that peculiar bonding that happens when people share an adventure. After tea, you return to the deck for a constitutional walk. The wind has picked up since morning, and the ocean looks rougher, with waves showing white caps. Titanic handles the swells with barely noticeable motion, but you can see spray occasionally reaching high enough to catch sunlight. The air tastes strongly of salt, and your face feels windburned after just minutes outside. You complete several circuits of the promenade deck, walking briskly enough to elevate your heart rate. Other passengers have the same idea: exercise before dinner, working up an appetite for the evening's feast. We nod to each other as we pass, fellow travellers sharing space and purpose. Back in your cabin, you rest before beginning the evening's preparations. The sun is setting, visible through your window as a golden glow on the horizon. The ocean catches this light and transforms it into something magical. The water appearing to hold fire, the waves edged in gold. You stand at the window and watch until the sun disappears completely, leaving only afterglow and the approach of night. Evening returns you to formal dress, to white tie and tails, to the transformation into your most elegant self. Dinner tonight features different table mates. The assignments rotate, ensuring passengers meet various people during the voyage. Your new companions include a steel magnate from Pittsburgh, a British lord travelling with his sister, and a doctor returning from a medical conference in New York. The conversation flows toward more intellectual topics than last night. The doctor discusses advances in surgery. The steel magnate offers thoughts on industrial development. The British lord, surprisingly well read, quotes poetry and philosophy. His sister listens with patient attention, occasionally contributing observations that reveal sharp intelligence. After dinner, you skip the smoking room and instead wander to the lounge where someone is playing the piano. The musician performs with real skill, moving from classical pieces to popular songs to improvised melodies that might be original compositions. A small crowd gathers, some people singing along softly, others simply listening. The music creates an atmosphere of gentle melancholy, beautiful but tinged with something indefinable. Perhaps awareness of time passing, of this voyage representing a brief moment outside ordinary life. Tomorrow Titanic will be further across the Atlantic, the day after, further still. Eventually this floating palace existence will end, returning us all to normal life ashore. But not tonight. Tonight you're here, listening to piano music in an elegant lounge surrounded by strangers becoming friends, carried across the ocean by this extraordinary ship. Tonight is enough. By the third day aboard, you've begun to recognise faces and remember names. The ship's social world has organised itself into loose groups based on shared interests and compatible personalities. You find yourself drawn to a particular cluster of passengers who gather in the lounge after breakfast. A mix of ages and backgrounds united by curiosity about fellow travellers. and enjoyment of good conversation. The core group includes Margaret, a widow from Boston with sharp wit and bottomless energy. Thomas, a banker from Philadelphia who collects rare books and loves discussing literature. Edward, a British diplomat returning from posting in Washington. Sarah, a young woman travelling with her considerably older aunt, both heading to Italy for an extended stay. And you, the observer who sometimes becomes a participant. Your conversations range widely. Margaret tells stories about Boston society with humour that makes everyone laugh, while also revealing complex social dynamics. Thomas describes rare volumes he's acquired, his enthusiasm infectious even for those who don't share his passion for first editions. Edward offers insider perspectives on international relations, carefully avoiding anything too confidential. Sarah asks questions that reveal her intelligence and curiosity about the wider world. These morning gatherings become ritual. You claim the same area of the lounge, those comfortable chairs near the windows. Stewards learn your preferences and deliver coffee or tea without being asked. The conversations start casually, but often develop unexpected depth. Discussions of art, politics, philosophy, and the changing world of 19 to 12. Everything's accelerating, Thomas observes one morning, stirring sugar into his coffee. Technology, society, and even time itself seem to move faster. When I was young, life felt stable. Now each year brings dramatic changes. Progress, Edward says. Inevitable and mostly positive, though not without costs. I wonder if we're progressing towards something or just moving, Margaret muses. Speed doesn't necessarily indicate direction. These conversations make you think, challenge assumptions and open perspectives. You realise that one of luxury's true gifts is time. Time to think, to talk, to explore ideas without the pressure of schedules and obligations. Titanic provides space for intellectual leisure that modern life rarely permits. You also notice how the ship's environment encourages unexpected connections. One afternoon you strike up a conversation with an older gentleman on the promenade deck. He turns out to be a professor of history at Oxford, and you spend an hour discussing the fall of Rome while walking circles around the deck. His knowledge impresses you, but so does his ability to make ancient events feel relevant to contemporary life. Another time you end up playing bridge with three strangers, two sisters from New York and a mining engineer from Colorado. None of you play particularly well, but the game provides a framework for getting to know each other. You learn about their lives, their reasons for travelling, and their hopes and worries. By the end of the evening, you feel like you've made genuine friends, people you might actually stay in contact with after the voyage ends. The children aboard deserve special mention. Titanic carries perhaps 24 first-class children, ranging from infants to teenagers. They bring energy and spontaneity that contrast beautifully with adult formality. You often see them racing along corridors until their nannies call them back to decorum. They explore the ship with fearless curiosity, discovering spaces and perspectives that adults miss. One morning you encounter a small boy, perhaps 6 years old, standing at a window staring at the ocean with such intensity that you stop to see what he's watching. At first you see nothing unusual, just waves and horizon. Then you spot it, a distant whale, visible as a dark shape briefly surfacing before disappearing back into the depths. "Did you see?" the boy asks, turning to you with excitement that can't be contained. "A whale! An actual whale!" You confirm that yes, you saw it too, and the boy's face lights up with joy, which makes you smile for the rest of the day. That simple moment, a child's wonder at the natural world, provides more genuine pleasure than all of Titanic's manufactured luxuries. Social events punctuate the voyage's rhythm. One evening, the ship's officers host a reception, giving passengers the opportunity to meet the captain and crew who operate Titanic. Captain Smith appears exactly as you'd imagine a ship's captain should. White-bearded, dignified, and radiating calm competence. He moves through the crowd with practiced ease, spending a few minutes with each passenger, making everyone feel acknowledged. Another night features a concert by the ship's orchestra, transformed from background dinner music to featured performers. They play a full programme of classical and popular pieces, the musicians revealing skills that dinner service doesn't fully showcase. The lounge fills with passengers dressed in their evening finest, all of us enjoying culture in the middle of the Atlantic. You also observe the quiet romances developing aboard ship. That young couple from dinner the first night spends hours together on deck, talking and laughing, clearly falling deeper into love with each passing day. An older pair, he perhaps 60, she in her 50s, also seems to be discovering each other, their courtship more subtle but no less real. Ocean voyages apparently encourage romance, the enclosed world and temporary nature of the experience creating conditions where feelings develop quickly. Your own social experience includes several conversations with attractive women, encounters that might have developed into something more if circumstances were different. A charming widow invites you to walk the deck with her. A sophisticated woman your own age engages you in extended discussion about art and literature. In another context, these meetings might have led somewhere. But shipboard romance requires either quick development or acceptance of a temporary connection, and you find yourself preferring friendship to the complications of brief romance. The dining room continues providing theatre each evening. By now you've learned to recognise various personalities among the first-class passengers. The millionaire who always orders the most expensive wine, the British aristocrat who treats stewards with casual condescension. The nouveau riche couple is trying too hard to fit into high society. The genuinely wealthy who wear their money comfortably, without need for display. You also note how the stewards manage this diverse group with remarkable skill. They remember names, preferences and small details that make each passenger feel individually served. A steward might recall that you prefer your coffee very hot, or that you typically skip the soup course, or that you once mentioned enjoying a particular wine. These small acknowledgements of individual preference create the illusion of personal service, even within the industrial scale of Titanic's operations. One evening, Margaret organises an impromptu gathering in the lounge after dinner. Perhaps a dozen passengers attend, forming a loose circle of chairs. Someone suggests telling stories, and suddenly we're entertaining each other with tales from our lives. Margaret describes a disastrous dinner party where everything went wrong, but somehow became the most memorable evening of the season. Thomas tells about discovering a valuable book in a dusty shop where the owner had no idea what he possessed. Edward shares diplomatic anecdotes carefully edited to remove confidential details. When your turn comes, you tell about a business venture that succeeded far beyond expectations, the combination of planning and luck that made everything work perfectly. But as you talk, you realise the story's real point isn't the success. It's the journey, the uncertainty, the gradual realisation that things were going to work out. Your listeners seem to understand this, nodding at recognition of universal experiences dressed in individual circumstances. The gathering continues past midnight, passengers telling stories, laughing, and sharing moments of connection that make Titanic feel less like a ship and more like a floating community. Eventually people drift away to their cabins, but you linger in the lounge thinking about this evening, about these temporary friendships that feel surprisingly substantial. Walking back to your cabin through quiet corridors, you reflect on how ocean travel creates unique social conditions. Remove people from their normal contexts, put them in close proximity for several days, add comfort and leisure, and connections develop that might never form ashore. You'll probably never see most of these people again after the voyage ends, yet right now they feel like friends, companions on a shared adventure. In your cabin, you prepare for bed while thinking about tomorrow. The voyage is more than half finished. Titanic is crossing the Atlantic's middle sections now, the deepest waters, furthest from any land. Each day brings you closer to New York, to the end of this experience and to returning to normal life. But tonight, that seems distant and unimportant. Tonight you're here, surrounded by new friends, carried across the ocean in luxury, experiencing something you'll remember forever. The ship takes on a different character after midnight. You discover this one night when sleep eludes you, and you decide to explore rather than lie in bed wrestling with wakefulness. Putting on a robe over your pyjamas and slipping into shoes, you venture out into corridors that have transformed from daytime bustle into something quieter, almost meditative. Night lighting replaces the brilliant illumination of daytime. Softer bulbs cast gentle pools of light separated by stretches of shadow. The effect creates intimacy, making the huge ship feel smaller and more manageable. Your footsteps echo differently in these empty passages, each sound reaching further without daytime noise to absorb it. You climb the grand staircase, meeting no one. The carved oak panels look different in reduced lighting, the wood grain deeper and richer. That clock showing honour and glory crowning time reads 2:15. Somewhere in the ship, crew members maintain their watches, but here in the passenger areas, you have the world to yourself. On the boat deck, cold air hits immediately. You'd expected this, but the reality still takes your breath away. The April night temperature must be barely above freezing, and the wind makes it feel colder. Yet something about the cold appeals to you. It's honest, demanding attention, refusing to be ignored. The sky above Titanic overwhelms with its vastness. You've seen night skies before, but never like this. Never so far from any competing light. Stars pack the darkness in numbers that seem impossible. More stars than sky to hold them. The Milky Way stretches overhead like spilled milk frozen in place. Constellations you've known since childhood appear embedded in this greater pattern, familiar markers in overwhelming abundance. You walk to the railing and look down at the ocean. The water appears black under starlight, invisible except where Titanic's lights reach it. Along the hull, portholes create pools of golden illumination on the surface, giving you glimpses of waves rolling past. Beyond that narrow band of visibility, darkness extends infinitely in all directions. The ship's engines maintain their constant rhythm, felt through your feet as much as heard. Somewhere forward, the watch officers stand on the bridge, monitoring instruments, maintaining course. In the engine rooms far below, crew members tend machinery that drives this enormous vessel forward. But up here, you're alone with the night and the stars and the vast ocean. You think about distance. How far Titanic has travelled from Southampton? How far remains to New York? How deep the water flows beneath the keel? The numbers become abstract at this scale. 3 miles to the ocean floor, hundreds of miles to the nearest land. Thousands of stars visible overhead. Measurements that dwarf human comprehension. The cold eventually drives you inside, but you're not ready to return to your cabin. Instead, you explore the ship's public rooms, finding them empty but still lit. The reading room maintains its quiet charm even without readers. The lounge looks almost mysterious in reduced lighting. Familiar furniture transformed into unfamiliar shapes and shadows. You discover you're not completely alone after all. In the smoking room, one other passenger occupies a leather chair, staring into the middle distance while nursing a glass of whiskey. He's older, perhaps 70, dressed in a robe similar to yours. He nods acknowledgement when you enter, but doesn't speak, and you respect his desire for solitude by claiming a chair on the opposite side of the room. For perhaps half an hour, you both sit there in comfortable silence. The smoking room's stained glass windows look black from inside, reflecting the room rather than showing anything beyond. The carved ceiling seems to press down slightly without crowds and conversation to push it back. Everything feels compressed, concentrated and essential. Eventually the older gentleman rises, nods again and departs. You remain thinking about nothing in particular, letting your mind drift like the Titanic across the water. Thoughts come and go without demanding attention. Worries that might keep you awake in your cabin feel distant here, manageable and small. Around 3 o'clock, you return to the promenade deck for another exposure to cold and stars. This time you notice the horizon, a line barely visible where starry sky meets dark ocean, the division between up and down, the edge between two infinities. Staring at that line, you feel both very small and somehow connected to something larger, though you couldn't articulate exactly what. A shooting star crosses the sky, there and gone in a breath, then another, then a third. You realise you're watching a meteor shower, pieces of cosmic debris burning up in the atmosphere far above. Each streak of light represents matter older than human civilization. Material that's travelled through space for millions of years before ending its journey in a brief flash above the Atlantic. The beauty of it makes your chest tight. You're watching something that has nothing to do with human concerns, the universe simply being itself, indifferent to observers. Yet here you stand, observing, creating meaning from natural phenomena that carry no inherent meaning at all. Back inside again, you wander toward the stern, down staircases you haven't explored before, and through crew areas where signs indicate passengers shouldn't go. Nobody stops you. The night watch apparently assumes any passenger wandering around at this hour has good reason. You emerge onto a lower deck where you can hear the propellers more clearly and feel their vibration more strongly. Looking back along Titanic's length from this position, you see the ship's full scale in a way daytime viewing never quite captures. She rises above you like a cliff face, deck stacked upon deck, lights marking windows and passages. The 4 funnels tower against the stars. The whole structure seems impossible, too large to float and too complex to operate. Yet she moves through the water with grace, carrying hundreds of passengers in comfort while they sleep. You make your way back to familiar areas, climbing toward the boat deck again. The sky has begun showing the first hints of dawn, not light exactly, but a lessening of absolute darkness, a suggestion that day approaches. You're tired now in a pleasant way, the sort of exhaustion that promises deep sleep. One final circuit of the promenade deck serves as the conclusion to your nighttime exploration. The wind still blows cold, but you've adjusted to it, accepted it. The stars still fill the sky, though they seem less overwhelming now, more familiar. The ocean still stretches endlessly, but you've made peace with its vastness. Back in your cabin, finally, you remove your robe and shoes and climb into bed. The sheets feel warm and welcoming after the cold deck. The mattress embraces you. The gentle motion of the ship rocks you like a cradle. You think about the night just past, about stars and darkness and solitude. You think about being awake while others sleep, about seeing the ship in her nighttime aspect, and about discovering that Titanic contains layers of experience beyond daytime luxury. Sleep arrives like a friend you'd been expecting, pulling you down into dreams coloured by starlight and ocean depths, by the rhythm of engines and the whisper of waves along the hull. Tomorrow will bring another day of leisure and luxury, of meals and conversation and social ritual. But tonight belongs to something else, to quiet wonder, to connection with vastness, to moments of pure existence without purpose beyond being. The last thought before sleep claims you completely. You're glad you couldn't sleep earlier, glad you went exploring, and glad you discovered this secret version of Titanic that only reveals herself to the wakeful and the wandering. You wake late after your nighttime adventures, sunlight streaming through your cabin window. Checking your pocket watch, you're startled to find it's nearly 10 o'clock. You've slept through breakfast service, something you haven't done since boarding. But the extra rest feels deserved, and besides, the cafe will still serve lighter fare for late risers. After washing and dressing, you make your way to the cafe, finding it moderately populated with other passengers who've also slept late. You order coffee and toast and settle at a window table to watch the ocean while you eat. The sea looks calmer today, the waves gentler, and the water a deeper blue than you've seen yet on this voyage. Margaret appears with her own coffee and, spotting you, comes over to join. You look rested, she observes, settling into the chair across from yours. You tell her about your nighttime wandering, about stars and solitude and seeing the ship in darkness. She listens with evident interest, then shares her own similar experience from a previous voyage. Apparently many passengers eventually discover the appeal of nighttime exploration, drawn by restlessness or curiosity into seeing their floating home from different perspectives. It's like visiting a familiar house at an unfamiliar hour, Margaret says. Everything looks different. You notice details that daytime activity obscures. The conversation drifts to other topics, her plans once reaching Italy, your own upcoming business in New York, and the strange feeling that this voyage exists outside normal time. We're both aware that Titanic will reach New York in a few days, ending this interlude, returning us to regular life. I always feel slightly melancholy toward the end of ocean voyages, Margaret admits. All these connections we've made, the friendships that feel real despite their brevity. Most of them won't survive contact with shore life, will exchange addresses, promise to write, and maybe even mean it sincerely, but then regular life resumes, and this shipboard world fades into a pleasant memory. You recognise the truth in her words. Already you can feel this voyage becoming a story you'll tell, an experience you'll remember rather than something you're actively living. The present moment keeps sliding into past tense, each day adding to accumulated memory. After coffee, you decide to attend the church service being held in the dining saloon. You're not particularly religious, but the service provides an opportunity to see the passenger community gathered for something beyond meals and entertainment. The dining saloon has been transformed, with chairs arranged theatre-style facing a small lectern at the front. Captain Smith conducts the service with the same dignity he brings to ship operations. His voice carries authority but also warmth as he reads from the Book of Common Prayer. The hymns, familiar ones that most people know, rise from hundreds of voices, creating harmony that feels both solemn and uplifting. Looking around at your fellow passengers singing together, you feel connected to something older than Titanic, older than ocean travel, something about humans seeking meaning and community. The sermon, brief and non-controversial, focuses on gratitude and safe passage. Captain Smith thanks God for calm seas and favourable weather, asks for blessings for the remainder of the voyage, and reminds everyone to appreciate the remarkable vessel carrying us across the ocean. It's good pastoral care, appropriate for the setting, demanding nothing while offering comfort. After the service, passengers linger in small groups, conversation flowing naturally. You speak with Thomas about the music, with Edward about maritime traditions, and with several other passengers you've come to know during the voyage. The gathering feels like church fellowship anywhere, people connecting over shared experience, finding comfort in community. Lunch follows its usual pattern of excellence. You've stopped being amazed by the food quality, accepting it as normal rather than exceptional. This adaptation strikes you as interesting. How quickly luxury becomes expected, how standards adjust upward when exposed to consistently high quality. You'll probably find ordinary restaurants disappointing after this voyage. The afternoon brings you to the library, where you've spent minimal time so far. The room contains an impressive book selection, novels, histories, travel narratives, poetry, and reference works. You browse the shelves, pulling volumes at random, reading opening paragraphs and trying to decide what appeals to your current mood. Eventually you select a book about Arctic exploration and settle into a comfortable chair. The contrast appeals to you, reading about extreme cold while sitting in Titanic's perfect comfort, learning about dangerous expeditions while experiencing the safest possible ocean travel. The explorers in the book struggled against hostile nature, risked death regularly, and suffered incredible hardship. You're eating chocolates while reading about their frostbite and starvation, yet you don't feel guilty about this contrast. Civilization's entire purpose is creating comfort from hostile nature, building systems that protect humans from environmental dangers. Titanic represents the culmination of that project, nature completely tamed, ocean travel transformed from dangerous necessity into comfortable pleasure. An older woman sits near you also reading. Eventually she looks up and catches your eye. Good book. You show her the cover and she nods in recognition. I read that last year. Remarkable stories. Makes you grateful for modern technology, doesn't it? You agree, and conversation develops naturally. She's a professor's widow, travelling to visit family in America. This is her third Atlantic crossing, and she's watched ships evolve from relatively basic vessels to modern marvels like Titanic. Her observations about maritime progress reveal sharp intelligence and genuine curiosity about technological change. My late husband believed we were living through humanity's great age of advancement, she tells you. He thought future generations would look back at our era the way we look back at the Renaissance, a time when human capability exploded, when we achieved things previously thought impossible. Do you think he was right, you ask? She considers carefully before answering. Yes, though perhaps not quite the way he imagined. Progress always comes with costs he didn't fully anticipate. But yes, this is a remarkable time to be alive. The conversation continues for perhaps an hour, ranging across topics with the freedom that comes from intelligent strangers meeting by chance. She's read widely, travelled extensively, and thought deeply about the world and humanity's place in it. Talking with her reminds you that education and intelligence aren't limited to any particular age or gender, that wisdom can appear anywhere if you're paying attention. Eventually she returns to her book, and you to yours. But the interaction leaves you feeling enriched, grateful for unexpected connections that ocean travel facilitates. Tea service at 4 o'clock brings you to the cafe again, where the usual crowd has gathered. Your core group sits together, and conversation flows with the ease of established friendship. We've shared enough meals and discussions that inside jokes have developed, references that wouldn't make sense to outsiders but send us into laughter. Sarah describes her aunt's reaction to the Turkish baths. Apparently the older woman found the heat shocking, but the massage afterward deeply satisfying. Thomas reports finishing an excellent novel from the library and offers recommendations for what others should read. Edward shares news from the ship's daily bulletin about events in the wider world, though these reports feel distant and somewhat unreal from the middle of the Atlantic. You mention your nighttime exploration, and this prompts others to share similar experiences. We discover that several of us have been drawn to late-night wandering, each finding our own version of that peaceful solitude the ship offers after most passengers sleep. We compare favourite spots. Margaret likes the reading room at night, Thomas prefers the smoking room, and Sarah has discovered a quiet corner of the promenade deck. We're like ghosts haunting our own voyage, Edward observes, smiling at the metaphor. Moving through empty spaces while everyone else dreams, dinner that evening feels especially convivial. Your table includes several people you've come to know well, and conversation flows with unusual warmth. Someone proposes a toast to Titanic and Captain Smith, and we all raise our glasses, genuinely grateful for this experience. The meal itself, course after course of exquisite food, hardly registers now. You've become accustomed to culinary excellence, and while you still appreciate the quality, it no longer astonishes. What matters more is the fellowship, the shared experience, and the sense of being part of something special. After dinner, the group migrates to the lounge where the pianist plays and passengers gather for the evening's final social hours. You notice how relationships have developed over the voyage. The young couple you observed early on now seems firmly attached, likely engaged or soon to be. Several passengers who began as strangers now sit together like old friends. The ship's social world has organised itself into a functioning community. Margaret pulls you aside at one point. "I'm going to miss this," she says quietly. "This feeling of being outside regular life, of having time to just be without endless obligations pressing on every moment." You understand exactly what she means. Titanic provides a bubble, a protected space where normal rules don't quite apply. Time moves differently here. Concerns that loom large ashore seem distant. The enforced leisure allows for thought and conversation that regular life rarely permits. We should all do this more often, you suggest. Take deliberate breaks from normal routine and create space for reflection and connection. "We should," Margaret agrees. "We won't, but we should." The evening winds down slowly. Passengers drift toward their cabins in ones and twos. The pianist plays softer selections, music for ending rather than beginning. Stewards move through the room, collecting empty glasses, straightening furniture, and preparing spaces for tomorrow. You're among the last to leave, reluctant to let this evening end. On the walk back to your cabin, you pause one more time on deck, looking up at stars now familiar from previous nights. The air feels warmer than your first night aboard. Either the temperature has actually risen or you've adapted to the cold. In your cabin, preparing for bed, you reflect on the cultural snapshot this voyage represents. A particular moment in time, April 1912, when technology had advanced far enough to make ocean crossings comfortable, but not so far as to make them routine. When wealthy passengers could experience luxury that previous generations would have considered impossible. When the world felt both larger and smaller than ever before. Larger because global travel was expanding horizons, smaller because technology was connecting distant places. This voyage captures something about early 20th century aspirations. The belief that human ingenuity could solve any problem, the confidence that progress was inevitable and positive, the sense that we were building a better world through engineering and industry. You drift towards sleep thinking about Titanic as a cultural artifact, as a symbol, and as a representation of an era and attitudes. She's more than a ship. She's a statement about what humans can achieve, about our ambitions and capabilities and determination to conquer challenges. The engines throb steadily, carrying you through the night toward New York, toward the end of this experience, toward tomorrow and whatever comes after. But tonight, right now, you're here, part of this moment, experiencing something that will live in memory long after the voyage ends. Sleep comes with the gentle rocking of waves against the hull, with the whisper of water rushing past, and with the distant sound of the Titanic's orchestra playing one last waltz before silence claims the night. Imagine being in a very old Japanese forest, the kind that used to cover these islands long before anyone thought to build anything. These trees are different from the ones you might see in your area. These trees are Cryptomeria and Hinoki cypress. They can live for 1,000 years and grow straight and tall. Their wood smells a little like lemon and is resistant to rot, like nature's own preservative. Japanese architecture doesn't start in quarries or brick kilns. It starts in these old forests where there was a lot of wood that was easy to work with and seemed to last forever. Building with stone makes things last, whether you want them to or not. Stone says, "I will be here long after you're gone, unchanged and unmoved." Wood, on the other hand, says something else. Wood says, "I used to be alive, and in a way, I still am." The first people who lived in Japan knew that the islands they lived on were always moving, and this would affect how they built things for thousands of years. Earthquakes shook the ground too often, making buildings made of solid stone into death traps. It seemed like the earth itself liked movement over stillness and flexibility over rigidity. So the Japanese learned how to build buildings that could sway with the earth instead of fighting it. These buildings danced with disaster instead of standing against it. But before we talk about real buildings, we should talk about Shinto, the native religion of Japan that sees divine presence in nature. Shinto says that kami, or spirits or gods, live in everything, from huge mountains to tiny streams, from old trees to interesting rocks. This wasn't just a religious belief, it was a basic way to think about how you fit into the landscape. Your approach to building changes completely when you think that nature is sacred. You don't take over the land, you work with it. You don't cut down all the trees in a forest. Instead, you cut down certain trees with thanks and ceremony. The first Shinto shrines weren't really buildings. They were just areas that were set aside as sacred, maybe with a special tree or rock in them, and simple fences made of branches and rope around them. The Grand Shrine at Ise is one of Japan's most sacred places. It shows how people in Japan interact with nature in a way that might seem strange to people from the West. Every 20 years, the whole shrine complex is rebuilt from the ground up with new cypress wood and traditional methods. The old buildings are carefully taken apart and new ones that look just like the old ones go up in their place. This has been going on for more than 1,000 years, which makes Ise both old and always new. Consider this for a second. A building that is both 1,300 years old and only 20 years old. It's like the ship of Theseus paradox in architecture. This is a philosophical question about whether something stays the same after all of its parts have been replaced. The Japanese knew right away that the shrine's essence wasn't in the materials it was made of, but in its shape, its traditions, and its spiritual continuity. Because of this tradition of rebuilding, people had to learn about architecture by teaching each other, instead of just looking at old buildings. For decades, master carpenters taught apprentices everything they needed to know about how buildings worked, how they breathed, and how they stood up to wind and earthquakes. They didn't just teach them how to cut joints or choose wood. Japanese people used to treat wood with a lot of respect. Carpenters learned to read the grain of wood like you would read someone's face, getting to know its personality, strengths, and oddities. They knew that wood from the north side of a tree was thicker and should be used in a different way than wood from the south side. They knew that the way a tree grew determined how to cut and put its wood in a building. People cared for the tools and treated them with respect. It was important to take care of and eventually pass down a master carpenter's saw. Japanese saws cut on the pull stroke instead of the push stroke, which gives the carpenter more control and makes cleaner cuts. It's one of those little things that shows a whole new way of doing things. working with the tool's nature instead of forcing it to do what you want. The joinery techniques that developed in Japan are still amazing in how clever they are. Master carpenters made connections between wooden parts that were stronger than the wood itself, like interlocking joints that got tighter when they were loaded, corners that could bend without breaking, and connections that let buildings absorb seismic energy instead of breaking under it. Imagine a master carpenter in ancient Japan picking a tree to cut down as you drift off to sleep. He puts his hand on the bark and maybe says a short prayer to the kami of the forest, thanking them for the life he's about to take and the purpose it will serve. The tree will fall, but it will also rise again. It will become pillars and beams, and it will continue to exist in a new form, protecting people as it once protected birds and insects. The basis of Japanese architecture is a deep respect for materials, the idea that buildings are not separate from nature but part of its ongoing cycle, and the willingness to accept change instead of fighting it. The palaces, temples, castles and tea houses that come after this all come from these roots, just like the cypress trees grow from the ground. Japanese architecture changed in a big way around the 6th century CE. Buddhism came from China and Korea, and it brought with it not only new spiritual ideas, but also a whole new way of building. It was like someone suddenly giving you a whole new way to say things you only sort of understood before. In many ways, Chinese architecture was the opposite of what Japan had made. Japanese buildings were low to the ground, while Chinese buildings had many stories and fancy rooflines that went up. Japanese design used natural materials in their raw form, while Chinese architecture used bright colours, intricate decorations and complicated symbols. Japanese architecture was about blending in with the landscape, while Chinese architecture was about imposing geometric order and cosmic meaning. The Japanese reaction to this cultural exchange shows something important about their character. They didn't just copy Chinese models, and they didn't completely reject them either. Instead, they did what you could call architectural translation, which means taking Chinese ideas and slowly and carefully adapting them to Japanese tastes and needs. Japanese architecture didn't really need large interior spaces for congregational worship before. Buddhist temples did. Shinto ceremonies took place outside or in small private places, but Buddhism needed big rooms where monks could meet, chant sutras and do complicated rituals. This meant learning how to build on a scale that Japanese architecture hadn't done before. The pagoda, which is a unique multi-tiered tower found in Buddhist temples, is actually a brilliant piece of earthquake engineering that the Japanese perfected through trial and error and careful observation. The Shinbashira, a huge central pillar, runs through the middle of a traditional Japanese pagoda. It is held up from the top and barely touches the ground. The building shakes when an earthquake hits, but the central pillar keeps the whole thing stable by acting as a counterweight and dampener. Modern seismologists who studied ancient pagodas found something amazing. This design, which was developed through years of observation, predicts principles that structural engineers didn't understand mathematically until the 20th century. Some pagodas have been around for more than 1,400 years and have withstood many earthquakes that have destroyed newer buildings nearby. Old-time carpenters didn't need computer models. They had patience, careful observation, and years of experience. The Horyuji Temple, which was built in the early 7th century, has the oldest wooden buildings in the world that are still standing. It's like stepping into a time machine when you walk around its grounds, but you're not really there. You're in bed, imagining what it would be like. The wood has darkened over time to a deep brown that looks like it absorbs light. The pillars have a slight curve called entasis that comes from Greek architecture through Chinese middlemen. This makes them look more like living things than rigid shapes. It's interesting how quickly these early Buddhist temples began to look more Japanese than Chinese. The rooflines got less fancy but more elegant. The colours changed from the bright reds and greens of Chinese temples to softer, more natural tones. The connection with the garden around it became more integrated, less about symbols and more about real sensory experience. Buddhist architecture also brought new skilled workers to Japan, tile makers who could make the unique curved roof tiles that directed rainwater, metal workers who could make the beautiful bronze decorations that went on doorways and roofs, sculptors and painters who made statues of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas that filled temples. There were different traditions and techniques for each craft that had to be changed to work with Japanese materials and weather. The changes in temple architecture over the next few hundred years show a slow process of creative digestion. Each generation of builders learned from the ones before them, but they also tried new things, changed things, and sometimes came up with new ideas that were less like Chinese models. By the Heian period, which lasted from the 9th to the 12th centuries, Japanese Buddhist architecture had developed its own unique style. It was clearly based on Chinese models, but it was clearly Japanese in how it was built. The covered corridor, or roka, is one new idea that stands out. In Japan, where it rains a lot, these wooden walkways connected different buildings in a temple or palace complex. They made sure that people could move between buildings without getting wet. The corridors weren't just useful. They made a rhythm of walking through covered and open spaces, switching between light and shade, the sound of rain on wooden roofs, and the sight of gardens glistening with water. As you get more comfortable in your blankets, picture yourself walking down one of these hallways on a rainy day. The wooden floor is smooth under your feet because it has been used for hundreds of years. Rain is falling in sheets outside, making a curtain between you and the garden. The sound is everywhere. Rain on the roof tiles, rain on the stone paths, and rain filling the stone basins. But you're dry and moving through this protected space that connects you to the life of the buildings, while keeping you safe from the weather. The hallway is not completely inside or outside. It's a space in between, a threshold, and Japanese architecture would come to love these unclear areas very much. The aristocratic architecture of the Heian period Japan, from the 9th to the 12th centuries, is one of the most refined domestic traditions in human history. This was the time of the tale of Genji, a great work of world literature that shows us how the nobility lived, loved, and thought about the places where they lived. The Shindenzukuri style that was popular in aristocratic homes at this time was based on a simple idea: build rectangular buildings around a central courtyard garden, connect them with hallways, and let the spaces flow into each other with as few barriers as possible. It sounds simple, but when you compare it to European or Middle Eastern palaces from the same time, you can see how radical this idea was. Picture a mansion for a nobleman from above. The main hall, or shinden, always faces south because of Chinese geomantic ideas about good directions. To the east and west, smaller buildings hold family members, servants, and other household tasks. Covered hallways connect everything, making a safe way for people to get around. And in the middle, the courtyard garden, which is more than just a decoration, it's the heart of the whole thing. There are almost no walls inside, which is what makes this so different from, say, a medieval European manor. The buildings are basically roofed platforms with screens and curtains that can be moved around. Not solid walls, but how you arrange your furniture and fabric gives you privacy. You don't define space by closing it off. Instead, you do it by carefully placing screens, blinds, and hanging textiles to suggest boundaries. This meant that homes of the rich were very adaptable. During the day, the rooms could be open and bright. Screens and curtains made private rooms at night. When you had guests over, rooms could easily become bigger spaces. The house could change completely with the seasons. In the summer, it was very open to let in breezes, and in the winter, it had screens placed just right to keep warmth from braziers. The floors of these buildings were made of famous hinoki cypress wood platforms that were about 2 feet off the ground. It wasn't just about height. It was also about making a separate space from the ground below. You took off your shoes before stepping up onto these platforms. This was a sign that you were moving from the outside world to the more refined space of the home. The space under the floor also let airflow, which is important in Japan's humid climate, and kept moisture from the ground from rotting wooden buildings. During the Heian period, tatami mats, which are rectangular floor mats covered in rushes, were not yet common. They were expensive things that were only put where people sat. Eventually they grew so big that they covered whole floors, and their standard size became a way to measure things. Rooms were described by how many tatami they had. People still use the terms 6-mat rooms and 8-mat rooms to describe Japanese apartments today. This is a tradition that goes back hundreds of years. If you're used to walls being walls and doors staying closed, the way the inside and outside of these palaces work together might make you feel uneasy. On nice days, the wooden shutters that surrounded the buildings could be lifted and stored, which meant that an entire wall could be taken down and the rooms could be opened directly to the garden. The aristocrats didn't just look at their gardens, they were always able to see and hear them. You might not expect this openness to mean a different way of thinking about privacy. Because anyone could see into rooms, privacy was kept by using layers of semi-transparent fabrics, cultural rules about where you could look, and the careful placement of screens and furniture. The privacy of the architecture was not physical but social, and it was enforced by manners instead of locks. You should meditate on the gardens you can see from these palaces. They weren't botanical collections or vegetable gardens. They were carefully planned landscapes that brought nature close to people. You could change the course of a stream so that it flows through the garden, with carefully chosen stones lining the way. People picked trees based on how they looked in different seasons, like cherry blossoms in the spring and maples in the fall. Islands in fake ponds stood for cosmic ideas or famous places from Chinese poetry. Walking through these gardens meant reading between the lines and finding hidden meanings. That arrangement of rocks could be a reference to a famous Chinese landscape. That tree might remind people of a poem they all knew. The gardens were like three-dimensional books that only educated people could fully enjoy. You could enjoy them sensually, which you could do, but you were also supposed to understand their cultural and philosophical meanings. The idea of ma, which is often translated as negative space, or interval, was very important to how these buildings and gardens worked. Ma isn't just empty space, it's space that gets meaning from the things around it. The empty space between the buildings wasn't wasted space, it was the organising principle that made the buildings work together. The space between stones on a garden path wasn't empty, it was full of hope. As you drift off to sleep, imagine yourself as a Heian nobleman or woman, relaxing on the raised wooden floor of your home. The wooden shutters are gone now that it's spring, and your room is completely open to the garden. The cherry blossoms are falling like snow in the light breeze. Like Heian nobles did all the time, you're writing poetry to try to capture the bittersweet beauty of these flowers that bloom and die in just a few days. The architecture around you isn't separate from the natural world. It's a carefully framed stage for seeing how nature changes all the time. Japanese history took a violent turn after hundreds of years of living in elegant palaces. Feudal lords fought all the time in the Middle Ages, and suddenly architecture had to deal with a problem it had never had to deal with before. How to build beautiful buildings that could also survive a military attack. The Japanese castle is an interesting mix of useful military engineering and artistic ambition. These weren't just rough fortifications meant to keep people out. They were also signs of power, displays of wealth, and architectural feats that just happened to be good places to defend. Let's begin with the most important rule: height. Japanese castles made good use of the land by building them on hills or mountains whenever they could. The main tower, or tenshu, would rise from the highest point, making a layered defence that attackers would have to fight through multiple fortified zones, going up before they could reach the keep. It's like playing chess in 3 dimensions, but the board is tilted to the defender's advantage. The stone bases of these castles are examples of engineering that still impress people today. Without mortar, huge stones, some of which weighed tons, were put together to make walls that were 30 to 40 feet high and curved slightly outward so that they couldn't be climbed. These walls were not only strong, but they were also beautiful. The different colours and textures of the stone made abstract patterns that changed with the weather and light. When using rough natural stones, the method for making these stone bases is called Nozurazumi. When using more processed stones, it is called Uchikomi Hagi. The best castles used a method in which each stone was carefully chosen and shaped to fit perfectly with the ones next to it. The walls were so well fitted that you couldn't slip a knife blade between the stones. It was like high-level craftsmanship in architecture, where practical needs turned into chances for virtuoso display. The wooden castle buildings themselves, like towers, gates, living quarters and storehouses, rose above these stone foundations. This is where the unique style of Japanese castle architecture really shone through. Japanese castles were mostly wooden buildings with stone pedestals underneath, while European castles were made of solid stone throughout. The towers could be 4, 5, or even 7 stories tall, with each story being a little smaller than the one below it. This made the towers look like wedding cakes with a tapered profile. But here's where it gets interesting. The floors inside don't match the stories you see from the outside. A 5-story tower might really have 7 floors inside, or a 3-story building might look like it has 5 floors inside. This wasn't just to confuse enemies, it was smart engineering that let the defensive floors have lower ceilings, while still looking great from the outside. The beautiful white plastered walls of Himeji Castle, also known as the White Heron Castle, make it the best example of Japanese castle architecture. It feels like you're in a 3-dimensional maze with defensive passages that were made by someone who really didn't want you to get to the centre. Paths make turns at strange angles. Doorways are set up so that attackers have to put themselves in dangerous situations. There are traps on the floors, Every choice made in architecture has two purposes: to look good and to kill. The defensive features of castles are very clever. Sama, or small windows, were put in place so that defenders could shoot arrows or guns without being shot back. Defenders on the upper floors could attack anyone who got past the lower defences through drop-down hatches in the ceilings. People could pour boiling oil or water on attackers through holes in the walls. The decorative curved rooflines also had a purpose. They made it harder to judge distances and aim accurately. Japanese castles always looked good, even though they were very useful for military purposes. The white plaster walls did more than just reflect heat and keep fire from spreading. They also made a striking contrast with the dark wood and grey stone, making castles visible from miles away and turning them into landmarks that stood out in the landscape. The ornate roof decorations, which usually had fierce animal designs, protected the building from lightning and showed the lord's power. The inside of the castle's living quarters showed that even warlords cared about how things looked. There were painted screens by famous artists in the rooms, alcoves for displaying valuable items, and windows that looked out on gardens. The strongest lords hired the best painters, carpenters, and gardeners to make places that were good for both siege warfare and poetry parties. During the time of castles, there was one new thing: hidden rooms and passages. There were often rooms in castles that could only be reached through hidden doors. These rooms were used to store treasures or for guards to hide in to keep the lord safe. Some castles had whole networks of hidden corridors in their walls that let defenders move between floors without being seen. Sometimes during restoration work hundreds of years later, people found these hidden spaces, which still had old equipment or forgotten supplies in them. During the Edo period, the shift from war to peace turned castles from military bases into government buildings and symbols of power. Lords still owned them, but they were more like government buildings than fortresses. They added more detailed gardens. The reception rooms got bigger. The martial parts stayed, but they became more decorative than useful. As you sink deeper into your pillow, picture yourself standing on the top floor of a castle tower at dusk. You can see the countryside around the castle through the small windows. The town is built around the base of the castle. The fields are beyond that, and the mountains are in the distance. The castle's many defensive rings go down in layers of stone and wood below you. The wind whispers through the intricate wooden structure, giving the whole building a life of its own. The castle is calm and watchful tonight, a mountain of human intention rising from the natural landscape. Tomorrow may bring battle. Japan entered the Edo period in the early 1600s under the Tokugawa shogunate. After centuries of war, all that military architecture became mostly useless. Japan didn't need castles or fortifications right now. It needed cities, neighbourhoods, and daily life. And out of this long peace came city buildings that changed the way millions of people lived. In just a few decades, Edo, which would later become Tokyo, grew from a small castle town to one of the biggest cities in the world. By the early 1700s, it was home to more than 1 million people, making it bigger than London or Paris. Rethinking everything about how cities are built and planned was necessary to handle that many people living in wooden buildings in a city that caught fire often. The typical townhouse or machiya from the Edo period had ideas about how to live in a city that still affect Japanese architecture today. These buildings were long and narrow, usually only 15 to 20 feet wide and going back from the street for 60 feet or more. Property taxes were based on how much of the street front there was, so people built deep and narrow to save money. The buildings that came out were like caves in the city, with dark areas in the middle and light coming in through the front door and back garden. The front of a machiya was a shop or workshop, a semi-public space where the household's business and street life came together. A few steps up from the street level marked the start of the buildings inside. You could do business in this threshold zone without actually entering the house. As with many other parts of Japanese architecture, the line between public and private wasn't a straight line, but a gradual change. The building stretched toward the back behind the shop area. It was divided into rooms by sliding fusuma panels that were covered in thick paper or fabric. These rooms had many uses. During the day they were living spaces, and at night futons were put out for sleeping. There wasn't much furniture, and it was often easy to move. A low table for eating that could be moved out of the way. Chests for storage that could be stacked or moved around. The space itself could be changed in any way, depending on the time of day or year. A small courtyard garden at the very back of the machiya let in light and air to the building's deepest parts. These gardens were very small, sometimes only 8 or 10 feet square, but they were very important for making the long, narrow buildings livable. That little bit of sky, that one tree, and those few carefully placed stones changed the whole character of the space, making it feel like it was connected to nature even though it was in a busy city. The whole neighbourhood of Machiya gave the city a texture that Western cities don't have. Because the houses were so narrow, the streets were lined with different versions of the same thing, which made the streets look more interesting instead of boring. Because it was so small, everything was easy to get to on foot. The fact that there were shops on the ground floors and homes above them meant that neighbourhoods were busy all day and night. Fire was always a threat to Edo's wooden buildings. The city was hit by big fires all the time, and sometimes they destroyed tens of thousands of buildings in just one day. The Japanese didn't build in stone because it was more expensive and less comfortable. Instead, they came up with a complicated system for preventing and responding to fires. There were volunteer fire brigades in neighbourhoods. Buildings had thick-walled storehouses called kura that were fireproof and had heavy doors. Fire breaks were built into the streets. You always knew that fire would happen, so you built quickly and cheaply enough that it wouldn't be a disaster to rebuild. The kura is worth paying special attention to because it shows a completely different way of building in the larger wooden city. These storehouses were basically boxes with thick earthen walls that were covered in plaster and had small windows that were sealed with heavy shutters. Families kept their most valuable things inside, like documents, heirlooms, and expensive fabrics. The kura's thick walls might keep their contents safe, even when the main house burned down around them. Families would come back after the fire to find their storehouses standing like white islands in a sea of ash. But the pleasure quarters and tea houses that thrived during the long peace might be Edo's most unique architectural contribution. These entertainment districts created their own style of architecture, with buildings that had more detailed facades, bigger windows, and rooms that were meant for gathering and performing instead of just living. The ukiyo, which was captured in prints and literature, was a famous floating world in Edo. It had its own unique architecture and spaces made just for a culture of high-class entertainment. During the Edo period, the tea house itself, which we'll talk about in more detail soon, became very popular. But the tea houses in cities were not the same as the ones for tea ceremonies. These were places where people could meet and talk about business, where artists could gather, and where samurai could forget about their status for a night. The architecture showed this flexibility by having rooms that could be opened or closed, and spaces that could go from private to public depending on what was needed. During the Edo period, townhouses also saw the full development of the tokonoma, an alcove that may have become the most important part of the Japanese home. The tokonoma was a small raised area with a slightly different floor level and a decorative backing. The family would put a scroll and maybe a flower arrangement or a treasured object there. The tokonoma wasn't for sitting or storing things. It was just for showing off, a sign of the family's taste and refinement. What you put in your tokonoma said a lot about who you were and what you cared about. During this time, tatami changed in a way that made floor plans the same all over Japan. Tatami mats came in standard sizes, which made it easy to guess how big a room would be. A room with 6 mats was a room with 6 mats, whether it was in Edo or Kyoto. The sizes of the mats did differ slightly by region, of course. Because of this standardization, it was possible to make a lot of architectural parts like screens, doors and alcove pieces that could fit in any building that followed the rules. As you move around in bed to find the perfect spot, picture yourself in a townhouse from the Edo period on a summer night. The shutters in the front are open to let in any breeze from the street. People who live nearby walk by and talk to each other. The small garden at the back of the house is in the shade, and the single maple tree is a dark shape against the deep blue sky. You're sitting close to the tokonoma, where a scroll shows a mountain landscape and a simple flower arrangement that together make a small world of meaning. The city with 1 million people is outside. Inside is this carefully planned space that isn't too big, but has everything you need to live a civilized life. To really get to know Japanese architecture, you have to go into a tea room, or chashitsu. These small buildings, which usually have only 4.5 tatami mats of floor space, are the best example of how Japanese design ideas can be turned into buildings. Before we talk about the building's architecture, we should learn about the tea ceremony, which is what these buildings are for. You do drink tea, but that's not really the point. It's about making a temporary world of refined interaction, where the usual rules and worries of daily life don't matter anymore. Instead, there is only the pure present moment that the host and guests share. The architecture's job is to set the stage for this experience and make it easier to have. Sen no Rikyu, a tea master from the 16th century who wrote down many of the rules for tea ceremonies, changed tea architecture by moving it away from fancy buildings that were influenced by Chinese styles and toward buildings that were almost radically simple and focused on natural materials and rough textures. Rikyu's ideas about Japanese taste go far beyond tea. Almost every modern idea of Japanese taste can be traced back to what he said. Before you even walk in, a tea room starts to work. You walk through a garden path called a roji, which is meant to help you switch your mind from the outside world to the tea room. You might walk through a garden gate, over stepping stones, past a bench where someone is waiting, and then to a stone basin where you can wash your hands and mouth. Each part has both practical and psychological uses. You're not just walking to a building, you're slowly breaking your ties to the outside world. The entrance to the tea room is meant to make you feel small. The Nijiriguchi, or crawling in entrance, is only about 2 feet square, so even the most important guests have to bow low and crawl through. The samurai had to leave their swords outside because the opening was too small for them to go in with them. This forced humility set the mood for the rest of the events. There were no social hierarchies in the tea room that were outside of it. There were only the host and the guests drinking tea. At first glance, the inside of a tea room looks almost like a cave. The walls of rough clay mixed with straw show their texture well. Wooden posts keep their bark or have irregularities that are meant to be there. The ceiling might be made of a mix of materials like bamboo, reeds and wood, to make a patchwork that looks random but is actually carefully planned. Small windows with translucent paper on them let in natural light, which makes the room softly lit from the side. But this look of being rustic is actually very sophisticated. Every part has been chosen with great care. There were hundreds of pieces to choose from, and that one with the bark still on it was chosen. We looked at its slight curve, its unique texture, and how light hits its surface, and we decided that all of these things were just right for this spot. The rough texture of the walls may look random, but it creates a specific visual effect that master plasterers spend years learning to make. The tokonoma is the main organising principle of the tea room, and it is even more important here than in residential architecture. There is a scroll in the alcove that was chosen just for this gathering. It could be a piece of calligraphy or a landscape painting. The scroll is more than just a decoration. It sets the spiritual tone for the whole tea party. When guests come in, they look at the tokonoma right away and read the scroll to find out what this gathering's all about. Everything in a tea room is there to help with tea. The hearth that is sunk into the ground is where the water is heated, and it is set up so that the host can perform the ceremony while sitting down. The door that the host uses to get in is separate from the door that the guests use to get in, so the host can bring in tea supplies without bothering the guests. The windows are placed just right so that the tea bowl gets the right amount of light at the most important times during the ceremony. Nothing is random. Every size, material and surface has been thought about. Tea rooms' aesthetic ideas slowly spread to all of Japanese architecture. The idea of wabi, which means finding beauty in simple things and materials, changed how people thought about designing homes. People liked worn wood and weathered stone because of the idea of sabi, which means appreciating the patina of age and the marks of use. Japanese architecture became known for using natural materials in their natural state without paint or other decorations. Tea rooms also perfected the idea of shake, or borrowed scenery, which is when a building is designed to include views of the landscape around it, as part of its interior space. A window that is carefully placed might frame a certain tree in the garden, making that tree a part of the room's design. The room's character changes when the tree blooms or changes colour with the seasons. The line between architecture and landscape becomes less clear and more temporary. The famous Taian tea room, which was designed by Rikyu himself and is still standing, is only 9 feet by 9 feet. In this small space, all of Japanese aesthetic philosophy is shown. The rough clay walls, the carefully uneven posts, the small window that looks out onto a perfectly framed garden view, and the tokonoma with its subtle proportions all work together to make a space that feels both humble and deep, rustic and refined, and temporary and eternal. Later tea masters built on Rikyu's work and made different styles of tea rooms that looked at different parts of tea room design. Some added more windows to let in more light. Some people tried out different materials or proportions, but they all stuck to the main idea. A tea room should be its own world, a place where beauty becomes a way to connect with the divine. The way tea rooms were designed had an effect on the way other types of buildings were built. The Sukiya style that came from tea architecture used its ideas in house design, such as using natural materials, making rooms that are the right size for people instead of grand displays, and paying close attention to texture and light. Exposed wooden ceilings, alcoves for display, and sliding paper screens are all things that are now thought of as typically Japanese. They all come from tea room architecture. As you get ready to sleep, picture yourself in a tea room at dusk. The rain is falling outside, making a soft sound on the roof. You can barely see the garden through the small window. The stones and moss are getting darker because of the moisture. The host just made tea with careful, practiced movements. The tea bowl is in front of you, and its rough surface feels warm in your hands. In this small space, the whole universe has shrunk to this moment. The taste of tea, the sound of rain, and the way the light is fading. The room has everything it needs, and nothing it doesn't. In its own quiet way, it's perfect. Japan had been closed off from the rest of the world for over 200 years, but in the middle of the 19th century it opened up. The meeting changed Japanese architecture in ways that were both exciting and confusing. Suddenly, a building style that had developed over hundreds of years to reflect certain cultural values and deal with certain problems had to learn how to use completely different architectural languages from Europe and America. People who were used to wooden buildings with paper screens and sliding doors must have thought that the first Western-style buildings in Japan were very strange. Buildings made of stone or brick with glass windows, multiple stories with stairs inside, rooms that were only for one thing, and furniture that couldn't be moved or changed, all showed a very different idea of what buildings were and how people should live in them. The Meiji government wanted Japan to become a modern nation-state, so they actively promoted Western architecture as part of that process. They hired architects from other countries to design government buildings, banks, train stations and other buildings that needed to look modern and strong. These buildings intentionally copied Western styles, like Victorian Gothic, Renaissance Revival, and French Baroque. Sometimes they did this in a way that was so mixed up that it was hard to tell where one style ended and another began. It must have been strange to walk through central Tokyo during the Meiji period. There were brick banking houses with Corinthian columns next to traditional wooden temples and machiya. Buddhist temples had roofs that curved, while government buildings had roofs that sloped down like European roofs. There was an architectural clash without synthesis, with different building styles living in the same city, but not yet learning how to talk to each other. Japanese architects who had studied in Europe and America had an interesting problem to solve: how to make modern Japanese architecture that used Western building technology, but still stayed true to traditional aesthetic values. Architects would spend the next 100 years thinking about this question, and it may still have an effect on Japanese architecture today. One of the first things people did was add Japanese decorative elements to Western building styles. You could have a brick building with European proportions and a Japanese-style tiled roof, or a stone building with towers that looked like pagodas. These hybrids often looked strange, like someone wearing a business suit with traditional sandals. Each part was fine on its own, but together they were uncomfortable. Tokyo Station, which was finished in 1914, is a good example of the architectural goals of this time. The station was a huge red brick building with European Renaissance style, including domes, arches, and detailed brickwork. It was designed by Tatsuno Kingo, who had studied in London. It was supposed to show that Japan had become a modern country with infrastructure that could compete with any Western power, but you could see that Japanese sensibilities were at work in the way it was built and the way it looked. But the changes that were happening in residential architecture were more interesting than the big public buildings. Middle-class Japanese homes started to mix Western and Japanese styles, making hybrid spaces that showed how lifestyles were changing while still keeping traditional comforts. A house might have one Western-style room with chairs, tables, and hardwood floors. This room was usually used for business or to welcome guests. The rest of the house would be traditional Japanese with tatami mats and sliding screens. This wasn't just about how things looked or how they were worn. Different kinds of activities really worked better in different kinds of buildings. If you wore Western clothes, you wanted chairs and tables that were Western heights. But when they were at home, a lot of Japanese people liked to take off their tight Western clothes, put on a yukata or kimono, and sit on tatami the old-fashioned way. You could live in both modes because you had both kinds of spaces. You could choose the right one for each activity. The engawa, a space between the inside and outside that looked like a porch, was a big part of traditional Japanese architecture. In Meiji period homes, it took on a new form. Sometimes it had glass windows around it, making it look like a sunroom that kept the weather out but still let you see the gardens. This change showed how traditional building parts could change to use new materials and technologies while still doing their main job. Japanese architects who were studying abroad started to notice something interesting. While they were learning how to build in the West, Western architects were becoming interested in Japanese design. People were amazed by the Japanese pavilions at international exhibitions. Western architects and designers started to collect Japanese prints, study Japanese gardens, and use Japanese design ideas in their own work. Japan wasn't just getting architectural ideas, it was also giving them. This back and forth would eventually lead to more complex syntheses. Frank Lloyd Wright's Imperial Hotel in Tokyo, built in the 1920s, tried to mix Western ideas about space with Japanese ideas about beauty and attention to materials. Wright wasn't Japanese, but his ideas for architecture showed how to honour both traditions without having to choose between them. The terrible Great Kanto earthquake of 1923 destroyed much of Tokyo and Yokohama, but it also opened up new opportunities. Rebuilding the city made it possible to use modern building methods on a larger scale, such as reinforced concrete, steel framing and modern utilities. But it also made people think about what traditional architecture had lost, and what should be kept. Some architects started to talk about a more careful way to modernise. They didn't want to just copy Western styles or keep traditional architecture the same to protect it. Instead, they wanted an architecture that used modern materials and building methods, but still understood and respected traditional Japanese ideas about space. This wasn't just about making things look nice on the outside. It was about deeper ideas like how buildings fit into the landscape, how spaces could be flexible and changeable, and how to use natural materials and light in creative ways. In the early 1900s, modernist architecture spread around the world. It focused on clean lines, honest use of materials, and combining indoor and outdoor spaces. Surprisingly, this style of architecture had a lot in common with traditional Japanese architectural values. Both traditions valued simplicity over decoration, honest materials over surface decoration, and fluid connections between buildings and their surroundings. Japanese architects started to see that some of the ideas behind modernism weren't completely new to them. In some ways, they were similar to ideas that their own tradition had been working with for hundreds of years. A steel and glass building with clean lines and little decoration wasn't that different from a traditional tea room, which used natural materials and didn't add extra decoration. Both were examples of aesthetic philosophies that put value on essence over decoration and clarity over confusion. This understanding would ultimately result in some of the most groundbreaking architecture of the 20th century, as Japanese architects employed contemporary materials and methods to convey traditional spatial ideas in novel manners. But that's a story for the next chapter when we get to the present. As you settle deeper into sleep, picture Tokyo in the 1920s. It was a city that was rebuilding itself and full of contradictions and possibilities. This is a traditional wooden house with one room that looks like it belongs in the West. A concrete office building is trying to look like a French palace. You can still see the roofs of the temples in the distance, but they are now surrounded by buildings that would have been unthinkable just a few decades ago. It's a mess, but it's also exciting, uncomfortable, and full of promise. A civilization is going through a huge change and trying to figure out how to stay the same while becoming something else. Japan's cities were ruined by World War II. Bombing had mostly destroyed Tokyo, Osaka, and Nagoya. In the immediate aftermath of the war, all that was needed was to put roofs over people's heads with whatever materials were on hand. When people were living in temporary shacks and old military buildings, architectural philosophy seemed like a luxury. But even in this dire situation, some architectural elements remained the same. People still took off their shoes before going into homes. They still liked to sit on the floor when they could. The basic ideas about space in Japanese architecture, flexibility, connection to nature, and the importance of threshold spaces stayed the same, even though the buildings themselves were rough and temporary. As Japan's economy got better and then exploded in the 1950s and 1960s, a group of amazing architects came along who would change how people thought about modern architecture. These architects had grown up with traditional Japanese buildings and learned about Western architectural principles. Now, They had to make buildings that were right for modern Japan. Their ideas would change architecture all over the world. Kenzo Tang could be the most well-known person from this generation. His buildings were a mix of the brutal honesty of modernist concrete construction and ideas about space that came from traditional Japanese architecture. The Hiroshima Peace Memorial Museum, finished in 1955, raised its main structure on pillars, which made a covered space underneath that was like the open ground floors of traditional storehouses and let light and air flow through the building. Tang's work showed that modern materials like reinforced concrete could show traditional Japanese ideas about space, like the mixing of inside and outside, the use of modular structural grids, and the focus on horizontal rather than vertical lines. His buildings looked very modern, but their layout and relationship to the site and landscape made them feel Japanese in some way. The metabolist movement, which started in the 1960s, had an even more radical idea. These architects saw cities as living things that could grow and change, with residential units that could be added to permanent infrastructure. Most of their biggest dreams never came true, but their ideas about flexibility and adaptability took traditional Japanese ideas about reconfigurable space and applied them to cities and technology. The Nakagin Capsule Tower by Kisho Kurokawa, which was finished in 1972, was an example of metabolist ideas in architecture. The building was made up of prefabricated modules, which were basically small apartments that were attached to concrete cores. This was done so that capsules could be moved around or replaced as needed. It looked like science fiction, but it was based on the traditional Japanese idea that buildings are made up of parts that can be rearranged instead of being permanent monuments. At the same time, residential architecture was changing in less obvious ways. After the war, Japanese homes started to have more Western features, like real kitchens with running water, bathrooms with tubs and showers, and central heating. But the way things were arranged in space often stayed very Japanese. A lot of homes still had at least one traditional tatami room with sliding fusuma panels, a tokonoma alcove, and a door that led to a small garden. This wasn't just nostalgia or conservatism, it was a real preference for being able to move around and connect with traditional styles. At night, a tatami room could be a bedroom. During the day, it could be a living room. For special meals, it could be a dining room, and for guests, it could be a space. The Western-style rooms with furniture that couldn't be moved around couldn't do this. Some architects started to look into how they could use modern materials and building methods to express traditional ideas. Tadao Ando, who became famous in the 1970s, built buildings out of smooth concrete, glass and steel that still had a traditional Japanese feel to them. His buildings have enclosed courtyards, carefully framed natural light, and a peaceful quality that reminds one of temple and tea-room architecture. Ando's Church of the Light, which was finished in 1989, is a great example of this combination. It's a small concrete chapel with a cross that shines. The cross was made by taking away things, not adding them. The wall has a cross-shaped opening that lets light in. The room is very simple and serious, but it also has a lot of spiritual energy. It looks modern, but it also feels like it comes from the same design tradition that made tea rooms hundreds of years ago. The idea of ma, which we talked about earlier as charged empty space, was used in a new way in modern Japanese architecture. Architects designed buildings with holes and gaps that weren't just empty space. They were important parts of the design. These empty spaces made the rhythm of the buildings, let light and air in, and gave people a place to rest their eyes and think. The connection between architecture and nature, which is so important to Japanese culture, continued in new ways. Architects couldn't always make traditional gardens, especially in cities with a lot of people, but they found ways to add natural elements, like a single tree in a courtyard, a water feature, or even just views of the sky that were carefully framed. These gestures recognized the human necessity for a connection with nature, even within entirely urban environments. Small urban homes became a very interesting type of architecture. Because land was so expensive in Japanese cities, many residential lots were very small, less than 50 square meters in some cases. Architects who had to work with these limits came up with new ways to make spaces more livable, by adding light, air, and sometimes surprising spatial experiences. These small homes often had courtyards inside, skylights, spaces on more than one level, and smart ways to store things. These small houses kept the traditional Japanese way of building homes, which was to make rich spatial experiences within small physical limits. A traditional tea room showed that you don't need a lot of room to make a whole world. Modern tiny houses took this idea further by showing that careful design could make even the smallest spaces feel full and welcoming. Modern engineering's earthquake-resistant building methods were added to Japan's traditional knowledge of how to make structures that can bend. Modern buildings in Japan often have advanced dampening systems, flexible joints, and extra structural support that let them sway with seismic forces instead of fighting them. This high-tech method is similar to the old idea of building wooden structures that could move with the earth. As you start to feel sleepy, picture yourself walking through modern Tokyo. This is an old temple with wooden buildings that have been well cared for. Next to it is a modern building made of glass and steel. Its ground floor opens completely to the street, making the line between inside and outside less clear. This is a very modern take on a traditional idea. A small house, across the street, has a tree growing through the middle of it, bringing nature into the middle of a busy city. The city is like a palimpsest, with layers of history and new ideas all in the same place. The buildings from each time period seem to talk to each other. By the end of the 20th century, something amazing had happened. Japanese architecture had become influential all over the world in ways that went far beyond just unique details or surface beauty. Architects all over the world were looking at Japanese buildings, spatial ideas and design philosophies to find ways to solve modern architectural problems that Western traditions hadn't fully dealt with. Japanese aesthetics had a big impact on the minimalism that became so popular in architecture around the world starting in the 1990s. The Japanese had been refining the ideas behind clean lines, limited colour palettes, carefully chosen materials, and empty space as a positive design element for hundreds of years. Japan had been doing what the West thought was a radical new style since the 16th century, when tea masters started doing it. The open floor plans that are now popular in Western homes are similar to the ideas that Japanese homes have had for hundreds of years. Japanese architecture had these ideas long before they became popular in other parts of the world, that spaces could be flexible and serve more than one purpose, that rooms could flow into each other instead of being separated by walls, and that a home should adapt to the needs of its occupants instead of forcing them to adapt to fixed rooms. The focus on natural materials that are honestly displayed, rather than painted over or hidden behind decorations, became a defining feature of modern high-end architecture around the world. Architects started leaving concrete unpainted so that the wood structure showed through, and they used stone in ways that showed off its natural beauty. This method wasn't taken directly from Japan, but the Japanese architectural tradition of honest material expression did have an effect on how architects around the world thought about materials and surfaces. The relationship between the inside and outside that Japanese architecture had always stressed became more and more important in modern architecture around the world. In modern design, people wanted buildings with walls that could open all the way, rooms that led into gardens, and threshold spaces that were neither fully inside nor outside. The traditional engawa had changed into modern terraces, balconies, and transitional spaces that made buildings more interesting for people to experience. Japanese architects had an impact on the world as well. In 1995, Tadao Ando won the Pritzker Prize, the first of many Japanese architects to win the most prestigious award in the field. Kazuyo Sejima and Ryue Nishizawa's company, SANAA, built buildings that were incredibly delicate and spatially complex, and their work had an impact on architects all over the world. Shigeru Ban was the first to use paper tubes and other unusual materials in buildings that were both structurally innovative and socially responsible. It wasn't obvious that these architects built buildings that looked like traditional Japanese ones. Their work didn't have pagoda roofs or torii gates, but their buildings had spatial ideas, material sensibilities, and connections to sight and light that were more connected to traditional Japanese architecture. They showed that tradition isn't just about copying old styles, it's also about understanding and building on basic ideas. The idea of wabi-sabi, which means finding beauty in things that aren't perfect, don't last, or aren't finished, became part of the global design vocabulary. It may have been overused in Western design circles, where it was sometimes seen as just a style instead of a complicated philosophical stance. But at its best, the world's love of wabi-sabi showed a real appreciation for Japanese aesthetic values that were different from the Western focus on permanence, perfection, and completion. The design of Japanese gardens had a bigger and bigger effect on gardens around the world. From California to England, modern gardens showed how to use natural materials, how to make spaces for thinking, and how to make small versions of larger landscapes. The notion that landscape design could be an art form as sophisticated as architecture, a belief rooted in Japanese tradition, garnered broader acceptance. The best Japanese architecture was very aware of the environment. It paid attention to natural ventilation, used local materials, and was carefully oriented to the sun and wind. These were all things that became important in architecture around the world. Japanese architecture has always been sustainable because it had to be. Contemporary architects learned from these traditions how to build buildings that are better for the environment. The Japanese idea that architecture is not a permanent monument, but something that can be changed and rebuilt, challenged Western ideas about architecture in interesting ways. The 20-year rebuilding cycle of the Is Shrine, which we talked about a long time ago, was a whole new way of thinking about preserving architecture. Instead of trying to keep buildings the same, it meant keeping tradition alive through constant renewal. This idea changed how people thought about cultural continuity and architectural sustainability. Japanese culture had a big impact on the way people saw small-scale, carefully detailed architecture. Not every building had to be a big deal or a big statement. In small urban houses or tea rooms, where every detail had been carefully thought out, the most beautiful architecture could happen. This recognition of small-scale excellence changed how architects around the world thought about residential and small-scale projects. Japanese architects combined traditional building techniques with modern materials and methods. This gave other countries ideas for how to keep traditional building crafts alive, while also making modern buildings. Japanese architectural craft was known for its careful joinery, attention to surface qualities, and respect for materials. These things still affect how buildings are detailed and built. As we near the end of our journey through Japanese architectural history, we come to the present. What we see is not a complete preservation of tradition, or a complete break from the past, but rather a creative conversation between historical principles and modern needs that is still going on. There is a fascinating tension in modern Japanese architecture. Japan is still one of the most architecturally innovative countries in the world. Architects there build buildings that are very creative and technically advanced. On the other hand, traditional building types like temples, shrines, tea rooms, and even some types of homes are still used today, not just as museum pieces. In Kyoto, you'll see master carpenters still teaching apprentices how to do traditional joinery that doesn't use any nails. These craftsmen aren't putting on historical reenactments. They're keeping temples and shrines that are still used for religious purposes up to date using the same methods that their ancestors used hundreds of years ago. The knowledge is passed down from master to apprentice in an unbroken chain. Each generation learns not from books but by working with tools and materials. There are definitely problems with these old crafts. Fewer young people want to spend years learning how to do temple carpentry or thatched roofing. The economic problems are real, but the tradition lives on, thanks in part to cultural pride, religious necessity, and a growing understanding that these skills are irreplaceable knowledge about materials and construction. At the same time, modern Japanese architects are still pushing the limits. They build buildings that are incredibly delicate, with walls that seem to dissolve and spaces that flow into each other like water. They try out new materials and technologies while still keeping in touch with old ideas about space. Su Fujimoto is one of the younger architects. He makes buildings that blur the lines between architecture and nature, inside and outside, and building and landscape. Sometimes his buildings look more like abstract sculptures or natural formations than regular buildings, but they are perfectly livable spaces. They're a modern evolution of traditional Japanese ideas about how buildings and nature interact. Kengo Kuma's work is very modern, but it also clearly draws on traditional Japanese architecture. He wants to know how modern methods can be used with traditional materials like wood, stone, and paper to make buildings that feel like they come from the past without copying old styles. His buildings often have fancy wooden screening systems that are modern versions of traditional features that control light, give people privacy, and make rich visual textures. There is an endless stream of new houses being built in Japan because people there are still interested in small, well-designed homes. Tokyo is full of tiny lots where architects have to work within very strict limits to make amazing spatial experiences. These houses are in line with the Japanese tradition of making a lot out of a little, by carefully designing them instead of just making them big. These small modern homes often have features that are similar to traditional homes, like an internal courtyard that lets light and air into the middle of the building, a threshold space that separates the street from the home, and a special room or alcove for thinking and showing off. But they use modern materials and building methods, which makes the buildings feel both new and traditional. Japan has a unique way of keeping its old buildings in good shape. Preservation doesn't mean trying to keep buildings the same over time. Instead, it usually means rebuilding them every so often using traditional methods and materials. This keeps not only the buildings themselves, but also the knowledge and skills needed to build them. It's preservation through practice, not through museums. The Japanese people as a whole stay connected to traditional architectural spaces by practicing tea ceremonies, going to temples and shrines, and sometimes even in their own homes. A lot of modern Japanese homes and apartments still have at least one tatami room. This is a place where people can connect with traditional aesthetics and practices even when they are in a modern setting. More and more, Japanese architecture is being shaped by environmental concerns. Building practices that are strong and long-lasting are important because the country is prone to earthquakes, typhoons, and other natural disasters. Modern Japanese architecture often uses both high-tech and traditional methods. For example, it might use advanced seismic dampening systems and energy-efficient mechanical systems, as well as natural ventilation, careful solar orientation, and local materials. Japanese architecture is always trying to find a balance between old and new. Other cultures can learn from this as they try to find ways to honour the past, while also meeting modern needs. Japan's example shows that tradition isn't just keeping things the same, it's a living practice that changes while still being true to its core values. As you drift off to sleep, think about all the Japanese architecture we've seen tonight. The ancient forests where it all began, the Shinto shrines that mark sacred places, the Buddhist temples that reach for enlightenment, the palaces that open up to gardens, the castles that rise from stone foundations, the Edo townhouses that make city life possible, the tea rooms that find infinity in small spaces, the Meiji experiments with new forms, the post-war innovations, and the modern explorations that are still going on today. Every time period built on what came before it and adapted to the needs of the time. There was no time that was frozen, but there was no time that was completely lost. The tradition lived on because it kept changing and adapting while still holding on to threads of continuity that go back hundreds of years. The House You Build in Dreams, an epilogue. As you finally fall asleep, your mind might build fake buildings out of all the architectural parts we've looked at tonight. Maybe you're walking through a house that has parts from different times, like a tea room that opens up to a garden from the Edo period, or a high-end palace with flowing spaces made from modern materials, or a castle that looks strong but is softened by modern transparency. This dream architecture doesn't mix things up or contradict itself. It's completely fine because Japanese architecture has always been about bringing together different influences and needs into a cohesive whole that serves human life while respecting deeper, aesthetic and philosophical ideas. The lessons from the history of Japanese architecture apply to more than just Japan. They remind us that buildings are more than just places to live. They are also ways for us to show how we want to live, what we value, and how we see our place in the natural world. They show that tradition and innovation are not opposites, but partners in a creative conversation that never ends. Japanese architecture teaches you to be patient, to think carefully about every detail, to choose materials carefully, and to let designs grow through repeated refinement. It values restraint, which means that knowing what to leave out is often more important than knowing what to put in. It accepts that everything is temporary, just like all buildings and other things made by people are temporary parts of nature's longer story. Japanese architecture teaches us that the way spaces are set up can change how we feel. The light in a room, the feel of a wall, the connection between the inside and the garden, and the size of a space all affect how we feel, think, and interact with other people. Architecture isn't just about building places for people to live, it's also about making places where people can thrive. When you wake up tomorrow, you might see your own living space in a new way. That window's connection to the light in the morning, the line that separates rooms, the things and textures that are around you, the existence or non-existence of natural components. These aren't just things that are useful, they're also chances to make daily life more beautiful, thoughtful, and connected. You don't have to live in a traditional Japanese house to learn from Japanese architecture. The rules can be used anywhere. Less is more, quality over quantity, connecting with nature, spaces that change to fit your needs, honest materials that get better with age, paying attention to light and shadow, and the power of empty space. You might put one flower in a special place, making your own small version of a tokonoma. You might move things around in a room to let in more natural light. You might just stop and take in the architectural details of the places you live in every day. These little things keep the tradition alive in your own way. It's not just about buildings in far-off places or things that happened in the past that make up the history of Japanese architecture. It's a living tradition that keeps changing, and you take part in it every time you think carefully about the places you make and live in. The master carpenters of ancient Japan, the tea masters refining aesthetic principles, and the modern architects looking for new ways to build all contribute to an ongoing discussion about how people should live on the planet. As sleep takes over, let your last conscious thoughts rest in a place of perfect peace. It could be a tea room at dusk, a temple garden in light rain, or a modern house where glass walls blur the lines between inside and outside. Let the buildings we've seen tonight give your dreaming mind a place to stay, a place where anything is possible and everything is perfectly at peace. The cypress smell is still faintly present in the wood post. The tatami mats give way to you. You can see the dark shapes of the garden through the paper screen, a stone, a tree, and a path that leads to a place you'll explore in your dreams. The area around you is just right, not too big or too small. There is nothing missing. There is no excess. You're at home in the architecture of sleep, which is where all buildings end up. Traveller through time and space, have sweet dreams. You wake up at 4:30 in the morning, and the world outside your window is still wrapped in that thick, velvety darkness that makes even the gas street lamps look like lonely fireflies. Your feet hit the cold floorboards with a thud that echoes through your modest lodgings, and you're immediately reminded that being a Victorian postman isn't exactly a profession for those who enjoy sleeping in. Your bedroom chair's uniform appears to have endured decades of use. Your dark blue coat, with its brass buttons that never quite shine the way they're supposed to, bears the battle scars of countless encounters with rose bushes, aggressive geese, and the occasional projectile thrown by less than pleased recipients of overdue bills. Your leather satchel sits nearby, already showing signs of the day ahead. It knows it's about to be stuffed fuller than a Christmas turkey. You stumble downstairs to your landlady's kitchen, where she's already prepared your breakfast. Mrs. Henderson, bless her soul, understands that postmen need fuel for the journey ahead. She slides a plate of eggs, bacon, and thick-cut bread across the wooden table, along with a steaming mug of tea so strong it could probably walk the postal route by itself. The morning ritual begins with checking your pocket watch, a gift from your father when you joined the Royal Mail Service 3 years ago. It's already 5:15, which means you need to be at the sorting office by 6 sharp. Mr. Grimsby, the postmaster, has the temperament of a wet cat and the punctuality expectations of a railway conductor. Being late means facing his legendary scowl, which has been known to curdle milk from 3 streets away. You finish your breakfast, grab your cap, the one with the small hole where a particularly ambitious pigeon once mistook it for nesting material, and step out into the London morning. The air carries that distinct Victorian cocktail of coal smoke, horse manure, and the faint promise of rain that seems permanently suspended over the city like an indecisive visitor. The walk to the sorting office takes you past the baker's shop, where Mr. Pemberton is already pulling fresh loaves from his ovens. The warm, yeasty smell follows you down the street like a friendly dog. You wave through the window and he responds with a flour-dusted salute. These small morning rituals have become the comfortable rhythm of your working life. At the sorting office, you're greeted by the familiar chaos that would make a battlefield look organised. Sacks of mail are piled everywhere like fabric mountains, and your fellow postmen are already elbow-deep in the day's deliveries. There's Jenkins, who's been doing this job since before Victoria became Queen, and moves with the efficiency of a well-oiled machine. Thompson, the newcomer who still gets nervous about delivering to the fancy neighbourhoods, and old Murphy, who claims he once delivered a letter to Charles Dickens himself, though the story changes slightly each time he tells it. Your section of London covers approximately 4 square miles of winding streets, narrow alleys, and the occasional dead end that seems to exist solely to test your navigation skills. The mail in your bag represents a cross-section of human experience. Love letters that smell faintly of lavender, business correspondence with serious-looking seals, newspapers that will be outdated by tomorrow, and the inevitable collection of bills that make recipients look at you as if you personally decided to charge them for existing. You organise your letters by street and number, a process that requires the spatial reasoning skills of an architect and the patience of a saint. Each piece of mail has its personality. Some are thick and important looking, others are thin and apologetic, and a few are so mysteriously shaped that you wonder if someone's trying to post a small hedgehog. The morning preparation is almost complete. Your route is planned, your satchel is loaded, and your boots are laced tight enough to survive the day's adventures. As you step back onto the street, the city is beginning to wake up around you, and you're about to embark on another day of connecting people across the sprawling maze of Victorian London. Pembroke Street is your first stop, where the houses stand side by side like gossiping neighbours. Each front door tells its story. Some are painted bright red with polished brass knockers that gleam in the morning light, while others have seen better days and sport paint that's peeling like sunburned skin. You've learned to read these subtle signs like a detective. The well-maintained homes usually mean pleasant interactions, while the shabby ones might involve dodging flying objects or unwelcome commentary about the postal service. Mrs. Abernathy at number 12 is already waiting by her window, watching for your arrival with the intensity of a hawk spotting a field mouse. She receives letters from her sister in Edinburgh every Tuesday, and she's developed the uncanny ability to sense your approach from 3 blocks away. You slip the familiar envelope through her letter slot, and you can practically hear her shuffling excitedly toward the door before you've even stepped off her front steps. The rhythm of delivery becomes as natural as breathing after a while. Walk, sort, knock, deliver, repeat. But each house brings its own peculiar challenges. Number 18 has a letter slot positioned so low that reaching it requires the flexibility of a contortionist, while number 24's slot is so narrow you sometimes wonder if the architect designed it specifically to frustrate postal workers. Then there's the matter of the dogs. Every street has its collection of 4-legged critics, and they all seem to have strong opinions about the postal service. There's Duchess, a pompous poodle at number 7 who treats your daily arrival as a personal insult to her aristocratic sensibilities. She expresses her displeasure through a series of indignant yaps that sound remarkably like someone complaining about the weather in a foreign language you don't quite understand. At the other end of the spectrum is Brutus, a mastiff the size of a small pony who belongs to the butcher on Merchant Street. Despite his intimidating appearance, Brutus has apparently decided that you're his second favourite human, after his owner, and he greets your arrival each day by attempting to lick your face with a tongue that could double as a washcloth. Your strategy involves keeping a safe distance and a pocket full of the small biscuits that Mrs. Henderson slips into your lunch bag specifically for canine diplomacy. The variety of mail you carry reflects the full spectrum of human emotion and necessity. There are the obvious love letters. You can spot them from a mile away by their careful penmanship, and the faint scent of perfume that seems to follow them around like a romantic ghost. Business correspondence tends to travel in serious-looking envelopes with important-sounding return addresses, while family letters often arrive in batches, as if relatives suddenly remember they have things to say all at the same time. Some deliveries require special handling. Legal documents arrive with an air of importance that makes you walk slightly straighter, while medical correspondence often travels in discreet envelopes that seem to whisper about their contents. You've developed an almost supernatural ability to gauge the emotional weight of mail just by holding it. Good news tends to feel lighter somehow, while bad news seems to add extra gravity to your satchel. The morning progresses through the residential streets, where laundry hangs between buildings like celebratory bunting, and children peer at you from behind curtains, with the curiosity reserved for exotic creatures. You wave at the familiar faces, the shopkeepers setting up for the day, the street sweepers making their eternal battle against London's dust and debris, and the occasional early-rising gentleman who tips his hat with the politeness that makes British society function like clockwork. By mid-morning, your satchel has lightened considerably, but your feet are beginning to remind you that they weren't designed for this much pavement pounding. The cobblestones that looked so charming in the early morning light now feel like they're personally designed to test the durability of your boot soles. You've learned to spot the loose stones that might twist an ankle, and navigate around the ones that seem to collect puddles, like magnets that attract iron filings. Your route takes you past the local tea shop, where the proprietor, Mr. Whitfield, always has a steaming cup ready for passing postmen. It's an unspoken agreement. You bring him news from the outside world through the mail you deliver, and he provides liquid encouragement for the journey ahead. The brief respite allows you to reorganize your remaining letters and plan the most efficient path through the afternoon's deliveries. As you venture into the more eccentric neighbourhoods of your route, you encounter the houses that make this job endlessly entertaining. There's Professor Blackwood's residence on Thornbury Lane, where the front garden looks like a botanical experiment gone wonderfully wrong. Exotic plants sprawl in every direction, creating a jungle that would make Darwin himself pause for consideration. The Professor occasionally emerges from this green chaos wearing clothes that suggest he dresses in complete darkness, and he always greets you with enthusiasm that borders on the manic. His mail consists primarily of scientific journals and correspondence from fellow academics scattered across Europe. The envelopes often bear foreign postmarks and wax seals that look important enough to start international incidents. You've learned to handle these deliveries with extra care, partly because they seem genuinely important, and partly because Professor Blackwood once spent 20 minutes explaining the reproductive habits of orchids when you accidentally bent one of his botanical magazines. 3 houses down lives Miss Cordelia Weatherby, a spinster who has turned suspicion into an art form. She receives your approach through her lace curtains with the wariness of someone expecting invasion at any moment. Her mail consists primarily of seed catalogues and letters from a mysterious correspondent who signs only with the initials R.H. You've developed a theory that R.H. might be a long-lost romantic interest. But Miss Weatherby's expression when she receives these letters suggests the correspondence might be less romantic and more related to outstanding debts or legal matters. The delivery process at Miss Weatherby's house has evolved into an elaborate ritual. You approach slowly, making sure your footsteps are clearly audible to avoid startling her. You place the mail carefully through her slot, then retreat a respectful distance while she performs what sounds like a complex series of locks, chains and security measures that would make a bank vault jealous. Occasionally you hear her muttering commentary about the state of the world and the declining reliability of young people, though you're not entirely sure whether this criticism includes postal workers specifically. Then there's the Johnson household on Maple Grove, which operates like a small chaotic republic. Mr. and Mrs. Johnson have produced 7 children ranging in age from barely walking to nearly adult, and their front yard resembles a toy battlefield where casualties include broken hoops, deflated balls, and at least 3 dolls that have seen better days. The children treat your arrival like a daily entertainment program, gathering at the window to watch you navigate their obstacle course of discarded playthings. Mrs. Johnson appears at her door looking like she's been wrestling with domestic responsibilities and losing gracefully. Her hair escapes from its pins in creative directions, and she usually has at least 1 child attached to her skirts like a small determined barnacle. Despite the apparent chaos, she always greets you with genuine warmth and occasionally offers you a cup of tea that tastes like it was made by someone who understands the restorative power of proper brewing. The mail for the Johnson house reflects the family's busy life. Letters from grandparents, school notices, and an impressive collection of bills that would make a mathematician weep. Mrs. Johnson accepts these with the resigned expression of someone who has learned to find humour in life's persistent financial requirements. Your afternoon route also includes the mysterious house at the end of Wickham Street, where the elderly Mr. Ashford lives alone with what sounds like a small orchestra of cats. The music that drifts from his windows suggests he spends his days playing piano compositions that sound both beautiful and slightly melancholy. His mail arrives sporadically. Sometimes weeks pass with nothing. Then suddenly he receives thick packets from music publishers, or thin letters that seem to carry more emotional weight than their size would suggest. Mr. Ashford himself remains largely invisible, though you occasionally catch glimpses of movement behind his heavy curtains. The milk bottles left on his step disappear, and reappear with the regularity of a well-managed ghost, and the cats that inhabit his garden treat you with the aloof politeness reserved for useful servants who know their place in the household hierarchy. Each house on your route has developed its own personality over the months you've been delivering mail. You've learned to read the subtle signs. When the Hendersons are having financial difficulties, fewer letters, more bills. When the Clarks are expecting favourable news, Mrs. Clark watches from the window with hopeful expressions. And when the Thompsons are preparing for one of their famous dinner parties, invitations multiply like rabbits in their outgoing mail slot. London's November weather is unpredictable, dramatic, and seemingly designed to test your patience. This morning started with a light mist that felt almost pleasant, like walking through a cloud that decided to visit the city. But by noon, that gentle mist has transformed into a proper drizzle that seems determined to discover every gap in your clothing that you didn't know existed. Your waterproof coat, which looked so professional and weather-ready when the postal service issued it, now reveals its true character under actual precipitation. Water finds its way past your collar with the persistence of an uninvited guest, and your satchel, despite its supposedly water-resistant leather, begins to develop that damp smell that suggests your mail might arrive looking like it survived a minor flood. The cobblestones become treacherous when wet, transforming from merely uncomfortable walking surfaces into potential skating rinks for the unwary. You've developed a peculiar walking style that resembles a cautious dance, testing each step before committing your full weight. The locals who observe this careful progression from their dry windows probably think postal workers have developed their own form of street choreography, but weather is only one of the obstacles that make your daily route and adventure worthy of exploration novels. There's the ongoing construction project on Pemberton Street, where workers have apparently decided that the most efficient way to repair cobblestones is to remove them all at once, leaving behind a landscape that resembles a geological excavation site. Navigating this route requires the skills of a mountain climber and the patience of someone accustomed to bureaucratic inefficiency. The construction workers, bless their dust-covered souls, have developed a friendly relationship with the postal service. They warn you about particularly treacherous sections and sometimes even clear a path when they see you approaching with your bulging satchel. In return, you've become their informal news service, updating them on which houses are receiving intriguing mail and sharing gossip about neighbourhood developments that might affect their work schedule. Then there are the street vendors who transform certain corners into temporary marketplaces that seem to appear and disappear with magical unpredictability. Mrs. Patterson sets up her flower cart at the intersection of Oak and Elm every Tuesday and Friday, creating a fragrant obstacle that requires careful navigation. Her roses and carnations smell heavenly, but her cart blocks the most direct path to 3 different house numbers, forcing you to develop alternative routes that add precious minutes to your delivery schedule. The flower cart also attracts bees with the enthusiasm of a royal celebration, and you've learned to approach Mrs. Patterson's corner with the wariness of someone entering a diplomatic negotiation. The bees seem to view postal workers as potential threats to their floral paradise, and they express their concerns through aggressive hovering patterns that make mail sorting a delicate operation. Animal encounters extend beyond the domestic dogs and cats that populate most neighbourhoods. London's streets host a surprising variety of wildlife that seems determined to participate in postal delivery. There are the pigeons that treat your mail satchel as a potential roosting site, the occasional rat that regards your passing with the bold curiosity of a small urban philosopher, and the memorable incident involving an escaped parrot that spent an entire afternoon following you from house to house while providing colourful commentary on your delivery technique. The parrot, whose vocabulary suggested it had previous experience with sailors, seemed particularly interested in critiquing your route efficiency. It perched on garden gates and fence posts, offering suggestions that were both anatomically creative and utterly unprintable. Several residents emerged from their houses to witness this unusual postal procession, and you found yourself becoming an inadvertent street performance while trying to maintain professional dignity under avian supervision. Street conditions vary dramatically depending on the neighbourhood's economic status. The wealthy areas feature well-maintained pavements, regular street cleaning, and house numbers that are clearly visible from reasonable distances. These neighbourhoods make mail delivery feel like a pleasant stroll through an organised urban park. However, the working-class areas pose distinct challenges. Sometimes, house numbers exist only in theory, either painted on surfaces that have seen better decades, or hidden behind architectural features that suggest the original builders had a light-hearted approach to postal logistics. You've developed detective skills that would impress Scotland Yard, using context clues like neighbouring house numbers, architectural patterns, and the occasional helpful neighbour to locate your destination. The afternoon brings its own set of weather-related complications as the drizzle decides to upgrade itself to actual rain. Your boots, which felt perfectly adequate this morning, now squelch with each step like small portable swamps. The mail in your satchel requires constant protection, and you find yourself performing elaborate sheltering manoeuvres under overhangs, in doorways, and beneath the occasional tree that hasn't yet shed all its leaves. The beauty of being a postman lies not just in the physical act of delivery, but in witnessing the invisible threads that connect people across distances both near and far. Each letter in your satchel symbolises a relationship, a narrative, and a human connection that you have the honour to foster. After months on the same route, you begin to recognise patterns that reveal the rich tapestry of lives unfolding behind those front doors. Take Mrs. Eleanor Fitzgerald on Rosemary Street, who receives letters every Thursday from someone with elegant handwriting and expensive stationery. The envelopes always smell faintly of jasmine, and Mrs. Fitzgerald's entire demeanour changes on delivery days. She transforms from a somewhat stern widow, who maintains her garden with military precision, into someone who practically floats to her front door. You suspect these letters come from a gentleman admirer, possibly someone from her past who has recently reconnected. The way she clutches these letters to her chest before disappearing inside suggests romance that would make novelists weep with envy. Then there's young Timothy Hartwell, barely 16, who works as an apprentice at the clockmaker's shop, but dreams of adventure beyond London's sooty boundaries. His mail consists primarily of correspondence with various shipping companies and colonial offices. The thick packets of information about opportunities in India, Australia and Canada arrive with the regularity of someone seriously planning an escape. You've watched Timothy mature over the months, his letters becoming more focused and more specific. Last week he received what looked like official documentation from a trading company in Bombay, and his excitement was so obvious that his employer probably wondered why the boy suddenly started whistling maritime songs while repairing pocket watches. The Pemberton family presents a more complex story that unfolds letter by letter. Mr. Pemberton operates the bakery, but his wife receives regular correspondence from what appears to be a legal firm in Edinburgh. The letters arrive with the serious formality of legal documents, and Mrs. Pemberton's expression when she receives them suggests they concern matters more weighty than simple business transactions. You suspect there might be an inheritance involved, or perhaps property disputes from her family's past. The legal correspondence comes in waves, sometimes weekly, sometimes not for months, suggesting ongoing negotiations that require patience and considerable postage. Your route also includes the boarding house on Whitmore Lane, where Miss Adelaide Morton runs a respectable establishment for young working women. The mail volume at this address could supply a small post office independently. Each resident seems to maintain correspondence with family, friends, potential suitors, and various business contacts. Miss Morton herself receives letters from young women seeking accommodation, parents checking on their daughter's welfare, and what appears to be a romantic correspondence with someone who signs his letters with the initials JR and uses stationery that suggests comfortable financial circumstances. The boarding house mail reveals fascinating glimpses into the lives of young women navigating independence in Victorian London. There are letters that smell of tears and homesickness, others that practically vibrate with excitement about new opportunities, and the occasional thick packet that suggests either very favourable news or very detailed explanations of life choices that might not meet with parental approval. Perhaps the most intriguing correspondence on your route belongs to Mr. Algernon Blackthorne, who lives in the narrow house on Crescent Moon Lane. His mail arrives from the most exotic locations, postcards from Cairo showing pyramids and camels, letters bearing stamps from places you couldn't locate on a map without considerable assistance, and packages that rattle mysteriously when handled. Mr. Blackthorne himself appears to be some sort of collector or researcher, judging by the archaeological and anthropological publications that arrive monthly. His house windows display artifacts that suggest extensive travel, and you occasionally glimpse him through the glass, examining objects with the intensity of someone deciphering ancient mysteries. The children's mail provides its entertainment value. Young Margaret Woodhouse on Sycamore Street maintains an impressive correspondence with cousins scattered across Britain. Her letters arrive in batches, written in the careful handwriting of children trying to impress adults with their penmanship skills. The return correspondence suggests she's something of a central figure in her extended family's communication network, possibly because she's the only cousin old enough to write proper letters, but young enough to find everyone's news equally fascinating. Some residents receive mail that tells stories of hardship and resilience. Mrs. Catherine O'Brien, recently widowed, receives regular letters from Ireland that you suspect contain both emotional support and small financial assistance from relatives. The timing of these letters often coincides with particularly challenging periods. They arrive more frequently when rent is due, or when her children need new shoes. The Irish postmarks and the careful way she handles these letters suggest a support network that spans the Irish Sea, providing comfort that transcends geographical boundaries. And the afternoon section of your route takes you into the commercial district, where the pace of life accelerates like a wound-up pocket watch. Shop owners and clerks bustle about their business, with the efficient energy of people who understand that time equals money, and every moment spent standing still represents potential profit walking past their establishments. The mail requirements here differ significantly from residential deliveries. Business correspondence arrives in larger volumes, legal documents travel with increased urgency, and commercial relationships generate paperwork that would impress government bureaucrats. Mr. Cornelius Blackwood operates a haberdashery that seems to exist in a state of organised chaos. His shop overflows with bolts of fabric in every conceivable colour and pattern, buttons that could outfit a small army, and ribbons that cascade from shelves like textile waterfalls. The mail delivery here requires patience because Mr. Blackwood treats every piece of correspondence as a potential treasure that might contain life-changing opportunities. He examines each envelope with the intensity of an art critic studying a masterpiece, turning letters over in his hands as if their external appearance might reveal their contents through some form of postal divination. The correspondence for the haberdashery reflects the complexity of Victorian commerce. There are invoices from fabric suppliers, letters from customers describing specific requirements for garments that sound more complex than architectural blueprints, and regular communication from fashion houses in Paris that arrives with the air of containing state secrets. Mr. Blackwood often shares snippets of information about current fashion trends, speaking with the authority of someone who understands that clothing represents more than mere necessity. It's a form of personal expression that requires both artistic vision and practical skill. Next door, Mrs. Prudence Whitfield runs a tea and confectionery shop that has the delightful aroma of heaven, as if it decided to establish a retail location. The aroma of fresh-baked scones, imported teas and handmade chocolates creates an olfactory experience that makes your afternoon delivery rounds feel like a culinary tour of paradise. Mrs. Whitfield's mail consists primarily of orders from suppliers, letters from customers planning special events, and regular correspondence with relatives who apparently keep her informed about family recipes that have been passed down through generations of accomplished bakers. Mrs. Whitfield has developed the habit of offering postal workers small samples of her latest creations, which she claims require professional opinions from people who understand quality and appreciate craftsmanship. This generosity transforms mail delivery into an unexpected taste-testing experience that adds considerable pleasure to your working day. Her lemon drops could cure melancholy, and her shortbread cookies possess the power to restore faith in humanity's capacity for creating perfect things. The afternoon also brings you to Dr. Pemberton's medical practice, where the mail takes on a more serious character. Medical correspondence often arrives in discreet envelopes that whisper about their contents, and you've learned to handle these deliveries with extra care. Dr. Pemberton himself appears to maintain professional relationships with colleagues across Britain and Europe, judging by the range of postmarks on his correspondence. Medical journals arrive monthly, thick with information about new treatments and discoveries that suggest the field of medicine continues evolving at a pace that requires constant study. In the doctor's waiting room, patients often watch your mail delivery with hopeful expressions, anticipating important news about their health. You've learned to maintain professional discretion about medical correspondence, understanding that the mail you carry might contain information that could significantly impact people's lives. The weight of this responsibility adds gravity to deliveries that might otherwise seem routine. Your route also includes several legal offices where correspondence arrives with the formality that suggests serious business transactions, property disputes, and the complex paperwork that accompanies Victorian society's relationship with bureaucracy. Mr. Harrison Blackstone, Esquire, operates from a narrow building that seems designed specifically for containing legal documents. His mail volume could supply a small library, and the variety of correspondence suggests involvement in everything from simple property transfers to complex business arrangements that require multiple participants and considerable negotiation. The legal correspondence often arrives in batches that seem coordinated with court schedules or important deadlines. Mr. Blackstone himself treats mail delivery as a critical component of his professional schedule, often waiting near his office window when he expects particularly important documents. The urgency with which he receives certain letters suggests that legal matters operate on timelines that make postal delivery a crucial element in the administration of justice. The commercial district also houses several businesses that seem to exist primarily for the purpose of generating correspondence. Import companies receive letters from suppliers scattered across the empire. Shipping firms coordinate with captains and cargo handlers, and trading houses maintain relationships that span continents. The mail you carry represents the communication network that keeps Victorian commerce functioning like a vast, complex machine, where every letter serves as a small but essential component. As the afternoon light begins its gradual retreat behind London's perpetual curtain of coal smoke and city haze, you find yourself on the final stretch of your postal route. Your satchel, which began the day stuffed to capacity like an overfed Christmas goose, now hangs light against your hip, containing only the handful of letters destined for the furthest addresses on your circuit. Your feet have developed their own conversation with the cobblestones, a dialogue consisting primarily of complaints about the day's mileage and negotiations about tomorrow's anticipated challenges. The evening deliveries take you through neighbourhoods where gas lamps are beginning to flicker to life like earthbound stars, and the windows of houses glow with the warm yellow light that suggests families gathering for dinner, children completing homework assignments, and the comfortable domestic routines that make houses into homes. You catch glimpses of these private moments, shadows moving against drawn curtains, the silhouettes of people settling into their evening activities, and the occasional face peering out to observe the street's transition from day to night. Your last delivery of the day takes you to the cottage at the end of Honeysuckle Lane, where Mrs. Margaret Ashworth tends a garden that seems to exist in defiance of London's urban environment. Roses climb her walls with the determination of natural optimists, and her front yard blooms with flowers that suggest she possesses either supernatural gardening abilities or access to botanical magic. The letter you deliver today bears the return address of her grandson in Manchester, and her face lights up with the joy reserved for news from beloved family members. Mrs. Ashworth exemplifies why postal work transcends mere job responsibilities and becomes something resembling a calling. She depends on these letters to maintain connections with relatives scattered across Britain, and your role in facilitating these relationships makes you a participant in the preservation of family bonds that distance might otherwise strain. The gratitude in her expression when she receives mail from loved ones reminds you that postal delivery involves more than simply transporting paper from one location to another. You're carrying pieces of people's hearts wrapped in envelopes and sealed with hope. The walk back to the sorting office provides you time to reflect on the day's encounters and the fascinating complexity of human existence that reveals itself through mail delivery. You've witnessed romance blooming through carefully perfumed letters, business relationships developing across continents, families maintaining connections despite geographical separation, and individuals pursuing dreams that require correspondence with opportunities far beyond London's boundaries. Each letter you've delivered today represents someone's attempt to reach across distance and connect with another human being. The variety of handwriting styles, paper qualities, and envelope choices reflects the diversity of people who rely on the postal service to maintain their relationships and conduct their affairs. Every piece of mail, from the elegant script of educated correspondence to the careful printing of those struggling with literacy, embodies the weight of human intention and the hope that communication can bridge any gaps between sender and recipient. Back at the sorting office, you join your fellow postmen in the ritual of checking in mailbags, comparing notes about the day's challenges, and preparing for tomorrow's deliveries. Jenkins regales the group with stories about a runaway pig that disrupted his morning route, while Thompson shares his encounter with a household where the entire family gathered to witness the delivery of what appeared to be adoption papers. Murphy, as usual, has discovered new evidence supporting his claim about delivering mail to renowned authors, though his story today involves a different writer than last week's tale. The camaraderie among postal workers reflects the shared understanding that this job requires more than physical endurance. It demands patience, diplomacy, weather resistance, and the ability to find humour in situations that would test the sanity of less resilient individuals. You've all developed strategies for managing difficult deliveries, dealing with problematic weather, and maintaining professional composure when faced with customers whose relationship with postal workers ranges from worshipful gratitude to inexplicable hostility. As you prepare to leave the sorting office, Mr. Grimsby approaches with tomorrow's route assignments. Your section will include several new addresses where recent residents have requested postal service, and there's mention of a package delivery that will require special handling. The prospect of new challenges and unfamiliar streets adds anticipation to tomorrow's work. Each day brings the possibility of discovering new neighbourhoods, meeting different people, and facilitating connections you haven't yet imagined. You walk home through streets as familiar as your rooms. You know which corners collect puddles after rain, which dogs will bark at your approach, and which residents can be relied upon to offer friendly greetings. This knowledge represents more than geographical familiarity. It reflects your integration into the community you serve, your role as a connecting thread in the social fabric that binds neighbourhoods together. Tomorrow will bring another early morning, another loaded mail satchel, and another opportunity to participate in the vast network of human communication that keeps Victorian society functioning. The letters waiting to be sorted and delivered contain stories you haven't yet discovered, relationships you haven't yet facilitated, and moments of human connection that depend on your ability to navigate London's streets with reliable efficiency. As you settle into bed, your tired feet grateful for horizontal rest, you reflect on the peculiar satisfaction that comes from work that serves a purpose beyond personal advancement. Being a Victorian postman means accepting responsibility for maintaining the communication networks that enable love letters to find their recipients, business arrangements to proceed smoothly, families to stay connected across distances, and communities to function as interconnected webs of mutual dependence and support. The gentle rain that begins pattering against your bedroom window promises intriguing challenges for tomorrow's deliveries, but also guarantees that your services will be particularly appreciated by people who prefer to receive their mail without venturing into weather that makes staying indoors seem like the pinnacle of human wisdom.